1-2.
Why are we here?
Because we've got the Cape, let me get this name right.
Yes.
Cape Motorsport Festival.
Powered by the City of Cape Town and Smile 90.4 FM as always.
So
it is a jam.
It is a jam, and I'm actually glad I got out of bed this morning.
Same.
I didn't want to, but I'm excited to see some of the cars on this grid that I've never seen before, and I think that's what a lot of the viewers are going to see as well.
Yeah, it feels like a Saturday right now. I'm getting full-on Saturday vibes. I would never say that it was a Sunday. I think a lot of people skip church today, if that's what they usually do. Guys, on the side of us here, I'll get the cameraman to try and zone in on this if he can, if it's possible. We have some acrobatic machinery going on over here. There are some bumper rides for the kids. There's all kinds of activities. The guys are waiting for these kids to arrive. It's going to be super exciting. I believe that there is a snake show happening. There are some drifting happening.
At the spin pitch, absolutely.
Yeah, there is food stalls. It's more packed. The food stall area is more packed than I've seen it on a Saturday. So I don't know. I think this motorsport festival is a bit of a vibe.
There's a lot going on, but I need to pause you at that. You said snakes, bro.
Yes.
You did say snakes. You put that in there, right?
I did.
I'm assuming these are wrangled by professionals, snake handlers.
We would hope so. We would hope so. Well, come on down and check it out for yourselves, guys.
Or watch Simon do the interview with the snake guys. Because that's not this guy. That is not this guy.
I've actually owned a pet snake, licensed and all. I did.
Wow.
Her name was Slytherin. She was a beauty. Unfortunately, she did pass away, but she was an angel. We loved her very, very much. So it's all up by Ali.
Who's a Harry Potter fan now?
I am. Okay, guys, so interesting. I was just checking out a little bit of the history about this endurance that we're doing today. So, so for those of you that don't know, this motorsport festival today, it's actually all about a massive 6-hour endurance that's going to be happening. And very, very interesting. Killarney Motorsport, or this motorsport festival, started just after the Second World War. I have to read this because I couldn't remember all of this. This is history for me. Okay, me and history never worked. Endurance racing started at Killarney in 1958.
Bro, that was a long, long time ago.
And then they actually decided to build the Killarney circuit to suit F1 it is at 1960.
Yeah, so F1 came along somewhere along the line, and we could actually have F1 races here way before my time. So all of this is from what I've heard and from what I've seen. And then Killarney had to change things up a little bit to make this FIA and Formula One ready, which they did.
And then in 1973, I believe the fuel crisis saw the end of all of these endurances that we're doing.
Yeah.
Or that we were doing.
Have we ever come out of that fuel crisis? Because,
I don't know.
I don't know. It's still kind of wild.
We just started developing electric cars now, apparently. So guys, this 6-hour endurance is going to be starting at 11 o'clock this morning. It's going to be very exciting. They are doing it in sprints of 3 hours at a time, right?
Yes.
Up to a maximum, I believe, of 3 drivers. Each driver can only drive, each driver must drive a minimum of 60 minutes. They will be disqualified, or not disqualified, I'm lying. They will have penalized 5 laps if somebody drives less than 60 minutes.
And 5 laps when you're on the razor edge competing with other guys is a lot.
Yeah.
It is a lot because endurance races have been lost by less. You know, so 5 laps is quite a bit, so it's not the kind of thing that the drivers want to fall foul of.
Yeah. Cool. So, guys, the supercars and the fine cars are on the grid at the moment. Jason, it's going to be exciting for them as well today in between all of this craziness. I know we've got a jam-packed day, so we can't even talk for very long about all the exciting things. So you have to come down and check it out.
There is so much going on. So supercars and fine cars that are on the grid right now. So 2 very, very different classes, with supercars being a one-make class. All the cars are absolutely identical. They use sort of the Opel style shell, where all the cars are exactly the same. So what's nice about that kind of series is that you know that all of the cars are identical when it comes to engine, drivetrain, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So that is coming up now, and they are along with fine cars. But we're just getting a bit of a voice in our ear. We're going to hand over because there's racing on the track. We have to hand over to
the commentators. They are starting the race, guys, and we're handing back to our commentators from me, Simi on track. Jason, we'll see you later.
Catch you later.
Right, very good morning to one and all from Killarney International Raceway for the Cape Motorsport Festival. We're going to kick off.
Yeah, looks like we've really got a car that has gone off, and that is one of the supercars. Now I'm trying to look out the window. That looks like Carl Alex's car that has actually gone off the track now. We have a surprise entry today, Francois, and that is the 18 car that normally gets campaigned by Shane Bascombe. Claudio Piazzamuso was in that car, and he put that supercar in pole position.
Yeah, so the supercars together with the fine cars out there. Claudio on pole there for the fine cars. We've got the Lambert. That'll be, could be Arnold Lambert or possibly Jaco, one of the two. We'll check on that one. I think it's Jaco Lambert that's there on pole for the fine cars. So we'll have a look, see how that's going to go down. And they concluded their championship. So, but them and the fine cars. So today is just a race for all the marbles in the packet. And a beautiful day here at Killarney, nice temperature, light southeaster blowing to cool things down. And if you come down to Killarney, for those at home, we've also got the CBR 150 8-hour that's taking place at the track today. So you pay 1 fee to get 2 races, or 2 events for that matter. So it's nice to have everybody here today. And the pace car rolling down the back straight. And we're about to get things underway. Frankie, are you going to take them off the line?
Yeah, so we'll have a look and see as we look at all these supercars. It definitely is Carl Alex's car. They've moved that car completely out of the way. So not the way that Kyle wanted to start his day in that 31 car, but it's Claudio Piazzamuso, Bradley Fenner, then the new driver Pierre Pienaar, and another new driver Kirk Williams. They are on the second row of the grid. Alec is out, and it's Hume, Phillips, and Moffat. That is your supercars. So yeah, they come down to the line. This one will be 8 laps. The lights go off, and away goes the supercars and the fine cars, both sponsored by Keltron Electrical Engineering. It is Claudio Piazzamuso that leads him out of turn number 1. Piazzamuso in the Shane Bascombe car as the fine cars work their way through turn 1, through Blockcoin.
Right, out of Blockcoin, they come up to you, bear straight up towards Castrol Corner. And Claudio Piazzamuso leading him out. Oh, and look there on the inside, Moffat taking inside line there as some of the fine cars come in there. They work their way through Castrol Corner, out of Castrol now, working their way down through the Lundstem King, down towards Damstep, and coming through there, there's the Morgan going through there as well. So some nice cars on the circuit here today, and it's really going to be a lot of fun. So they're coming through, and Claudio Piazzamuso showing them the way around as he works his way through the double right hand off Sarl sweep down the so-called back straight. That isn't quite straight, it's Army straight. And make their way down towards Perdamina Fostron. Have a look at that. Some of the fine cars getting mixed up there between the supercars, and that's Jaco Lambert, who works his way there in the VW Fox.
All right, so that's the supercars. There's Moffat. That sits there just behind Claudio Piazzamuso as they come around to complete the opening lap. Under the City of Cape Town Bridge they go, racing down towards turn number 1. It's Claudio Piazzamuso. Pierre Pienaar's in second. Glenn Phillips is in that. Moffat is in second. Pienaar's in third. Phillips has gone up into P4. Fenner's dropped 1 position into P5 as the supercars work their way out of turn number 1 Blockcoin.
You've seen that little yellow Fox, Jaco Lambert, and he's been followed there by Fourie. That's Marius Fourie. I think he's also in a Fox there. And then we've got a couple of supercars coming in there. Next up there will be, let's have a look, see, Albert Cook is out there. But Melanie Lambert is just ahead of Albert Cook, so it's daughter in front of father. And then we've got Ty Dugmore and Dave Alexander. And we got, well, according to us there, we should have Emmanuel Perro out there as well. So he's in the fine cars, and then Roger Lewis bringing up the rear, and he's there in the in the MG. So they work their way down now into Fastron corner.
Well, as the Supercars work their way out of turn number 5, out of Pertamina Fastron, it is a massive, massive fight that is going a bit further down. We've got a challenge for the lead. Coming down the main straight, we've got a challenge for the lead. Moffat, he's sitting side by side with Claudio Piazzamuso. Down the main straight they go, into turn number 1, into block point corner. The two of them are still next to each other. Moffat's got that outside line, which means that Piazzamuso will hold on to that lead as they work their way out of block point corner, with Glenn Phillips in that 3rd position, and Moffat is the quickest man out there with a 125.884.
Right, coming through there, Jaco Lambert leading out the fine cars there, ahead there of Fourie. And it's strange that the two Lamberts leading out two Fouries. Marius Fourie sitting behind Jaco, and a little bit further back, Yolanda Fourie sitting behind Melanie Lambert, who's now, and Melinda is now ahead of Albert Cook. So they're all working their way through.
We're going to pick up that dice for the lead in the Supercars. They're heading down the back straight. We'll get them now down the back straight. They will come, and here we go. Down the back straight, the two leaders. Here comes Moffat. Moffat is up on the inside there of Shane Boscombe. Of Piazzamuso. I'm so used to Shane driving his own car. Piazzamuso is in that 18 car, and he is being hassled heavily here by Moffat. The two of them are side by side. There's nothing between them. Then it is Glenn Phillips that sits out there in 3rd. Then it is Pierre Pienaar that's coming through, Brad Fenner, and right behind him is the leader of the fine cars, and that is Jaco Lambert, as we watch the two supercar leaders still side by side, and there was 0.09 of a second between them when they started this lap.
Right, so the supercars make their way into Castrol corner. We wait there for the first of the fine cars. There's Jaco Lambert in picture. He works his way through. Up behind Jaco Lambert, Marius Fourie. Then it's Kirk Williams, Craig Hume, Melanie Lambert, Yolanda Fourie, Albert Cook. Behind Albert Cook, very established campaigner, Doug Moore, has been around for many years. Up behind it, Natasha Dissendorf, Emanuele Pirro, then Dave Alexander and Roger Lewis.
Right, back to these supercars, this massive, massive dice that's working its way down the back straight. They're working their way out of a saddle sweep. Down the back straight they go, heading towards Pertamina Fastron. And this time, once again, it is Moffat that's got his nose ahead. Piazzamuso's there in that 2nd position. Piazzamuso has a look up on the inside and then decides to pull in there behind Moffat as they work their way out of Fastron. And getting ever so closer to them is the 33 of Glenn Phillips.
Well, lots happening out there now as the supercars work their way under the city of Cape Town, Castrol Bridge. We wait there for the first of the fine cars. It should be Jaco Lambert, your 4th place man, Pienaar, coming through. He'll be followed there by Brad Fenner. In picture, there comes Jaco Lambert. Jaco Lambert mixing it up nicely with the supercars this morning as he works his way through in that little VW Fox. And then up behind him will be Fourie, who's doing a fantastic, Marius Fourie, doing a fantastic job there as well.
Now we go back to the fine cars, the supercars that's working their way now through the Lundstem kink, heading towards turn number 3, Damstip, as we keep an eye on these fine cars that's busy working their way through us, heading now towards saddle sweep. This is the fight for 1st, 2nd, and also in 3rd in the supercars, because trust me that the dice is getting a lot more heated up here as Glenn Phillips is getting closer and closer to these two guys. There's 1st, 2nd, that is 3rd Phillips, as we watch Moffat and Piazzamuso work their way out of Fastron corner. When they started this lap, there was 0.4 of a second between P1 and 2. I want to have a look and see how much closer Phillips is now to Piazzamuso when they cross the line. He will cross the line now, Will Phillips, and he is 3.6 seconds behind Musso.
Right, there's your first of your fine car, Jaco Lambert. He leads out. He's got a good gap there over his nearest competitor of almost 5 seconds. So Jaco Lambert in a little bit of league of his own early this morning now in the VW Fox as he makes his way down towards Blockcoin Corner. A couple of these slower cars there. There's the Morgan going through there. And there comes Jaco Lambert starting to lap some of his own contestants, and that's still with 3 laps to go.
Right, we go back to that supercar fight that's working its way up the Tigerberg Straight towards a double right-hander saddle sweep. Just picking up some of these fine cars that's coming through, and there's the fight for the first and second position in the supercars between Moffat and Piazza Musso. As we watch them rumble down the back straight, they've got Natasha Tissendorf that's just there ahead of them. She moves right out the way as Moffat and Piazza Musso work their way out of Pertamina Fostron. When they cross the line, they'll start their penultimate lap. Glenn Phillips is in that third position, and he was 3.6 seconds behind them at the start of this lap. We head towards the end of it now. Is it still 3.6? Is it bigger? I think it may just be bigger because he got caught up there behind the fine car. Yes, it's 4.2 seconds that he's now behind the leaders, Moffat and Piazza Musso.
Right, so it's all happening with the supercars, but in the fine cars, we still got Jaco Lambert who leads out there over Marius Fourie. And then next up will be Melanie Lambert, being followed there by Melinda Fourie. And then we've got Albert Cook, Di Dugmore, Natasha Tissendorf, Manuele Perot, and Dave Alexander in there, followed by Roger Lewis. And Jan Lammers wasn't supposed to be in here, one of our international drivers from the Nederland. But he's not out there, so Jan not taking place there. So they'll work their way through here. Nice to see everybody giving it 10 tenths at the moment as you see the loads come out there up the Joubert Straight. Right, going back into Sorrel Sweep, Frankie.
Yeah, your supercars are heading towards the end of their penultimate lap, and it's still Andrew Moffat from Claudio Piazza Musso, from Glenn Phillips. Then it is Pinar and Fenner. They are 4 and 5, but here are your two leaders working their way out of Pertamina Fostron, and that is Andrew Moffat, Claudio Piazza Musso. Then Glenn Phillips coming into frame now. That is first, second and third. They will start their final lap. They've got one more lap to go, the three of them, as they head into Blockcoin Corner. And Piazza Musso is the quickest man out there with a 125.474. And the gap between Piazza Musso and Phillips has now gone up to 4.5, but it's only 7 tenths of a second between Moffat and Piazza Musso.
Frankie, if I can just add there on the final lap, looking at Claudio Piazza Musso, bringing some of those old tricks back from yesteryear and looking as smooth as silk.
Yeah, coming from a karting background, and Paolo Piazza Musso being family as well. As we look at these fine cars, that is one of the Siroccos that is working its way down the back straight.
Oh, that'll be Albert Cook, if I'm not mistaken, that goes down the back straight. We're waiting now for the last lap of the supercars to come through while the fine cars are still working their way around. And there they go down towards Pertamina Fostron.
Supercar leaders heading down towards Pertamina Fostron, turn 5 on the final lap. And they've got a slower, I think that might be Roger Lewis that they move. That's oh, and off the circuit goes Claudio Piazza Musso. He will rejoin. He should rejoin. Yes, he does. And he still manages to rejoin ahead there of Glenn Phillips as the flag comes out. That's Moffat that comes home in P1. And will it be across the line? They side by side. And Phillips has got him. Phillips has got him by 1/10 of a second across the line. Piazza Musso will finish in third ahead of Pinar. And that in your screen there is Bradley Fenner heading towards the checkered flag.
Well, Piazza Musso didn't make a mistake. He was avoiding a collision. So there's Jaco Lambert on the back end of Natasha Tissendorf. He's going to, I don't know if he's going to get past or he's going to afford her another lap. Ah, what a gentleman. Allowing Natasha to go through. Jaco Lambert crosses the line. He takes line honors. But Natasha Tissendorf continues her quest to complete the race. So nice gesture there coming out of Jaco Lambert. Not lapping Natasha, and giving her her money's worth, so to speak. Followed there by Marius Fourie there in second place, and the rest of the field working their way up towards the line.
Kirkwood, he's heading towards the line now. That is, Kirk Williams, I do apologize. He got lost in the equation there with the supercars as Melanie Lambert crosses the line, Yolanda Fourie crosses the line, and then that's a supercar heading towards the line. That is Craig Hume. He also ended way down in P11 on track. Albert Cook will come towards the line, and Di Dugmore. And that is the last car that's on the lead lap between both categories is a Di Dugmore in 13th position. All the way from 14th down has been lapped, and of course did not start for Kyle Halleck and for Jan Lammers. So that was the opening race of the day. Keltron Electrical Engineering for the sponsorship for the supercars and for the fine cars. Well, that is some of the cars that's going off there on track. As we see, this is probably the opening lap. That is the Fourie BMW. This is for the folks watching the production at home. And did regain the track, but lost a good couple of positions in that BMW. as we have a look at the recovery vehicle taking Carl Halleck's car back, and he did have fueling issues on that motor car yesterday, and you probably find that is what has come back to haunt him. So they're going to obviously have to take a look at that there in the supercar paddock area. They of course pit just outside of the main pit complex and see if they can get that sorted out. This is a start of or replay of the start, and there you can see that Carl Halleck already pulled off just before they went into turn 1 into block point corner, and that is your leader going through there, Piazza Musso, at that stage of the game. Bradley Fenner was right up there, and of course he then dropped down the leaderboard, and this is a nice fight between Piazza Musso and Andrew Moffat that is working their way out of block point corner. Of course, that was a lovely fight that they had all through, and then while they were busy fighting with each other, that brought the man you see in the background there, Glenn Phillips, a lot closer, and then Pina was right in there behind them in that 4th position, and there was almost contact there between the two leaders as they exit Castrol Corner. But it was a lot of side-by-side action between the two of them, and Glenn Phillips in that 3rd position was always in play. This is the warm-up this morning for the 6 hour. See a car going straight off there. And this is where Piazza Musso loses the tail end. Lucky to get behind that MG and not make contact with the MG. Letting the MG go through. Then he slid back onto the track again, and still he had enough time and gap to get ahead of Phillips. The tail end just stepped out there, just missed the back of that MGA, and then regained track position again, and was lucky to rejoin in that 2nd position and not lose it to Phillips and end in 3rd. So this is the Lauda Classic Cars race number 1 over 8 laps that is working its way out onto the racetrack. And joining me for the first time ever, we have an international commentator that's now resident here in Cape Town, Mr. David Christie. David, good morning.
A very good morning. I tried to escape, it didn't happen. I got dragged in, kicking and screaming, as you can tell. But Frankie, it's an absolute pleasure to be here. What an amazing first race we had there, but really looking forward to the Lord Classic Cars here. Some real blasts from the past here, and it's one of the things that I've loved since moving over here is just the breadth and wealth of classic car racing that we've got over here in this country. And these things are an absolute riot to drive. None of the mod cons that you've got in the newer cars, they don't have traction control. Some of them don't have ABS. It's all about the driver, and it's all about looking after the car, as we found in that last race.
Yeah, remember that those supercars are also very nervous motor cars. They are a thoroughbred motor car, as one of our South African champions, Jess Huggett, said a couple of years ago, if you get it wrong in a supercar, it gives you about 2.5 seconds to rectify. If you can't, then you are a passenger, and it goes with you wherever it wants to go with you.
It's fine, keeping the local motor repair industry in business there.
Well, the classic cars just working their way out of Pertamina Fostron. They're beginning to line up here on the start-finish line, and Franco Donadio is on the pole position in the Chev. Then Dave Kopka in the R100 is there in that 2nd position. Roy Aubrey is in that 3rd position on the grid. Is Roy, as we see the cars beginning to line up from the back end of the grid looking forward. Herman de Kock busy working his way through as well. We'll have a look and see as they take up their positions on the grid. Lovely to see Wynand Nel back out there again in that Anglia. Here comes Dave Rowley in the Beetle, and the chairman of the classic cars, Robert Rowe, in that boxy shaped BMW busy working his way to the sharp end of the field. So Divan Lasmore is in there as well, and Divan is in a Porsche, I think. Yes, he is. We normally see him in the Nissan 350Z when he campaigns sports and GT cars, but today in the classic cars he's out there in that older Porsche.
Right, so also nice to see Jaco Oosthuizen in the GT Reps Corolla. He's got that car fixed. It was badly broken, but he's managed to repair it. The roof was dented, and that is now repaired. And nice to see that the Ford Capri, the Piranha Capri, is also back on circuit.
Yeah, the thing with this as well is that these couple of moments before we get started here, this is where the nerves really start to kick in. You start looking extra carefully at all those little warning lights that pop up on the dash. Have you done things properly on the lead up to the race here? But I've got to be honest, I'm looking at the absolute stunning range of cars that we've got on here. And yeah, this is going to be an absolute blast. I'm looking forward to seeing Jan Lammers in that Austin A40 Farina just out the commentary box here. That thing is going to be sideways quite regularly.
All right, so the safety car leads them off the line, working their way into turn number 1. The block 1 corner, the green flag goes down, and they will follow the safety car. I was walking in the paddock area earlier on, and I see that they call it the course car, but we just refer to it as the safety car. What a lovely field of classic cars we've got that's rolling through Blockcoin Corner. And that Wynand Nel, he's been out for a while. He used to drive the Donadio Escort, but he's back there in his Ford Anglia again. And what a privilege to see the Mazda R100 of Dave Kopka sitting next to that little Chevy V8 in the hands of Franco Donadio.
And of course, for those that haven't seen the classic cars before, they're all separated into different classes, aren't they, Frankie? Based on the time and how they've been able to perform in qualifying.
Yeah, they go from Class A to Class E. And then, of course, you've got Class X as well, which is new driver, new car, or new driver-car combination.
I'd be tempted to kind of sandbag it a little bit, try and make up for my natural lack of talent, but unfortunately it's all very honest over here. But I've got to be honest as well, as a kid that grew up in Herbie, I'm very, very excited to see number 148, Dave Rowley, in the VW Beetle, 2.4 litre engine in that thing. Yep. And yeah, that immediately brings back a lot of memories for me, that car.
Up the Tygerberg straight from the lowest part of the circuit, which is turn 3, Damstep, then they climb up that slight hill to the highest part of the track, which is turn 4, the double right-hander. Saddle sweep, named after the famous racing driver Saddle van der Merwe that raced overseas Le Mans, won Le Mans as a matter of fact, won the Daytona 24-hour way back in 1984. So turn 4 Malmesbury sweep has been named after the great Mr. Saddle van der Merwe. Have a look at that classic cars, and this is not even for championship. And they've got, I think, 25 of them, if everybody is here, that initially entered. So, through turn 5, Pertamina Fostron. These are classic cars, work their way out. 8 laps await us in the Lauda sponsored classic cars. Through turn 5A Kink, they come towards the City of Cape Town Bridge. The red light in pit lane is on. We'll wait for that light to go off, and we will be racing. The light goes off now. They drop the hammers. That's hammer time as they race down towards turn number 1. and it is all about into block point corner, Franco Donadio. Then we have got right there behind him is Dave Kopka as we watch this field of classic cars roll through block point corner. That big V8 Chev is going to be hard to be caught there as they race down towards Castrol. But believe you me, Divan Lasmore sits there in that third position. He's ahead there of Roy Obery. And then we've got one of the Evans cars. And the Bucky has saved the chase vehicle. He's lost the circuit there. But David, as they work their way up the Tygerberg Straight, it's about Franco Donadio in P1. Second is Dave Kopka, and Divan Lasmore is in P3.
Yep, 8 laps to go then, and you can see still big pressure from those leaders right now as they come through that right-hander here. What really caught my eye as they go down the back straight here was the start of the 441, Jared Evans in the Ford Escort Mark 1, but your leaders coming down to that big sweeping right-hander here. The thing with this is, with so many laps still to go, you're thinking they're maybe trying to bed the car in a little bit, get an idea of how your opponent's around you, but look at the absolute speed of that car in the lead. Absolutely stunning stuff there from Franco Donadio.
Right, we go back to block one corner. Franco Donadio sitting out there in P1. We got Kopka in second. We got Divan Lasmore. That's in that third position. And Jared Evans is having a look up on the inside of Roy Obery as they work their way through. Then behind him is Ian Richards. Lovely to see Ian back in that red Sirocco that is heading towards us. And then Bruce Evan Taplin will be in P7 as they work their way into T2 Castrol Corner.
And you can see it's an absolute traffic jam trying to get around that third right-hander there. It is so difficult with all of these different classes because it naturally bunches all of these cars up together, meaning for some fantastic racing. But meanwhile, at the front, the pace from Franco is just sensational right now. I don't think anybody's going to hold a candle to him unless anything happens with that car. I mean, that's already, what, the best part of 3 seconds of a gap that he's opened up over second place. And Dave Kopka with Divan Lasmore in third position.
Yeah, as they work their way down into, there comes Jared Evans through, and Ian Richards gets past Obery. He is slowing right down as the leader heads back into turn number 1. There we see on that shot Evan Taplin is leading that group of cars. And into the pits comes Obery, and he qualified in that third position, but the leader is heading into...
Wow, absolute domination right now from Franco Donadio. The thing is that on the classes that they've got, it's listed as 124 as the start of Class A. Franco on that last lap there did a 121 there, so he is absolutely out with it. We've got 6 different classes going on at the same time here.
Now we have a look at this lot go through. There is Brian Evans coming through, then right behind Brian Evans is... Robert Rowe. Dave Rowley is having a dive there as well. And then we've got Jaco Oosthuizen is also part of that group. But the leader is heading into turn number 5. He's heading into Pertamina Fostron. He is the quickest man out there so far with a 121.252. And that is Franco Donadio. Then we'll wait for Dave Kopka to come through. He's been hassled here by Divan Lasmore. That is second and third.
Line goes down 5 laps.
Here comes Kopka. Lasmore right in there behind him as we wait for them to come through. Here comes Jared Evans. Behind Jared Evans... So we have a look at these bunch of cars coming through towards us as they work their way down into turn number 1. We've got that Capri that's busy coming through. There is Rob Rowe. He sits there just behind the beetle of Dave Rowley. It is Andre Dedric. He's the man that is in this Capri. this Piranha Capri. Dedric's coming through. Then Brian Evans right there on his case. Then it is Bruce Taplin, Dave Rowley, Rob Rowe, Jaco Westhuizen. That's a group of cars followed there by Wynand Nel in the Anglia, who sits in that 12th position. There's Herman de Kock busy coming through. We've got Hepburn in there as well. Mattia Lotte Jr. busy going through. There's a car that stopped there on the exit of a Castrol corner. Is that the leader? Or should I say, was that the leader? Is that Franco Donadio that has pulled off? It is Donadio. Donadio is gone because the leader is heading into turn number 1 all on his own, and that is Dave Kopka. But this is Dedric that's leading this group out of Pertamina Fostron.
Wow, that is a huge, huge moment. And we were just saying as well, he was looking so comfortable in the lead right there, but something obviously had to give right now as they come down the start-finish straight here, going towards the back with this group though. The great thing about this, Frankie, as well, is for the spectators, there's always something to watch, always something happening around the circuit.
Herman de Kock has got Sean Hepburn right there with him. Yes, Ian Richards heading towards us. And then we got that fight coming out of Block 1 corner. Dedric is leading this group, and Evans is darting around behind him, followed there by Bruce Taplin. Then Dave Rowley in the Beetle, Rob Rowe, Jaco Westhuizen. That's a group of cars you saw working its way around. But we got back to turn number 5. Fostron, and there's your leader in the R100, Dave Kopka.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful performance from Kopka right now to be taking the lead off the race as well. He's got Devan Lasmore just behind him in second place with that Porsche really looking nice and strong to begin with and in qualifying, but just obviously in race pace, it's a completely different kettle of fish. We've still got 3 laps left to go here in the Lauda Classic cars before we build up to the first race of our 6-hour endurance event here today. And again, I'm loving this little battle that we've got. I think that's down for 5th, 6th and 7th a little bit further on. Frankie, again, it's just so difficult for these cars because if they make a move and it doesn't stick, they've got 3-4 cars trying to make it past them.
Yeah, that is, here comes Andre Dedric with Bruce Taplin. Then it's Brian Evans. Then Rob Rowe, Dave Rowley side by side. Jaco Westhuizen coming through as well. That's Ian Richards. These guys are actually catching Ian Richards, and Ian is sitting in P4. It is Rob Rowe, Dave Rowley, and Jaco Westhuizen. That's the 3 cars, the BMW, the Beetle, and the Conquest that is heading out of Block 1 corner.
Back to the main straight then, and this is a fight further down the field. We were seeing some of the likes of the Austin getting involved there. You had the 1.8 litre BMW of Bradley Rowe there, but you can see again just the range of cars here and how tightly mixed everybody is.
That group was led there by Herman de Kock, but now we go back to this group. Here's Ian Richards, Andre Dedric, Bruce Taplin, then the field rolling down the back, Rowley, Westhuizen, as they work their way down into turn number 5, into Pertamina Fostron, and they are now on their, ending their second last lap. There is side by side, Rowley coming through there, and Brian Evans is right on his case, followed there by Jaco Lambert, as this group races down into turn number 1, into Block 1, and now Ian Richards has been caught by Andre Dedric, and he's been caught there by Bruce Taplin.
Yeah, that's a 3-car battle. We'll keep an eye on that, and also with the other battles coming around, the second to last corner here. And again, it's just a case of you just don't know where to look because they're coming through Fast Run Corner, and this is a group of 4 cars. I believe this is for 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th.
Yeah, that is Herman de Kock. Then we've got Mattia in there as well. Hepburn is in that fight as well. That's Sean Hepburn. And then Wayne Lotter is also involved in that one. And then Calvin Beekman not too far behind in that little car of his, the Morris Minor.
what's really captured my attention is there's a lot of close racing here, a lot of drivers riding very close to the car in front, but very little in the way of late dive bombs or, you know, very, very crazy moves here. But we do have a fight going down into fast run just now, side by side. That's going to be easy pickings there through, and again, that's just straight on straight line speed and power.
Side by side is Rowley and Rowe. But I'll tell you what, Rowley is sitting right on the case there of Brian Evans, and Rowe has now got away from them. Jaco Westhuizen is in there as well. We're on the final lap, and we'll try and pick up that leader for you as he is all on his own. He should be making his way down the back straight. There he goes. And that is that lovely R100 of Dave Kopka. And man, we haven't seen Dave Kopka race here in a heck of a long time. And it's like he's never ever been away as he takes that Mazda R100 out of Pertamina Fostron. Well, the quickest man out there is 121.252 Franco Donadio, but he's not in this race anymore as the flag comes out and Kopka comes home in P1.
Beautiful, beautiful win there for Dave Kopka. It's going to be a fantastic second place, and delighted arm out of the window there for the Porsche as it comes across the line of Loosemore there, Devan Loosemore. Jared Evans taking third place, but that's a fantastic performance for the newbie for Devan Loosemore.
Well, as the finishers are working their way across the start-finish line, we go to this fight that's heading into Pertamina Fostron. Oh, and Andre Dedric has been hassled here by Bruce Van Taplin, and they both got their noses now ahead of Ian Richards, who was fighting back there at Van Taplin. That's going to be the Dedric's Capri across the line, and then side by side, and it will be Van Taplin that finishes. Here comes Brian Evans, Rob Rowe, Dave Rowley across the line, and Jaco Westhuizen.
Can you imagine, Frankie, being behind the wheel of one of those cars, the biggest smile on your face, fighting left, right and centre here, and it's still going on towards the tail end of the field. Big move up late onto the brakes there, and that was a very nice move. Might even get another position here.
Yeah, Herman Mattia sits there behind... it's actually Herman de Kock. Then it is Piet Mattia coming down towards the line. Then we've got side by side Lotte and Hepburn, and it is Lotte that gets to the line 0.02 of a second ahead there of Sean Hepburn.
Wow. What a fantastic way to keep the morning going here. Brilliant race. Obviously, absolutely devastated to be losing our leading car so early on, halfway through. Hopefully, they can get that car fixed very quickly indeed. But again, just the raw pace of that this morning. That was about 2-3 seconds a lap faster than anything else out there on the circuit.
Well, I'll tell you what, this is the Cape Motorsport Festival as we watch the slow down lap or the cool down lap for the Lauda Classic cars. But there was David, there was dices all over the place, and it's a pity we lost the leader. The car still standing there at the exit of Castrol Corner, Franco Donadio. But other than that, because he was light years down the road with that V8 Chevy, but there was dices everywhere.
Well,
there was dices just ahead of midfield, dices midfield, dices towards the back of the field. Everywhere you could pick up more than 2 or 3 cars in a dice.
And that's exactly why this type of competition championship works so well with the classes. Everybody is just fighting left, right and centre. We lost our dominant race leader early on, and within half a lap we completely forgot about it because there was just so much action going on here. Yeah, listen, the classics never fail to disappoint. They're going to have had a great time. Hopefully our audience really enjoyed that, but it looks like it's time very shortly to turn our attention because we start our Cape 6 hours.
Yeah. And so that's the 2 sprint races that we've had. Now there will be a whole build-up. It's now 10 past 10. There'll be a whole build-up before we start with the Cape 6 hours, which is going to be split into 2. We'll do a 3-hour, and then we'll have a gap in which we'll have another 2 sprint races, and then we'll go into the second half of the 6 hour, which is the other 3 hours. So it's a different 6 hour enduro. It is split into 2 sections, or into 2 halves, if I can put it that way.
Yeah, I had to try and get my head around that. Of course, in the UK, I've seen similar things. They do that at the Race of Remembrance. They split it over 2 different parts of the race itself. But with the replay of the Loud Classic cars here, again, we were just spoilt for choice, Frankie, with the action on track.
Yeah, this is probably the opening lap, with the chase vehicle running off the circuit there. There's Franco Donadio going through Kopka and locking up with Divan Lasmore in that second position at that stage of the game. Here comes Lasmore. He's just behind Kopka. That's another lock up there by the R100 of Kopka. And this is a situation that happened out on circuit with the loss of the V8 Forenza of the then race leader Franco Donadio, and that put pay to his chances. And as he was sitting there, Dave Kopka couldn't believe his luck, because he inherited that lead, and Lasmore moved up then into second from third.
Yeah, and from experience, it's when it looks less dramatic that it's usually more expensive. So, again, we were talking about through the classes earlier on, when you get that tight pack racing, that's exactly what these drivers live for, Frankie. That's what this classic car scene is all about, and that's what these cars have been built for and made for. And it's just fantastic to see that they're not sitting in a garage somewhere, they're being absolutely wrung out to within an inch of their life.
Yeah. Well, it's another replay of the Forenza that had expired.
So while we're watching that, Frankie, I can see just outside that we're obviously starting to get the build-up underway. We're going to have parade laps. I think we've got about 45 minutes before the start of the first half of the 6 hours here. I've got to say, the machinery down here looks absolutely stunning. I've never seen an endurance race with such a pedigree of cars. So a beautiful, beautiful parade lap we're about to get on there. I wish we could get all of these guys into it. But it's also nice because Killarney serves as a hub for not just the drivers, but for motorsport enthusiasts and for people who just love cars. It's a perfect place to come at the weekends.
It's always a perfect place to come to at the weekend, as we see a whole lot of AC Cobras standing there, and our international drivers are in those cars with their country's flags. If I just have a squiz out the window here quickly, there are Portuguese flags, there is flag of Ireland, there is American flag, British flag, just to name a couple of flags. A flag of Argentina, that is for Juan Manuel Fangio Jr. Please, it's not the original. He's not with us anymore. So we are getting ready for the first half of the Cape 6 hour. This is the parade lap.
I was just looking down the list of names that are taking part here, and there was one actually that I did genuinely immediately recognise from my life back in the UK. Jensen O'Neill Going is the current UK Fiesta Junior champion. I've seen him quite a bit on the old social media and Instagram, and as soon as I saw his name there, I'm like, hang on a minute. But it's also his dad's here as well. Jamie Going is also going to be racing, and you've got to say one of the things we have to talk about, Frankie, is the big amount of backdrafts that we see making up this grid here.
That's a lot of team backdraft racing. That's also one of our South African legend racing drivers in Tony Martin, that He used to race Formula Atlantic back in the day in South Africa, Tony Martin. And he is basically Mr. Backdraft Racing. But there are lots of AC Cobras, a couple of Ford Mustangs and a few other makes of cars out there as well that is circulating with all these AC Cobras. But for the folks around the track, you'll be able to see the flags of some of our international drivers. The French flag is there as well, because we do have one driver here from France. We have one driver here from Portugal. We have one driver here from the USA. These Italians, and of course Argentina, and a horde of South African drivers that are racing with these guys, or these guys racing with us. Is it?
I was going to say, is that a giant cuddly toy on the back of one of the cars there?
Teddy bear on the back of that car, yeah.
I was tempted to run down to the car and get the old Ford Ka on that parade lap as well there. Maybe fly the flag for Scotland as they go by. But as we let Frankie have a little bit of a break, we say welcome back to Mr. Francois. That was a bit of an awesome classics race, but obviously with the 6 hour upon us here, yeah, this is, I've got to be honest, I am a bit of a sucker for all the pageantry.
I like the pageantry. As a matter of fact, I was reminiscing now with the cars going around. The last time I saw pageantry like this is when we had the old touring cars. I remember always before race, all the drivers would sit in the car and go around the track. And would it attract an immense amount of attention? The people would be standing up at the fence, greeting the heroes, etc. Speaking of heroes, we've got the likes here of Gero Blikkemolen, we've got Emanuele Perro, we've got Jan Lammers. I mean, it is a star-studded field for the 6 hour, David, and I cannot believe when last we had such great pageantry here. I think the last is here, Frankie, you'll help me now, was in 1998 with a truck race, when we had the truck drivers out here.
Oh, that was December 99. When we had the European super trucks that came down here. They ended off here. The previous weekend they went to Killarney. And then they came here and ended their South African tour.
But I mean, there we had a lot of international, we had a lot of the German touring car drivers out here as well at that stage. So I think Killarney's blessed that we get some of these international names out here on occasion. And like I said, going back to the touring cars of old days of the 90s, and that, we also used to have this driver parade.
Yes.
Prior to a race.
Yes.
And it used to create immense attention from the crowds. But I mean, in those days we had 15,000 to 20,000 people at Killarney. It was
you couldn't get in. You couldn't get in by the gate for sure.
Yeah, so and
but those were the good old days. And I remember with the AA Fleet Care Super Touring cars, and then it became SAT car, or first SAT car, then AA Fleet Care Super Touring cars, then it became Bankfin touring cars. And every time they were here, no matter which one of the three they were called, we also had, as you say, the drivers parade, where they sat with their names on the sides of the road vehicles, and they were also taken around Killarney or Swartkorps or PE East London, wherever they raced.
I must admit, in those days I was still with a thing called APSA and part of the Bankfin setup, and we used to go to all the circuits and have the pageantry and the post-race presentations and stuff, and it was just so nice. You're in awe that you're in these people's presence, you know what I'm saying?
Always and we mingled with them in the pit area as well, so did the public. But when it came to race day, Terry Moss and Chris Aberdeen and all those guys out there, people like Michael Briggs that now lives in Australia, just to name three. There were lots of them. Dion Hubert.
Ian and all of them were out there. But I don't know about what you think. I mean, looking at motorsport worldwide, don't you feel like there's something murmuring that's going to erupt, that racing's going to get back to its old form?
I'd like to think so. I really would like to think so. Racing is now picking up.
Well, Frankie's got a call there now, so the cars are now making their way around the last part of the circuit, some of them, and just going to go and park them. But it's just nice to have seen all those drivers here, and David, did you, in all your wildest dreams coming to South Africa, think that you'll be roped into commentary and that you'll have this kind of exposure so early in your little career?
Let's face it, yes, we knew this was exactly what was going to happen. This is, and listen, I'm all here for it. This is exactly what I wanted. From the first time that I came here about 3 years ago, it was just an incredible experience. You guys do it so properly over here in South Africa, and you better believe that I'll do anything to be part of it. And listen, hey, like, I love to sound my own voice, so it's not exactly a hardship to be up here. But like, it's awesome. We get the wonderful action on the main track. We've got the fantastic 8 hours of bikes going on in the little track. And as someone that's never ridden a bike before, I've got to be honest, I'm looking at it and I'm like, yeah, that is kind of fun, that. But I think I'd rather be in the car and have like a nice fan blowing on me during this.
Well, you're speaking to a very old biker here. I managed to do all that, but the nice thing is that, yeah, cars, just something about cars that tend to pull us in.
Right, folks, time for us to do a minute's silence, and unfortunately, absent friends once again. Well, I suppose that's part of getting older at Killarney International Raceway, as we get to know more and more of the crew that have been around for a long time. So
Ronan Schultz. Some men live extraordinary lives, yet with so little fuss and fanfare that only those closest to them know what they achieved. One such was Ronan Schultz, who passed away as he lived on Tuesday, 11th of November, at the age of 72. Ronan was one of 4 racing Schultz brothers from Gauteng, all of whom competed in the most demanding motorcycle racing discipline of them all, 250cc two-stroke Grand Prix bikes. In the early 70s, he raced the Yamaha TZ250 in both regional and national series. But the highlight of his career, he said, was qualifying for the wet 1983 South African 250cc Grand Prix at Killarney. The era of the red 2 hot strokes is gone now. So too, sadly, is Ronan Schultz, whose happy place was the narrow power band of a Grand Prix machine. Our thoughts and prayers are with Isabel, Brendan, his sister Alana, and the extended Schultz family in this difficult time. Unfortunately for today, Sunday the 14th of December, there's more people that we need to pay gratitude and greetings to. Roland Wingire. If you raced the motorcycle at Killarney in the late 1990s and early 2000s, the standard for meticulous preparation and attention to detail was set by Roland Wingire. Whatever he rode during a long and successful racing career, it was always the cleanest, neatest and sweetest running machine on the grid. Roland passed away unexpectedly on Thursday, 20th of November at the age of 73 after a heart attack, leaving a huge gap. Leaving a huge gap in his closely knit circle of fellow riders. A gifted welder in metal, he also taught himself plastic welding. It was said that if nobody else could fix it, Roland would find a way. Now the go-to guy who loved to sing in the evenings is gone. The world is poorer for his passing. We extend our sincere condolences to his lady Nanette and his family in Switzerland in this same time. Unfortunately, yet another person that we need to pay homage to, the one and only Rob Waitman. The image flickers and then the screen goes black. Rob Waitman, the supremely talented videographer who made motorsport videos into an art form and made us all look good, has passed away on Tuesday, the 25th of November. He leaves behind 3 decades of memories that are still revisited and enjoyed whenever petrolheads get together to reminisce about those magic moments in South African motorsport. Because Rob was there to capture them and make them live forever. As with his memory, we extend our sincere condolences to his wife Lynn, his daughter Kate. He will never be forgotten. Yet another massive name in motorsport that we've lost is Mustafa Ines Marutke. Sadly, another motorsport icon has moved on to final park for May. Mustafa Ines Marutke, a pioneering figure in South African motorsport, passed away on Friday the 5th of December at the age of 75. Ines Marutke made history when he won the 1989 Western Province Rally Championship, competing against some of the top names in the sport and proving that what determination and skill can achieve. He will be remembered as a true gentleman, humble in victory, gracious in defeat, and unfailingly generous in spirit. We extend our sincere condolences to the Marutke family. He will be sorely missed. One more of our fallen friends that we have to honor today, George Lipchin. It is with great sadness that we learn of the passing of motocross legend George Lipchin on Thursday, the 11th of December, at the tender age of 60. His daughter Anya writes, "To the legend himself, George Flatbox Lipchin, you were known for your fearless spirit, your daredevil heart, and the unforgettable mark you left on the track. No one rode the way you did, and those memories will live on with everyone who knew you, both on and off the track. Your energy is something special. You never acted your age, always active, always pushing the limits, and always full of fun. That spirit made you who you were, a true icon, a one-of-a-kind soul. May your legacy live on in the stories, the laughter and the moments we'll carry forever. What a legend you were. Rest in peace, Dad. You will be deeply missed. Our thoughts and prayers are with the Lipschen family in this difficult time. We ask you please to remove your headgear for a minute of silence. We dedicate today's race event to Ronan Schultz, Roland Wingaya, Rob Waitman, Ines Marutka and George Lipschen. Thank you, everybody.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, with me is Councillor Raymond Bester for Safety and Security and Events in the Western Cape. And Councillor, welcome. I know you're Afrikaans speaking. Ek is ook Afrikaans sprekend, so it's one of those things. It's nice to have you here. We always have the City of Cape Town represented at Killarney. We have a very good symbiotic relationship together with the City of Cape Town. You want to say a few words? The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation to be here. It's a great honor to be with you. I think the Mother City has put her best foot forward for us to host this event. It's a nice sunny day, but it's not too warm. I want to take this opportunity to honor and salute the motorsport community. You are part of a vital ecosystem that contributes immensely to the city's progression. Cape Town has a proud, long-standing motorsport culture, and this institution, the Killarney International Raceway, ensures that the culture continues to thrive by creating platforms that encourage its growth. We love looking at cars, we love working on cars, and most of all, we love racing in a safe and controlled environment. I want to applaud the motorsport drivers, the support staff, their families, the officials and the volunteers who keep everyone safe during these events. And to the fans who continuously come out to show their support to motorsport events, thank you for joining us today. It is because of your dedication to this motorsport culture that this sport generates around 357 million annually for the City of Cape Town's economy. This means that you are supporting wide-reach industrial in thousands of jobs, manufacturing, trading, services, repairs, parts and accessories. On behalf of the City of Cape Town, thank you for continuing to support events in our beautiful city and for getting behind motorsport. Cape Town is a city of events and a city for motorsport. Our support for Killarney and the motorsport event across the city is rooting in our principle to provide platforms where racing, drifting and spinning can take place safe and responsibly. Your presence here today contributes to that growth, and I can again want to thank the spectators, participants and businesses for playing your part. To the leadership of the Western Province Motor Club, thank you once again for your ongoing dedication to sport and for providing a safe space for motorsport enthusiasts to come together. Please enjoy today's festivities, and as we head into the busy season, both in our personal lives and on the road, please stay safe and enjoy the holidays. Thank you very much.
Well, big shout out there to Councillor Raymond Bester for wishing us well for the Christmas season. Like he says, keep it safe, keep it on the black stuff. Don't drink and drive. You've got Uber, you've got all kinds of things supporting you. So try and keep the numbers down, folks. Lives matter, all lives matter for that matter of fact. And we sincerely hope that you enjoy the racing here today at Killarney. It's a Sunday. I know a lot of people have put in leave for tomorrow to make it a long weekend. Tuesday, the 16th, is a holiday in its own right. And that is the last day of motorsport here in Cape Town. But I can assure you that 2026 has got a lot installed. And I can tell you now from the bottom of my heart that the city is right behind us, folks. They are investing in motorsport, and that is what's making it so great for all of us. So to the City of Cape Town, we wish them well. Councillor, thanks for joining us. It's been a pleasure having you, and we sincerely hope that you, your family and your colleagues have a great festivity.
Okay, right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I've got Emmanuel Perro, 5 times Le Mans winner, who's here at Killarney for the Cape Motorsport Festival. Emmanuel, welcome to Cape Town. I don't know if it's your first time, but I sincerely hope you're going to enjoy yourself. Just give me your views about your visit to the country and about the 6 hour.
Yes, thank you. And first of all, I would like to say hello or ciao to all the people in the racetrack. And I think we all share a passion for motorsport. I've been here, and I've done this race 3 years ago already with Team Africa Le Mans. We are a group of friends led by Dr. Greg Mills, and this is all about passion. I mean, it's really, especially this weekend, we went through all sorts of technical issues, but yet the camaraderie, the passion, and being here on the starting grid is great. You guys are blessed because South Africa is a wonderful country, and you know, when you turn and you look at Table Mountain, it's something that I can. Colosseum, we got St. Peter's, but you guys can't complain. So enjoy the race, and hope we keep coming many times in the future.
Well, folks, that was Emmanuel Perro, a legendary 5-time Le Mans winner and also an F1 development driver. Lovely to have him on board, and we sincerely hope that you're all going to enjoy your race today. Thank you, Gary.
The first driver I had to speak to today was because he's driving a childhood dream of mine, a Ford Capri, but not just any Capri, the Piranha. Andre,
Right, you guys. Yeah, no, this was also a dream of mine come true. When I was a late year, I went to Killarney in 1970 and I saw this car. And I thought if I ever had the chance, I would like to build something like that. So it took us 18 months building the car. And Zach and Dean, I must thank them very much for the great work they've done. And I'm very proud of the end result. We short a bit of horsepower. We are running around about 405.
Oh, 405.
So yeah, that is But I'm happy. I haven't driven for 2 years since the BMW lost. And at Swartkops I had a Camaro. But yeah, hopefully it will go well. And what I want to do is just enjoy myself. At 66, I must also take my age in consideration. But it's lovely to be around with all you guys. You run a fantastic show. I always watch you on TV. Thank you very much.
That's amazing. Thank you very much. But before I let you go, what is...
Cape say, Ford is Lord.
Ford is Lord. I think we've got cars up behind us. Well, Andre, bye, donkey. Good luck. Have a good race.
Guys, thank you very much.
So, to the folks at home, good day to you one and all, and welcome to our live stream, Killarney International Raceway, and endurance racing is what it's all about today. As you can see down there on the grid, wow, some amazing, amazing machinery. And while we are busy with the 2 sectors of the 6-hour race, you can see the Livingston Bars 9-hour motorcycle event is on the go as well. So lots of noise. It's going to be happening all day long in the background, even while we're not busy on the main circuit. My name's Gary Fleming from Killarney International Raceway. With me, Mike's side today will be Frankie Yenis, Francois Butler, and our new man David has come to join us as well. It's great to have an additional new voice down here in the commentary side of the world. And during the course of the racing today, we're going to try and bring you as much inside information as what we possibly can. So for the folks at home, welcome. Great to have you with us. A beautiful day here in Cape Town. A great day to go racing.
Alright folks, so we've got all the cars down on the line. A little bit of a spectator walkabout. Out there, now just give you a couple of the teams. We've got Team Africa Le Mans, we've got Emanuele Perot and Chris Perot. They are in the Ginetta GT3, Team Africa Le Mans. We've got the two Patambas here, Kishore and Mikael Patamba in the Backdraft Cobra 5 litre. Then in the Porsche 911 GT3, we've got the team of Wayne Hoffman and the quickest kid in town, Troy Dolenchik. Then we've also got the Van Diemen, which is a team of Chris Perot, Manuela Perot, Goffredo Perot in the Van Diemen. That's also Team Africa Le Mans. Then in the 555 car, we've got Jeroen Blikkemolen, Jan Lammers and Ryan Lammers in the Ginetta GT4 Team Africa Le Mans. So a lot of international flavour there. Then we go down to Class D. Some more big names here. In the PDR Cobra, we've got Giacomo Cinoli and Fabian Lance. We've got Andre Steenkamp and Bruce Vern Taplin. Then we've got Dan Hirsch and Richard van Heerden. Then we've got Sean and Stephen McCarthy together with Brian Fourie. Then we've got another team of Jono Wilson and John Henry Vaughan in the backdraft. Then we've got Jensen O'Neill going together with David May. We've got the team of Mark Gray and Mark Owens, Jamie Going and Liam Turnbull, and then Andre Bettencourt and Remy Juige from France. So I tell you what, David, and I haven't gone through the rest of the, let's just go through the rest of the field there. We also got the team of Martin Bench and Jason Evertson. They will be out there in the 2 litre Golf Turbo. They're the V8 Masters drivers. We've got Fakile Holomisa and Ross Hill in the Lexus Cobra. Then we got Steve Trutter and Mario da Silva. We got Lloyd Brady and Matthew Kohler. And then we got Brett Swanefelder together with Antoni Tully. And nice to have Antoni Tully here, man, from Oval Circuit. Then we've got another team of Wayne Wilson and Stacey Wilson. They should be in a Maxima. I don't see the Maxima on the field though. And then we got Brady Sickle and Isabella Sickle together with Jeremy Castex in the BMW 2.8 that we can see on the field. So David, quite a mixed batch to say the least, with a big contingency of V8 Cobras here.
It's a beautiful, beautiful lineup here, and listen, my heart is with endurance racing, so this is absolutely my bread and butter here. But the great thing about endurance racing is it's the absolute leveler for the playing field here. Doesn't matter how fast your machinery is, it's all about being able to stay out there and keep things going. And also sharing that car with a teammate as well. That's always what I find was the contention. I could set up the car for how I liked it, but it might not have suited who else I was having to share the car. So you have to make some compromises. You have to kind of share the knowledge on how it's handling, what works, what doesn't, what can go wrong after, say, 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours. The great thing about this endurance race is they do have that brief respite at the 3-hour period. They can bring the cars in, have a little bit. I wish I could have like a little bit of a break and, you know, go and have a little bit of lunch, but instead, you know, they get to go back out as well, and the spectators all get to enjoy the rest of the racing. As I said, I mean, a couple of the names that I recognise, of course, the actual Jeroen Blikkemolen out there as well. I'm fanboying a little bit, if I'm honest with you. But then, you know, you've got some huge names out there as well. Emmanuel Pirot, he was all over Killarney's social media because that's a huge, huge deal. But what does that say? And Frankie was saying this earlier. Some incredibly established names in motorsport. All we want to do is get out behind the wheel. Doesn't matter where, doesn't matter when. We just want to do it, and I'm all here for it.
Yeah, no, it's lovely. I was just thinking while you're chatting about the drivers being out there in the cars and managing to have a break, I go and look at the pit crew. Now they sit there possibly for 6 hours and do nothing. Well, otherwise they get called upon and all hell breaks loose, and they've got to get a car back on circuit. So I wonder, where's the pressure, on the driver or the pit crew?
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Because, you know, we give a lot of glory and a lot of the credit to the drivers behind the wheel, but the pit crew are the unsung heroes. From the people that have been on, you know, all the different forums, getting everything logistically set up for the weeks leading up to this, to the people that are on the pit wall waiting for things to go. A lot of credit needs to go to them as well. And very little sleep, a lot of stress, high pressure situation. this is what we all here came for. This is what we live for, and I don't think any of us, if it's the drivers, the teams, anyone involved, would have it any other way, Francois.
Yeah, that's great. As the pace car leads off the line now, that big Porsche GT3 leads off there with young Troy Dolenchek. He's the pace setter, and I think you were here last time when Troy set up the lap record here at Killarney, and also one of the fastest lap records around Africa. And Troy leading out there together with Wayne Hoffman. He's going to be partnering him in that car. Behind them is the Janetta of the Team Africa Lamar. And Dedric has that whole array of backdraft Cobras. There's a few BMWs and Golf stuck in there as well. But yeah, Tony Martin's backdraft Cobras are quite synonymous now with endurance racing around South Africa. We would obviously have liked more of the South African endurance cars to have been here. But obviously it's that time of the year where guys take leave, etc., and, you know, go overseas or to their holiday house or whatever. So given that, but like you pointed out, and I think it is cardinal to this whole race, is the international flavour that's been honoured to us.
100%, and it's, you know, what more could you want? The sunshine, it's the middle of December, where most other climates it's freezing cold. Not that I'm talking from experience here, but this is what you want. You come out, it's glorious sunshine, a huge paddock that is massively supportive, everybody chants everyone else, helping each other out. That's what you want. You want to be around a nice, positive, happy place. And get to see such beautiful range of machinery. We were talking about the Janetta GT3. I absolutely love that G55. I'm devastated that it's not still like out there in top tier GT3 racing, but yeah, that is a big favourite for me. And you know, there's something for everyone. You've got some cars that would almost classify for the classic car races as well out here, showing that they can absolutely hold it up. But here we go, Francois.
Right, so the pace car pulls off to the right, and we are under starters orders. We're going to wait for the lights to go on and off. Come up towards us. The red light is on. The right goes off, and away they go. Troy Dolenchek drops the hammer on the GT3 and works his way down to block coin corner. He goes in there. Up behind him is Jerome Blinkemolen, who sits there in the Janetta. They work their way around. A couple of the backdrafts are trying to sort themselves out, coming into the Uber straight. There they come up towards Castrol corner. And already it is Troy Dolenchek that leads out. Blinkemolen sits there in second place. They work their way through there. They come out of Castrol corner. You see all those backdraft Cobras. Now the AC Cobra, let's face it, is a beautiful car. It originally came out with the Ford motor in it. A couple of guys dropped Chev motors in. Nowadays there's a lot of Lexus motors. The Lexus being readily available and a lot more reliable in that sense of the word, as they work their way now out up towards Sarl Sweep and down towards Pertamina Fastron corner to complete their first lap of a long 3-hour stint, David.
Yeah, it certainly is, as they make their way down towards Fastron corner for the first time of asking. What a lap it's been already. And again, this is now such a crucial time of any endurance race here, the first 10-15 minutes, because this is where it can all go wrong very, very quickly indeed. But again, it's all about just getting into a rhythm, settling down, getting to the car. And I've got to say, I feel devastated because I'm waxing lyrical about the number 500 GT3. And Frankie comes up to me and he's like, David, you do know that it's in pit lane with its bonnet off getting looked at. So unfortunately, some looks like some serious issues down there, and they've not been able to take to the race start, but hopefully we'll get it back out there.
Well, David, just to let you know, some of those Janettas have got aging motors in them, and they haven't been looked at for a couple of years. So, you know, what you see on the iron, there might just be that little bit of metal fatigue somewhere, and then when you go out there after 2 laps, something decides to give the ghost, and it's totally unexpected. But this is going to be a 3-hour race, and let's hope it's not too much of a race of attrition where cars sort of pack up, etc. We want everybody to be there towards the end. And having a look sort of mid-pack what's happening, a lot's happening out there. The Hoffman car, that's with Troy Dolenchek leads out. Blinkemolen's in second and Neil third. The car of McLachlan sits in fourth, Bettencourt, then Hirsch. Then Patamba, he is out there, he's in Class C. I think that is, could be Mikhail that's out there, or Kishore, possibly Kishore Patamba. And then we got the grey car, the John O. Wilson car sits there in 9th. Steve McCarthy's car in 10th. Bench in 11th, Chinoli, sits there in 12th, Holomisa in 13th, Brucevan, Taplin 14, Trutte in 15, going 16, Brady 17, Swanefelder 18, 19 Sickle, then Pero sits in, that's the son that sits in 20th, then I see Claire Vale's out there as well, Claire Vale 21 and Emanuela Pero. Oh, and the car runs off in 1, down in block 1, it's the BMW. I think just a little bit of brake fade, but he's managed to bring himself back onto circuit.
And that is going to be another thing that we're going to be talking about time and time again over the next 3 hours here, is the mechanical fatigue. You've got to have so much sympathy. You can drive the car to within an inch of its life, but if you're not looking after that car, you're going to have things going wrong very, very quickly. But you've got to say as well, out there in front just now, what a stunning performance so far from Wayne Hoffman in that Porsche 991.1 GT3. Absolutely away with it right now. About, what, 8 seconds a lap. That last lap faster, 8 seconds, that shows you. But again, as we saw from earlier on, you can be 3-4 seconds a lap faster, but if your car can't hold together, it's really not gonna matter.
Yeah, David, it's a difficult one to manage. You've got 3 hours, as you say, not even 6 hours. And you sort of look back now, I've been watching the Le Mans series, and you know, they run 24 hours. Yes, you can change brakes, you can change tires, but you've got to manage it. And you've got to have the state of mind whereby you know, listen, my tires are probably now at about 78%. How am I going to get past the next couple of laps? Because I'm only due to go in about 15 minutes. And you're going around a corner and you start feeling the back end break away, or you feel the front end diving into a corner. And how much do I let go and how much do I not let go? Okay, so we've just now decided to don a couple of headphones because we've also got a motorcycle 8-hour that's taking part here, and there's quite a din in the commentary box based on all this. So, you know, we have a look there. It's still Hoffman, Porsche leading out. Blinkermoelens are in second, O'Neill in third, and they have now completed quite a couple of laps. We've still got 2 hours and 54 minutes to go. It's a 3-hour race. David, looking at this 3-hour and worldwide endurance racing, there's obviously a lot that goes into preparing these cars. I mean, things like suspension, motors, obviously, and you've got all those nitty-gritties, those little joins, those little pipe joins on the motor for the oil pressure, etc. You've really got to go through everything to know what's going on.
Yeah, you absolutely do, and we're watching cars coming down into that first corner now. It's so important to have all of the T's crossed and the I's dotted through all of the endurance race, and it's the one thing that'll keep you up at night as well. You know, if there is a failure, you start overthinking it. But listen, this is, as I said, the first 15 minutes always the most important part here, because you're not thinking about the fact that it's a 3-hour race. You're not thinking that it's a 6-hour race. For just now, you're surviving your first stint, you're surviving your first 45 minutes to an hour in the car, and then you start having wildcards being thrown into it. You then start having lap traffic coming into it. You start thinking about strategy. A lot of people think that being behind the wheel is literally all these drivers do, and you need like a degree in engineering sometimes just to work out all the permutations of what you've got to do.
Yes, indeed. It is rather a difficult one there, but having a look at the cars coming down the back straight, down towards Perdamina fast run. There's the Golf. That's the Martin Bench Golf, who's lying currently in 10th place, leading out a whole array of cars there up behind them. That's the Golf, and then up behind them, it's going to be the Holomisa car. So Holomisa pushing hard there up behind him. Brucevan, Taplin will be in there. McCarthy's on there, Giannoli going. They're all out there. These guys are literally nose-to-tail stuff. And like David rightly said, you are going to make one mistake and you're probably going to lose about 10 positions in the process. So it is of a cardinal importance to maintain your position, get a rhythm, stay in that rhythm, and then maintain your scenario, and then see where you are, and try and make up a place or two, and then possibly leaving it down to the pit crew for those brilliant pit stops.
Exactly, and we're already seeing the Porsche starting to come through some lap traffic already. So Wayne Hoffman in that Porsche 991.1 GT3 currently in the lead now, still lapping about 5 seconds faster than the next person behind him here. Just incredible pace from that leading car right now. I would not mind having a little shot in that one. I'm afraid my talent definitely doesn't have enough to cover the insurance on that one, but it's still shown that the 555 of your own Bleakmolen then down there in second position, and you know, being 5 seconds a lap, you know that you're not on pace with them, so you're just racing your own race. You're also not in their class. So for as awesome as that Porsche doing, you know, incredible lap times is, they're in essentially a race with themselves.
They are a race with themselves. They are currently young Troy Dolenchek piloting that Porsche. Jerome Bleakmolen sitting there in the second, Janetta now. Jerome will want to, he's been out before for the Team Africa Le Mans, so is Emmanuel Apero. Unfortunately, one cannot remember everything. I do not remember them. I know Jerome Bleakmolen's been out a couple of times. Yeah, he was also out in that little Alfa, that Ferrari mid-engine Alfa that they brought out, the 155 that he brought around the track here for us as an expose, which was rather fun to watch. But having a look here now, the guys taking it easy around the circuit, not trying to do too much. Yes, we know they are driving at 10/10, but like you say, managing the cars, not over-exerting them, taking them up to pace. I reckon when you sort of go through the gear changes, you don't want to take it into the red. You sort of just take it before the mark and change and manage your pace. You're still doing a good couple of kilometers per hour quicker than the normal man on the road. But the main thing is just to manage the car.
Well, when it comes to me being the normal man on the road, you can easily be several tenths of a second faster coming into any corner. But you're absolutely right. It's what we were talking about earlier. Mechanical sympathy. Just during this, you know, during an endurance race, you have to think about the car. You have to think about the fact that it's not only you that's driving the car. You've got to hand it over. And I can tell you from experience here, having something go wrong in an endurance race in a car that you're sharing with somebody else is a horrible feeling, especially when it's something that you've done yourself. That whole having to explain to somebody, your teammate, it feels horrible. It really does. Now, we are absolutely spoiled for choice here, and as you at home are likely are watching these video pictures as well, we're looking around the circuit and there is just action everywhere. You've got lapped cars being involved here. You've also got little fights as well. But again, from experience here, I try and pace myself a little bit here, Francois, because I've had too many times during an endurance race, I get all excited within the first 45 minutes, and then I need to go and have a nap in the final 2 hours.
Yeah, I get it. Look, I don't see us talking for 3 hours. We'll try and give you updates as we go along, but the main thing here is that in the 3 hours, you can have a great race, and everything unfolds here with about 15 minutes to go, and it becomes a sprint race. And you never know what's happening in a 3 hour or 6 hour, 24 hour for that matter. And we have seen greats, I mean, especially like with the Le Mans series, in the last lap losing it. So, oh, and there's someone going off there, a little bit of dust or something tipping the edge of the circuit there as they go down the back straight. Here's some of the cars coming into turn 1. And Troy Dolenchek still leading out there, Bleakmolen still working his way through.
I'm just looking towards the back end of the circuit there. There's a suspicious set of tyre marks coming out of the gravel there. I do wonder if we've had a little bit of an excursion early on, but everyone's still on the track, so I think they got away with it.
Yeah, look, sometimes you just go a little bit hot into a corner. It is quite warm today, although there's a bit of a breeze blowing, and the tyres too tend to get a little bit sticky, and you can make a mistake. Down there in Block Point Corner, a couple of the backdraft Cobras. There's the BMW coming through there. That should be in the hands of Lloyd Brady and Matthew Kohler. So they'll be running around through there. Or that could be the sickle car, but that can't pick up the numbers, unfortunately. I think what we must do now is like I do at karting, try and pick up a number and then work that as a point of reference. So we'll let you know, as you can see, we know who's where. But to try and pick the cars up, we'll let you know. Right, I'm just going to sort of peek out the window now and see who's you. The leading Porsche coming through here now, and that is Troy Dolenchek who comes through. The 72 backdraft goes through there. And just trying to pick up the number there on the car.
Well, the car that we've got on screen just now is your race leader. That's Wayne Hoffman in the Porsche, but the red, yellow and green one, the beautiful South African livery car, that is going to be Jensen O'Neill sharing the car. I think that's with David May. So they are in the backdraft race in backdraft Cobra. That's the number 94, I believe that is, that's down in third place just now. So that's the one thing, obviously introducing myself to a brand new paddock of racing drivers here. Having to get used to the liveries as well, and that is one that very easily sticks out.
Well, that Porsche, like I said, the Wayne Hoffman's been piloted currently by Troy Dolenchek, a young lad that grew up in front of me doing karting. Very, very quick, very nimble, and like I say, holds the lap record here at Killarney. He's now cruising around the 115s, and that's something that he's very used to. The Bleekemuller car sits in second place there. Then the 94 car of O'Neill down in third. That's Brett Swaneveld and 20 Tully, who are sitting in there in third place in the Cobra. And up behind them is the McLaughlin car. And we'll try and pick up where they're Mike McLaughlin. That's the 72 backdraft PDR 4-litre car of Mike McLaughlin and Steve Clark. We unfortunately don't know who the drivers are that are piloting at the moment, so we're just mentioning the car for you. I just managed to see that Troy got into the Porsche early on, so I know he's piloting up front. Nonetheless, cars running around. There is on screen there.
I think that's Jerome Bleekmolden in the 555 there, second place.
Yeah, Jerome Bleekmolden in second place. He's in the Janetta. That car is obviously part of the Team Africa Lamar, Dr. Greg Mills, and they are working their way around down in second place. So it's nice to have all these drivers out here and the flavour that it adds to it. And I must admit, for a Sunday, not a bad crowd here today, David. I expect a little bit less, but there's quite a lot of cars here today.
Yeah, I think Killarney's obviously put a lot of work into this, and being an international festival, there's tons and tons of activities around the circuit for families and people to do. But we're watching Jensen O'Neill going here in third position, coming under pressure from the number 72, Mike McLaughlin, right now, side by side into that penultimate corner.
Well, Mike McLaughlin has done the South African Endurance Series this whole year with Jensen O'Neill, and they seem to have touched.
Contact, there's damage.
Oh, and we were just talking about it. Now, a little bit of damage coming out there. The rear driver's side fender of the, looks like the O'Neill car is a little bit, oh no, it's McLaughlin. Oh, and he's got understeer, the wheels.
Puncture.
He's got a puncture. He's going to have to nurse that way now back to the pit lane. He's far from pits. He's got 3 kilometers to drive with that car. It's going to be a bit of a torrid excursion.
Do you remember when we said 5 minutes ago about how it was about settling down into a rhythm and taking it nice and easy? Absolutely none of that. And I tell you what, Jensen O'Neill going is no stranger to getting his elbows out. Fiesta Junior, one of the, it's one of the toughest fought junior championships over there in the UK. A little bit side by sides, and I'd love to have seen a replay of that. But look, I mean, it's racing, isn't it? I'm not going to make any further comment on that, but yeah, let's remember it's a 6-hour race, guys. That's yeah, that was an interesting move.
I think what it is, it's a sprint race. You're just giving them 3 hours to manufacture something.
6 sprint races. That's the weird thing, right? When I started doing commentary mainly on the esports endurance races, that's exactly the thing I thought. From my experience, it was like, right, we'll do the first hour, then everything calms down, and then you're just pulling it along, and then it picks back up for the final hour. But when it gets to this stage, it's not. It is literally 6 sprint races, and they're just going for it lap after lap after lap. Listen, that's exactly what we just saw there. And while we're saying that's for 3rd position on the track, remember, that was for 1st position in class there.
I see Mike McLaughlin's keeping that car out there, and it's rather strange because when he leans it on the right into a left-hand corner, he gets a lot of downforce on the tyre. The smoke bellows out, but on the right-hand corners, he seems to be getting away with it. The other thing that bothers me is that the marshals haven't put a flag out for him because he's got a wavering fender on there, and with a little bit of wind around, it could possibly blow off and create more of an upset to somebody. There's Jensen, Bleekemuller and O'Neill having a bit of a scrap there, coming out of podium in a fast run.
A huge thank you to Frankie there, just pointing out that we've just had word that 72 Mike McLaughlin has rear damage and is leaking fluid onto the track there. We did see flags coming out. I wonder if that was the meatball flag, the black and orange flag that means they've got to get back.
Yeah, you've got to go back to the pits and go remedy it. Yeah, and you don't want fluid on the track because that'll create a bit of an impasse for some of the other drivers. So there's the Porsche, and there's Jerome Bleekenmullen, and he's making up a little bit of time there. He's using the traffic to his advantage, and absolutely years of experience coming to the fore. There's Bleekenmullen rolls through. There's the Golf that's working its way through off bench. They've dropped a little bit down to 14, so some of the backdraft Cobras have worked their way back in there. O'Neill still in third, McLaughlin 4, Hirsch 5, Bettencourt 6, Gray 7, Wilson 8, McCarthy 9, and Avern Taplin in 10. Now we saw Bruce Avern Taplin in the classic race in his little Corolla, and now he's out there having a bit of a stint in the 3 hour. So lots happening out there, and we'll have to probably see that McLaughlin car might come into the pitch anytime soon.
I would imagine that's going to be in this time by. We've got a green flag waving just on the entrance to pit lane, but I'm watching the Ginetta GT4 there of Jeroen Bleekenmullen just coming under the bridge there, and I've got to say that thing just looks proper. I was singing the praises of the GT3 G55, but the GT4 variant of the Ginetta is by no means any lesser of a car. It is gorgeous to look at, and you know, a lot of racing heritage with Ginetta from the UK, and they're all over endurance racing. But what I love, and this is what I said just at the start of the race as well, is look, you've got every manufacturer in here that you could possibly think of, and a lot of cars that you wouldn't necessarily think are, you know, top tier endurance racing cars, and they're out there and they're absolutely giving it the beans.
No, that is true. And he's still out there. He hasn't got a flag yet, so McLaughlin's car is still out there. And he's there. You see the smoke coming now as he turns right, coming out there. And look there, the fluid running out of that car. You can see a black stripe behind it. I wonder if his tanker's not leaking.
Well, I also think that the smoke we're seeing is very likely the bodywork rubbing on the tyre as he goes into the left-handers. That's why we don't see it on the right-handers, because when the car bears down on its weight. But either way, what's going to happen is that bit of bodywork, that spoiler, is going to rip itself free and sit in the middle of the track. Now, if that's fiberglass or anything like that, that's, you know, you don't want to be coming across that.
It's a box of razor blades looking for a place to open, as they say. Right, so yeah, car coming up towards Castrol Corner. That is your leader. That's Troy Dolanchek in the Wayne Hoffman Porsche GT3. And that car is looking absolutely sublime at the moment as it works its way through there. And they're just running down the laps. We're in now with almost 20 minutes. And coming up through, there's your man in second place, the Bleekenmullen Ginetta. They're in second place, going there into Castrol Corner and exiting down towards the Landstem King.
Yeah, that 555 car looking very, very nice. And then it's the rest of everybody else. You've then got Jenson O'Neill going, coming down. You've got McLaughlin right onto the back bumper again now, just 7/10 of a second behind Jenson O'Neill going as they go into that first corner there. And again, you can just see all of the smoke coming off of that rear quarter. Obviously, at the moment, race control thinking that's within acceptable limits. And the thing is that it's all very well for us here in the commentary box. They're the ones that make the decision, so they obviously can see more than we can right now.
Well, David, their eyes and ears all over the show.
Yes, I learned that lesson the hard way.
Yes, the eyes and ears all over. Mike McLaughlin is a seasoned endurance racer, and I can assure you he's not going to let Jenson O'Neill get away. He's going to give him as a matter of fact, he's brought him in half a second behind him as they go through the saddle sweep. There you can see there's McLaughlin on the back of O'Neill, and he's pushing as hard as he can. And he's not giving it up. He's not worried one iota with the tyres running off and the bodyworks flailing behind him. And he's giving it absolute carrots down towards Pertamina fast run. There they come. McLaughlin right on the back there now. He's going to be a bit late on the brakes there as they work their way in. Working their way around. Look at McLaughlin catching up on the back there of O'Neill. Oh, this is lovely stuff now as they work their way out of Pertamina fast run up towards the City of Cape Town Bridge. Coming up, and we're going into almost 23 minutes of the racing. Up over the line, now down into Block Coin Corner.
make no mistake, Mark is going to have the bit between his teeth. He is going to have more than some words to say about what went on there. And the thing is, this is why we were in that position in the first place. Mark has obviously caught the faster car right now, and he was going for a move. They were side by side, and there was what looked like contact from what I can remember here. And it's no surprise to see Mark right back on the tail as they exit the right-hander there at Castrol Corner, straight back down towards Dam Step. And this is going to be explosive when they get together. I say that, but 9 times out of 10, it's very cordial.
Well, I don't think the cordial comes into the conversation right now, because McLaughlin is creeping all over the back there of Anil like a cheap suit at the moment as they come out of Sarl Sweep. And this little dice is on, the gloves are off, and I tell you what, it's toe-to-toe stuff now at the moment now as they go down towards podium in the fast rounds. A bit of slow traffic, a difficult line to approach. Who's going to get where? And you don't really give way here because it's an endurance race unless the marshal knows to pitch out a yellow flag. It's backdrafts array, but it looks like Mike McLaughlin's got the upper hand, has got through there on Jensen O'Neill, so he has managed to get the upper hand.
O'Neill's slowing. O'Neill slowing and coming into the pit lane already.
Jensen O'Neill coming into the pits. He's obviously got an issue too from that little bit of rubbing his racing, and that'll count a little bit against him now in the long bit. He'll join the Group 9. Where is he going to be? He's got a lot of work to do now as he works his way through.
Well, that's... goodness me. And we've got 6 hours of this. My goodness me, we're all going to need a sleeping bag and a pillow just to recover from all of this. So he's come down from that 3rd position, loses the position to Mark McLaughlin, and then immediately, and I see that he's pulled the car in rather than in to be serviced, if that makes sense. So.
Well, I don't know what the rule says if you go into a garage where it is a retirement, but maybe it's something you've got to refit. They'll have to refit it in the garage and then bring it out to run again. But that is the nature of the beast when it comes to endurance racing. Something happens that you didn't want to happen and just throws your whole race upside down on its head.
Yeah, that's hard lines there for Jensen O'Neill going there, and I'm wondering if I jinxed it, because I took a photo of him on the grid and sent it to him over Instagram, so I'm thinking I might have just jinxed that. But either way, look, this is exactly what we all sign up for, the thrills and spills of endurance racing here. So 2.5 hours to go in the first part of the Cape. 6 hours. It's still Wayne Hoffman in the leads of the race in Class A in the Porsche 991 GT3. So looks like that was a fairly short pit stop there for Jensen O'Neill going. Is out of the pits, back onto the circuit. That could have just been an early scheduled stop, but I don't want to think so. I think that given the severity of that contact there, they're maybe just giving the car a once over and making sure everything's okay.
Or possibly just something rubbing, possibly in a very critical position that they just wanted to remedy it. So let's have a look there. We got Troy Dolenchek leading out there, then Jerome Bleekemolen. Then in the 72 car, we got Mike McLaughlin out there. Then the 42 car is Richard van Eerde. He sits there in 3rd place. Then the 72 car, we know that is Mike McLaughlin who's out there. And they're running around there. In the 269 car, we've got Andre Betancourt that's out there at the moment. So Andre Betancourt's campaigning in 4th place. In the 172 car, that is or the 127 car, I should say. Mark Owen is out there at the moment. So Mark Owen running the 127. In the 91 car, we got Jono Wilson. Jono's running out there, he's on screen. In the 44 car, we have Steve McCarthy who's out there at the moment. And then we go down, we see McLaughlin has dropped down the order. He's down in 9th place.
I'm thinking he's gone into the pits. Yeah, so I think he's gone into the pits.
As well. Now they can sort that car out, so that's the main thing.
And there's Jensen O'Neill going back in, yeah. So the number 72 back in. Sorry, the other car there of Jensen O'Neill going back into the pits again there, and well, he's pulled it into the side this time, having a chat with his co-driver, and I'm not sure what's going to be going on with that one. We've got the Volkswagen Golf into the pits. The 45 of Martin Bench has made his way in as well. And, well, it's quite the eventful day here.
Well, we see the Jensen O'Neill car going back out again. He was very animated when he stopped. He lifted his visor up and was throwing his arms around, and then his pit manager just said to him, go. So I don't know what that's about.
Yeah, the thing is in the car, the driver feels things. You become, especially in an endurance event, you feel everything in the car. You listen, you're very sensitive to, is the engine sounding a little bit higher pitched normal? What's that vibration? Why can I feel that? Why is it only when I turn left? What's going on here? And at some point, you have to get that checked out there. So, yeah, he's obviously went in. At this point, this is when you want to find those issues on the endurance race.
Right, so having a look here on screen, seems to have 1 or 2 little replays running through here. And, oh, the contact had already taken place when they came out. You see the bodywork flailing off the McLaughlin car. But the thing is, what happened to the other car? And because he came in early, you know, and possibly, let's have a look. There we go, crossing over the line, a shutout. There's nothing wrong with a shutout, but I think he clipped his nose there. But
yeah, there we go.
There we go.
It's when Jensen O'Neill Goings tried to get the cut back. He's been in the toe of the car in front, and he's caught the car unaware, caught the rear right panel of that car there. And yeah, that's a difficult one because it looks innocuous. It looks, you know, there's a lot of what just looks like bodywork, but we don't know if the suspension is out of tow. It could have done anything to either of those cars there. So you can see there side by side and the amount of damage there on that second car flapping about. The thing is, I would have been very amazed if a fraction of that bodywork made it back to the pit lane.
Well, let's hope that a bit of duct tape and possibly a pliers can sort it out. But have a look as he comes out there. He sits behind him, he's drafting him, and he's got the wind up his tail, and now he puts his foot down and bang! And you know what bothered me though, is when he hit McLaughlin, that the back wheel actually looked like it moved.
Yeah.
Has he not done damage to the differential, you know, or the drive shaft or something to that extent?
Well, I think what's important to remember is obviously on that corner, because you're coming out the right-hander through Castro, then you've got the left-hander as well, just a short left-hander before you go through there, as we see the Ginetta GT4 there. It was obvious it was a healthy hit that happened from the two of them there. So listen, that'll be getting looked at, and we'll figure out exactly what happened there. But my goodness me, who would have thought we'd have so much action the first ever?
Well, we're not F1, so we don't have comms with the stewards. I can't tell you what's going on.
So we've got another car in pit lane as well just now. And again, I think this is too early for the first stinted stops here. So these will be maybe issues, maybe give a check over the car, maybe have a look at something that's vibrating or whatever. Is that fuel going in, actually? Can I see? I'm just trying to see down there.
It looks like they're putting... Look, it's 30 minutes. It's a 3 hours, so a 30-minute break in this kind of racing, because it's basically a sprint race, a 3 hour.
So many cars down there, and everybody doing their own little thing now. And again, this is where it came back into, Francois, what we were saying, that it's all about just getting into your rhythm, getting into the vibe of it. And as much as you want to enjoy the race here, this is where you go off into your flow state. This is where you really just almost blank out and just do the lap after lap here. We're seeing our Ginetta GT4 here of Jerome Bleekmolen effortlessly getting past the lap traffic there. And obviously with everybody in their own classes, it's unfair to say slow drivers, because they're not necessarily slow drivers. It's just that's a much faster car. But listen, that takes two as well. Having been in that situation, that takes a lot of effort from both Jerome and from the cars being overtaken.
Look, Jerome's doing a sterling job coming out of Castrol Corner, but he's up here. Now, these Cobras are absolutely no slouches. I watched them in the SAS Endurance Series. They run around with some of the Ferraris and the Lamborghinis. So, they're not hanging around. They're no slouches. But that Ginetta is purpose-built circuit racing car. As he comes through now, he's working his way up towards the Sorrel Sweep. And there, as he approaches one of the Cobras, the Cobra takes his line and he nearly has his nose taken off. Yeah, so the 72 car of McLaughlin is back out on circuit, but we watched the Ginetta barrel down the back straight down towards Pertamina Fastron. But have a look at that. He doesn't just pass. Those Cobras are vibrantly quick. And you can see now, I mean, that is actually nice. The AC Cobra hardtop, they're really a nice looking car. And,
it's a very pretty car. I've got to agree. Just on that thing about, we were talking about blue flags as well. It's one of the things that kind of always amuses me whenever, and we've got to say a big shout out to everyone that's in YouTube chat watching the live stream here today. A lot of comments going on just now, but there's always the comments about, oh, blue flag, he needs to move out of the way. In sports car racing, that's not how it works. The blue flag is an advisory to tell you you've got a faster car. You just have to take your line. You can get in trouble if the stewards or race control think you're blocking the car, but you are perfectly entitled to take your line. And faster cars prefer that. They say that they want you to be predictable. They want you to be safe. They'll do the work. They'll work around you, and you know, that's just what we're seeing there. Jerome just trying to make his move.
I think the perfect explanation for the blue flag is it doesn't mean move out the way. It just means hold your line so the other guy can pass.
Exactly.
You know, that's the main thing.
And it's scary as well, because some of the closing speeds from some of these faster cars to cars that are in a completely different class, you're like, yeah, I'm just having a casual Sunday drive, and then suddenly you've got 3 cars behind you that just appear in the blink of an eye. It can catch you massively off guard. And for drivers that are maybe not used to endurance racing or circuit racing, it's something that you do have to definitely get your head round. So great to see everybody just out there having a really nice time. The one final part I was away to say is watch the end of this race. So as much as it's all fireworks in this first hour, maybe the first couple of hours, something changes from hour 4 onwards.
That last 15 minutes, it becomes a whole sprint race on its own.
It does, but weirdly, the support of nature goes up as well. Everybody just, it's like the racing's done, now we're here just to get everybody over the line. And it's great because you see all the pit crews and everything coming to celebrate, everybody coming out to finish as well. But listen, we've still got plenty racing still to go. We're seeing Jensen O'Neill still going down into turn 1. And at this point, it's like trying to pick a needle out of a haystack, watching all of these cars going through.
Well, still the Porsche leading out, and it's got a good. Now have a look here as these cars come out here. Now there's a lot of heat on the top, but look at them step out. Look at the back end step out there. You can see it. The heat. Those tires are taking. They're very sticky, but they will slide if you push them over the bench. So it does happen. A couple of slow-mos coming up here for the viewers at home. And to that is home here in South Africa and around the world watching this, welcome. We'd love to have you here. And this 3 hour is now approximately 37 minutes into the race. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to hand over to... Don't you want to? Right, so Frankie now decides, you know what, David and I have been put in the bench. We will do the... Have a look at this scrap coming up over the line. And there is Bleekmolen having a look way through for the... As they dive down into a block coin corner, Bleekmolen on the inside. Great braking coming out of him as he works his way through. 2 backdrafts there. Now, obviously, getting out the way for a quicker car gives the car behind Jerome a bit of an inside line, and he's stuck his way up there. So that all happens. But have a look at this coming up to Castrol Corner. What a sight to see. Big muscle cars, V8s, and a little Golf in there, a little 2-litre Golf putting its way in there. But the rest, backdraft V8s with the Ginettas and that big 911 GT3 Porsche out there as well.
So many different storylines going through this race. We're just seeing Jensen O'Neill going into the right-hander there at turn number 4. The thing with it is, we were talking about all of the different cars and the going from the most powerful supercar GT3s that you can have to some of your run-of-the-mill sort of daily driver type cars, and the storylines are absolutely fascinating. The underdog stories that come out with these smaller powered cars as well, the fan clubs that go around them. I think back to the likes of Nürburgring and the Lancia, the Dacia Logan that's there. They absolutely love that little thing. But that being said, I wouldn't mind having a little shot, Francois, of that beautiful Porsche 991 GT3.
GT3, the current 997 GT3, my dream car.
I think that's both of us there.
But yeah, look, hopefully this will ignite for next year. We'll probably have a bigger field next year now that the Motorsport Festival is back. And good to see all the cars out there. I must admit, I haven't seen, well, I might have in the past, but today having a look at that hardtop Cobra, that is a really nice car.
Yeah, it's a very, very pretty machine out there. And again, flying the flag for a lot of classic machinery, a lot of really, really historic marks out there that have been in endurance racing for a while.
Well, Frankie has just let us know now that the second place, Blikkemolen, has just passed Hirsch in turn 3. So that wants to be done in this early stage of the race. Just showing you the pace, but in the same breath, the Hoffman car is 2 laps ahead of Blikkemolen. So it gives you an idea what's happening. Coming down there into Block Point Corner. There's your leader, Troy Dolenchik, leading out in that Porsche, in the 27 Wayne Hoffman car. And I tell you what, he's looking like you said, on a, sorry for the pun, a Sunday cruise. But great stuff there. Have a look at all those backdraft Cobras coming through. There's a lovely little scrap there as they work their way through. How, man, nose to tail stuff. You've got to know your P's and Q's here as you work your way through Castle Corner. The corner forces you wide. You've got to tuck the car in, bring it around and slip it through as we watch the rest of the cars going down into Pertamina Fastron.
Yes, we come down the start-finish straight here. We're currently watching the backstretch here. And again, this is what's so incredibly difficult for our broadcast team, is the fact that there's just something going on everywhere around the circuit. And as soon as we focus on one battle, another 3 pop up. It's a very, very interesting job going on behind the scenes. And again, it's something that I've seen there. But there is our race leader coming through the final corner here underneath the bridge.
Right, great stuff out there now. As we saw Dolenchik go through there in the Porsche GT3. So going through there now, and have a look at these Cobras. These guys in these Cobras are absolutely having a lot of fun. Here we see Blikkemolen coming through there. Jerome in the Janetta there. He goes down towards Block Wing Corner. So he's giving an absolute carrots to that car. He's not hanging around, and that's not the nature of the beast. You cannot get these professional drivers to slow down. They only know one thing, and that's putting your foot flat down on the floor.
Yeah, racing drivers are going to be racing drivers, unfortunately. It's the nature of the beast. You put them behind the wheel and you want to look at a car in front of you. Instinctively, your right foot goes down that little bit further and your brake foot just takes a little bit longer to engage. But again, this is the thing as well, and this is what I love about endurance racing, is the fact that we've got several different battles going on at once, and for a lot of these drivers, they don't know who they're actually fighting there.
Some of the cars out there, there's the Porsche there of Bettergood out there, and he's trying to better his way around. So plenty happening out there.
cracking little battle actually setting itself up here for P3, 4 and 5. You've got Dan Hirsch currently leading the way in Class D in that number 42 Backdraft Cobra. Then in second place in the class you've got the number 269 of Andre Dedric in second place in class as well. So again, they're coming toe to toe. It is showing as 3 seconds, but that gap is coming down. So I think that is going to be a fight very, very quickly indeed.
And like I said earlier on, these are a lot of guys out of the South African Endurance Series. It's predominantly what they do. They know how to drive, they know where to do the hard yards, and they know when to settle down. So we'll have to have a look-see as to what that one's going to be. But nonetheless, great racing out there. And, well, Troy Dolenchek, he'll probably be out there for half the race. And I can assure you he's going to make up some great yards there as he works his way through.
Just seeing the battle for Class E as well, it looks like it's fairly slim pickings right now, because it looks like about 20 seconds, 30 seconds of a lead for IMUSAT in that 11th place. But this is just a replay of some of the dicing that we were talking about earlier on. You've got your GT4 there of your own Bleakmolen weaving about and having to almost pick the way through that main straight there.
Just have a look at this here. Jerome Bleakmolen's coming through as he goes up on the inside. And then watch the other Cobra say, you know what, I'll take that inside line. And easy pickings. You know, so I'm saying staying out the way is one thing, but not getting away some class is another one.
Yeah, and that's the thing with that as well, is that you've got so many fights that you've got going on. Your brain is having to think of several different things at once here, Francois, and it's what I love about endurance racing. It's, you know, you've got your sprint racing, you do maybe say 10 laps or something like that, but this is, for me, this is where my heart is at. I love this stuff. I honestly could, you know, spend an entire hour behind the wheel of one of these things and just, it's almost like therapy. It's almost like a Zen-like experience.
You sound like me. You've got champagne taste with a beer budget.
Well, when I say I've got experience of it, let's remember that it was in a little Peugeot 107. So it wasn't quite the GT3 machinery that we've got out on there. It was a little 1 litre thing, but yeah, I very much enjoyed it.
Well, I'm sure you did. That's the main thing. Is as long as one enjoys it, it's important. I've also had the fortunate bit to do a little bit of racing around here. That's the main thing. And yeah, Hirsch there in picture, working his way through. There he comes. There's Hirsch coming through. Lovely stuff there. These Cobras are really purpose-built endurance cars, and that big 8-cylinder, that's the nice thing about an 8-cylinder, David, is that you don't really have to pummel it. You've got the power underfoot. It's not like a little 1800 or a 2-litre that's screaming around the track all the time.
Yeah, it's about being smooth, it's about being consistent with those types of engines, because if you've got a heavy foot, then you're going to be off into the nearest bit of scenery very quickly indeed. But fascinating battle that we've got going on just now. I think this is for class just now. So again, as quickly as we get a lull in all of the action here, we get another absolute cracker of a battle, and you can see the different lines being taken here. This might be a 6-hour race, or the first part of it, but this is all systems go right now here.
Lovely stuff, and the Blue Cobra coming out there now, holding his line, and he's got the inside line, and he's going to probably force a shutout, although you'll hang on the inside now as you're going to put him in a Fastron, but you have the quicker line on the inside, and easy pickings for him to go through now. Working their way through. They come out now, they're under the City of Cape Town Bridge, and it's the 11 car. So that's the 11 car. That was IMUSAT and Evan Taplin that were having a go at each other there.
Yeah, so that was your class leader there on a non-class car. So that was P9 on track, but again P1 in class on the number 20 car. That was the Class C car, Class D car that was being there. But again, this is exactly what I was saying. They're not technically fighting each other. They're in different classes here, but again, it's a car on track and you're going to have to try and beat it.
Okay, so we got there's Betancourt coming through. Oh, and hard on the brakes. That's Holomisa. Holomisa hard on the brakes. He's there behind Andre Steenkamp as he worked his way through. Maybe a bit late on the brakes, so then had to grab a handful. There's Steenkamp ahead, Andre Steenkamp, and then Holomisa coming through. But managing to hold that car, and that just gives you a synopsis of what the balance of a Cobra is, how well purposely built it is for racing.
And as dramatic as that looks sometimes, and I do mean only sometimes, that can actually be a slightly faster way of driving, especially with how tight that left-hander is. You want to pitch the car in and just absolutely send it slow in, fast out. 9 times out of 10 is going to get you a better position. But again, we're coming up to some real heavy congested traffic here along the start-finish line as Jerome Bleekmolen in the thick of it again, but he's not going to get his own way.
No, that's actually Troy Dolenchek in the Porsche that's working his way through. I know you like the Genettas. No need to get ahead of yourself, David. But have a look at this. This is a whole shopping cart coming up here towards Castrol, and you've got to think of Troy and the backdraft Cobras here. And Troy's just got to be very calm about this one. He's a very excitable lad, but very well controlled and very well managed, and he's working his way through. But there's a car going a bit slower there around the corner. But yeah, it's difficult. And like we said earlier on about this whole 3-hour, 8-hour, 24-hour, the managing the car from the driver's perspective is one thing. But also, while you're trying to do that, you're trying to attack the circuit. And now you've got this mindset. What do I do? Do I do it now? Do I do it then? What do I do? And this obviously is a whole bunch of scenarios. And which one do you pick properly?
As you were saying that was an absolute send into Fastron Corner there from the Porsche from about 2 weeks ago. Managed to make it stick, flashing lights to let the cars know he's there. But listen, as soon as they see him in his rear view mirror, he's absolutely gone. So that number 27 is in a different postcode now. Still doing 117s right now, as that looks like your second place in just making its way through just now. So again, with all of the action going on here, 2 hours 10 minutes left to go here, you'd be forgiven for thinking that maybe the next hour or two was going to be a little bit of a lull. But unfortunately for all of the drivers on circuit, they're not going to get a rest. They're not going to get that little bit of respite. And I wonder, Francois, what the conversation is going to be over the break.
Well, I tell you, but having a look there now at the 350Z, that's the Brett Swaneveld and Tony Tully car that were doing very well in the beginning. They seem to be going a little bit slower. So I'm not sure, is there something undermining that car? We'll have to wait and see. It was a bit of a dream team coming into this. And we'll have to pick up where they are now. The 74 car sitting down in 16th place. There he is. It's just cruising around. It's not really pedaling at the moment on screen. So the 74 car of Swaneveld and Anthony Tully, probably Brett Swaneveld out there. And it seems to be rolling again. We could hear it here from the top of our commentary position in the center of the track. We'll try and show you on a picture later where we do reside on a race day. But Swaneveld are going in there. 350Zs are usually very, very reliable cars. Listen, you don't kill the gearbox and you don't kill the differential, and there's even less chance of killing the motor. It's really, but he is going slow. He's staying on the inside line. Possibly, David, a braking issue? I don't know.
I'm not sure, but his lap previous to that was a 143, just at a 128. So you're absolutely spot on with what you saw. He is picking things back up. Maybe he's had an off at some point during that previous lap there. But either way, for as much as we dig into that, you then get the rest of the race going on as well now. So again, we're looking back to it looks like Class D just now, because I think that's 4th and 5th position. You've got about half a second between 3rd and 4th position as well. So this is intense battling going on right now.
I think someone that's doing very well here in class is the Holomisa backdraft Cobra, and they're lying in the top 10. That's the number 11 Holomisa car, and he was the one that we watched on the earlier replay with the late braking down into turn 1. definitely doing a great job there. Third place there, Hirsch on screen. Difficult, they're not sort of sitting behind each other, they're widely spread, so we pick them up now and again where we get to see them.
Yeah, but this is the danger that we saw earlier on from Jensen and from Mike when these cars are playing with each other into the corners. A little misunderstanding and some very, very bad things can happen. Either way, I think that's going to be the end of it for just now.
Well, as we look now, we are almost an hour into this 3-hour race with about 7 minutes to go. And it's your third place man that goes through there. That's David Hirsch, who works his way through. So we've got Hirsch on screen there, chasing possibly one of the slow cars there, but doing fantastically well. These Cobras, I tell you what, it's all up to the driver because you can basically challenge who you want to, although I see some of them are 4 litres, others are 5 litres, others are 3.5s. So they obviously got different, that's why they're in different class, C, D, and E, and H, etc. Different variations of the motors in there. Then going down into block coin corner is your leader, Troy Dolanchek, in that 911 GT3. A beautiful rendition of Porsche. That was the era when some of the most prettiest Porsches were built. I just say I like the 997 GT3 because I just like the behind of that car is just beautiful.
It's well, it's nearly 12 o'clock on a Sunday, so I think you can say that. But it does. It looks absolutely stunning. It really, really does. And I think that's one of the things with the Porsches.
Well, it's 12 o'clock on Sunday, and I can smell the roast out the oven at the moment. I wish, but nonetheless, to all our viewers around the world and at home, thank you for joining us on this beautiful day. You can see on screen there's not a cloud in sight. It's about 25 degrees. This is light southeaster breeze blowing. You see the trees moving around just a fraction. But that's keeping things cool, because I can tell you without that, we would probably be melting in this commentary tower at the moment. And, well, there was one of the earlier pretenders to the throne. And now finding himself down in about 13th position, the O'Neill car. And, yeah. It's a lot of work with a little bit of a scrub and a rattle. You find yourself in pit lane and then you go and lose about 10 positions.
Yeah, and in pit lane several times as well. So obviously was an issue with that car. And I don't know if it's my spidey senses or something, but it didn't look like its normal self. We'll keep an eye on it just now, but we're watching again just 2 by 2. We've got 2 separate groups here coming across start-finish line. This is the battle for 3rd and 4th position there as Dan Hirsch makes his way. They are still side by side coming down into turn 1, but it is going to be the yellow car that gets on the inside and holds on to that position. I'll tell you what, when you're dicing like this, it doesn't matter if you're in a 1-litre engine car or a V8 supercar, it makes you feel like an absolute rock star being able to dice like this.
Well, David, I'm looking around the circuit. I see Jerome Bleekemolen dropping down here. I don't know if he's in the pit lane. I didn't see him going to pit lane, but there's some other cars coming into pit lane at the moment. So this looks like the hour. This looks like where the changes are going to start taking place.
It makes sense. 55 minutes is usually when you'd start to see the cars come in. And here's another roll of the dice as well. I'll come back to that thought in just a second, because we're back to this fight for 3rd and 4th position here, and this is an absolute cracker, because this is now
they're now 2 and 3.
Yeah, because of Bleekemolen going into the pits here, but down into that fast-drawn corner. And this is anybody's right now. We've still got, what's that, 5 hours left to go in this endurance race, and we're battling like it's the last 15 minutes.
Great stuff there from Hirsch and Bettencourt. They're at each other's throats here. These 2 Cobras are absolutely on song now as they come under the City of Cape Town Bridge down towards turn number 1, block coin corner. Hirsch looking up on the inside, late to the brakes. That's Bettencourt. Oh, and he smokes it and brings it in. Manages to handle that front end with a rear-wheel drive car. You've got a lot of steering there. And, well, working their way through, coming up the Joubert Straight. These guys are going to beat each other's throats as long as they can before they have to pit. And that's possibly why they're running as fast as they can, because now you've got to go and pit and try and get an advantage out of pit lane.
What's catching my eye is that beautiful pink Cobra behind it, absolutely sending it. You watch the tail end of that thing. It is on a mission right now. That's going to be making its way past them very, very shortly indeed. And this is what's fascinating, is the fact that Betancourt is a little bit slower through the first half of the circuit, and then he makes it all coming through that curve on the right-hander here, gets right back up along this back straight here, and is immediately, as they come into Fastron, this is where he's there.
No, that's that pink one is Kishore Patamba that's riding that BMW. They've right down the field, they're down in 18th, so I don't know if he had a problem. They were sitting right up in the front when they started off. There's your Janetta, there's the Bleekemolen Janetta in pit lane now. So he obviously had a problem somewhere and has brought it into pit lane.
Is that him just a way to head in or to head out? He stopped in pit lane there, so while we're seeing that, we're still watching this battle for P2 and P3, P1 and 2 in class between Betancourt, who does look to have gotten the better of Hirsch in that number 42 just now. So it is just all kicking off here, and again it all points to this strategy. How are they going to manage this right now? Because at the moment the Cobra is actually backing the two of them up into each other, while that'll be off into the sunset very, very shortly indeed. So again, just showing exactly how much traffic is on the course here as cars making their way through the Sarel sweep. And finally, we dragged them kicking and screaming back onto the mic, but it's a very warm welcome back to Frankie Younis. Frankie.
Yes, hello, yeah. I was just doing the radio work, and the radio's pretty quiet and picking up some information for you guys out there as we watch. There's that third place car going into our screen, that yellow Cobra just ahead of them. You have got the car number 3 that's down in 18th position. That is the Pit Amber outfit that is sitting out there way down. That's the 2 Pit Amber family members. That's in that pink car. And diving into the pits is the 42. He's pitting out of that 3rd position. I just saw that yellow AC Cobra dive into pit lane. So he's in the pits as we watch the rest of them work their way out of turn number 1, out of block 1 corner. And that is a lovely motor car, that Pit Amber outfit that sits there in that 17th position now, exiting Castrol corner.
I've got to say, I think that's a very clever move from the 42 of Dan Hinch there, because he was caught up behind some traffic that he was going to try and get through, and rather than that, because the move had already been made by Andre Betancourt there, I think that he's decided he's going to go into the pits, not have to deal with that. Betancourt might have a slower lap getting through everyone, and he might actually gain on the net out of all of this.
I think you're quite right out there. So there's a whole lot of cars just running down the back straight. I'll tell you what, it's lovely to see all these AC Cobras of Team Backdraft Racing. Tony Martin and his entire outfit as these 2 cars work their way out of Pertamina Fastron, heading towards us.
Seeing more cars coming into pit lane, and you just touched on the backdraft racing, a huge contingent out there today here, Frankie. And listen, what does it say when you've got drivers coming from all around the world to come and race over here in this arrive and drive format here? It's a wonderful, wonderful setup.
It's great to see so many drivers from all over the world that's come to our lovely little racetrack here in the Western Cape, in Cape Town. They still got, well, we've done an hour and 59 still to go. So we've done 1 hour. There's still 2 more hours left in this one before the checkered flag comes out to end the first half of the 6 hour.
For all of those watching at home, let me paint you a picture of what we've got here in the commentary box. We've got our intrepid pit lane reporter, Francois, looking out the window and has just reported to us that Jerome Bleekemolen actually is getting some attention onto his cooling system just now. They're all in about the pumps and trying to make sure that that car is cooling itself properly and making sure that it's going to be able to survive the next stint here.
Well, they've got to get that car sorted out, keep it as cool as they possibly can. And there's cars, if you have a look at the track map, there's cars all down at the southern end of the circuit. The northern end of the circuit's pretty empty, but there are a few cars heading in that direction now.
I was just thinking to myself as well, one of the things that we've got going is obviously a commentator's WhatsApp group behind the scenes, and we've joked about this, and the question is, Frankie, if I could throw money at you and put you in any one of these cars here, what do you think you'd fancy having a little shot in?
Oh, for sure, the AC Cobra with all those ponies under that bonnet, definitely lovely cars to drive, kit cars, and that would just be my choice.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you heard that here, first 2026 entry for Frankie Hughes getting behind the wheel, but it's such a different kettle of fish, because obviously what we normally see here is the sprint racing here at the circuit, and these endurance races just are a completely different spice here. There's so many different storylines that go on. I mean, the fact that our front two are now completely nowhere to be seen. We've still got the Porsche up there in front, but the likes of Jerome Bleakmolen down there in 18th position as we go side by side down into turn 1. Again, it's that pink Cobra. It is, it's giving it the beans.
Well, it is. That is the Kershaw and McAlpit Amber outfit, and the this is a replay of third and fourth place that was having a go at each other. That Betancourt and Remy Guiou's car. Betancourt, of course, from Portugal, and Remy there from Germany. And yeah, that's the car that came out of the pits, and it was literally in almost a dangerous position. As we watch a replay of this, there is your leader. That is the Hoffman-Dolenchek combination that is in the lead. And just ahead of them, you see that yellow Cobra that is third place. You just saw a fight between them. Well, he was in third place then. That's before we came into the pit area. And he has dropped down that leaderboard now. That's a 350Z that's going through. That is the 74 car, and that is Brett Swanefelder and Antoine Tully. Now, let me tell you something about Antoine Tully. As you just saw that 74 car flash through your screen, that 350Z. Antoine Tully is a ex-oval track racer from Vescas back in the day, and the old Worcester Motor Club, and used to race American late models. There's a lock-up there. That's a 94 car that had a bit of a lock-up going through, and that was Jamie and Jensen going. That's a combination of drivers in that 94 car. There you see it going into Castrol Corner. He was also involved early on in that, well, that car was involved early on with that 72 cars incident going down the main straight. But that's all been sorted out by now. As you see these two Cobras coming out of Damstip, being led there by that 94 car. And he has dropped way off the leaderboard, has that 94 car. Well, no, he's in 6th position. He's actually gained a couple of positions from coming into the pits early on. So with other guys pitting, he has worked his way back up into that 6th position, the 94 car, and that of Jamie and Jensen going.
Well, the pit stop strategy that I thought was going to elapse between Betancourt and Dan Hirsch hasn't quite worked out the way I thought it would, because Betancourt now is around about what's that, best part of a lap. So I wonder actually if Betancourt still has to come in just now here. But again, we're towards the back end of the circuit here, coming through the Sarel sweep, and again, this is what I love about Killarney. It is a track that has got something for all drivers here. You know, you've got your long straights, you've got your tight, twisty, technical sections here, and all within such a nice open space as well.
Well, I just heard AC Cobra thunder out of pit lane. So the guys are beginning to come in. There's another one that's just pulled into the pits just as a matter of interest. So they are beginning to come in. We've got 1 hour and 53 to go. We've done 1 hour and 6 in the first half of the Cape Motorsport Festival 6 hour. And just to enlighten you guys that Class A is being led by Wayne Hoffman. Class B is being led by the 33 car. And that is the Wayne Truter, Steve Truter combination.
Just noticed it out the corner of my eye. It's one of the green cars actually going slow towards the second half of the circuit there.
And that is the car that came out of pit lane. That is the car that's making its way through Dam's dip now, and it's pulled off. He's pulled off on the inside at the exit of Dam's dip. Has that Cobra. You could just see him in the background there. You just saw that car stop. That guy has just pulled off there, or that car, I should say. That driver-car combination had just pulled off there on the exit of Dam's dip.
Also just been told that there is some fluid that's been left on the track at turn 2, so there's going to be a slippery surface flag out there, quite possibly, if they have to try and get that cleared up. And again, that's going to be the worst place that you could possibly have that, because you know you're onto the brakes, but I'm also seeing a lot of the drivers actually taking a much wider line there.
Well, Gaza just flashed past that car that's pulled off, and you just picked it up there in your screen very quickly, but that is the car that has pulled off, and we'll ask Francois on the radio to get confirmation of the number of that car that has pulled off, of that AC Cobra. And look, there was a Golf that just went through your screenshot there, and that car races in Class H. And that is the Clare Vale Dean Hogg car. So lovely to see Clare Vale out there on track racing. As a matter of fact, that Golf is making its way towards Dam's Dip. So if you can stay with this shot, there comes that Golf running alone out of, no, that's not the Golf, but it should be going into Dam's pretty soon. There it comes out of Duckham's Dip, as it used to be called back in the day, or just Dam's. And that is the Class H entry of Lady Racer Clare Vale and Dean Hogg in the Mark I Golf. And they're the only car that is entered for Class H.
So I think, I wasn't aware if you ID'd that car or not. I think it's the Vern Taplin car, the number 20, that's there just now. But I'm also here, and you can see just out the commentary box there, Frankie, we have got a safety car has just come out, so we'll pick that up whenever we possibly can. We can see at the entry, and you can see the fluid down there.
I'm telling you now, it's not only just because of that fluid, it's because that car that is pulled off there on the inside of Dam's, and it is probably in a suspect position, and that is why they have brought out the safety car.
It could be as well, if it's lost a lot of fluid, it might not physically be able to be moved, so they're likely going to have to get that car physically recovered from that location. Well, a little bit of an intervention then, so the safety car comes out, and we get a little bit of respite. That'll back all of the cars back up, but remember, there's going to be several laps difference between a lot of these cars here. But you know what they say in motorsport here, Frankie, safety cars breed safety cars. Is that something that we're potentially going to see here?
Right, so with a safety car that is out, clearly that car is in a very suspect, as I said, position. So they have deployed the safety car to bring everybody together again. I'm sure that safety car will pick up the leader, and that will be the Wayne Hoffman Troy Dolacek Porsche. As a matter of fact, that Porsche is rolling down the back straight. But there's also a problem in Castrol Corner. And we see the marshals putting the dryser down. Clearly some oil. So maybe the trouble that that car had and pulled off when he came out of the pits clearly must have started here in Castrol Corner and then went all the way through Lundstem kink and pulled it off there on the inside of Damstip.
Yeah, you're instantly going to know when something like that happens. All sorts of warning gauges come up, and again, a perfect opportunity, Frankie, for us to say a huge thank you from the bottom of our hearts to the Orange Army out there, the circuit staff and the marshals out there doing a tireless job in looking after and making sure that we can, quite frankly, go out racing, because if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't actually be able to all meet here and enjoy a fine afternoon of racing. It'll be a speedy job, they always do. They'll be putting down some sort of drying powder onto that absorbs any liquid that's on there. And again, you know, a lot of training here. This isn't their first rodeo, so it'll be a fairly short job here. But the thing is with a 6-hour race, you can't take any chances. A lot of people have put a lot of investment into being able to turn up here, and they're all doing it while the cars are still going right. That's the one thing that melts my brain, of course. Personally, I've got some PTSD about safety cars and yellow flags, and yeah, I think you're maybe looking at the only person who managed to spin the car under a safety car.
You were talking about a substance that they used to absorb. Back in the day, we used to use cement dust, which did the job pretty well, but there is a new substance that the marshals use now, and it's called Dryzit, and that works 100 times better than your normal bag of cement, and it's specially designed for this type of thing, and that is what the WPMC marshals use here at the Killarney International Raceway.
And this is always a frustrating time for the drivers as well, because you're left alone with your own thoughts. You've very little chance that you're going to make any communication with the pit lane. You've got no idea what's going on, how long it's going to take, where you are on the circuit in terms of the rest of the position here.
I'm standing here with a close friend of mine, Colin, but why I wanted to chat to Colin is because he's come down with how many, 532 backdrafts? What's going on?
No, it's only 12, Jay, so my role is, I've got a multiple role at the moment, which is fun.
We've got literally wear different hats. Yesterday you had another hat, today you've got a different hat.
Yeah, yesterday I had the ATS Dunlop hat on. My role within the team, the backdraft team now, is to help them with the administration and the technical side of running the race meeting going forward into the new backdraft racing series next year.
Yes, I've heard about that, yeah.
So it allows Brian to concentrate on the technical side of running the cars and the refueling, and you know, we've got 12 cars, we've got 30-something drivers here, and it's a big operation to make sure that the cars run properly.
And so to cut you, Brian's the guy that literally built these cars from scratch.
Yeah, from a dream of Tony to help keep endurance racing alive in this country in the old Roger Pierce series. They built 10 cars as a start and gave them out lent them to teams, and so it's grown. We've got 12 cars here. Next year we should have 15 cars on the grid, and the concept of this new series next year is fun, affordable, or economical, well-run endurance racing.
Of course.
And there's so many guys who've got cars lying around that don't fit in this category and don't fit in. Guys don't want some of the cars to race in their series. Our version of it is, if you've got a car, you want to race endurance, bring it, come and have some fun. You can hire a backdraft, or if you've got from a Mini to a Shelby racing car, Come and race.
That's what I love. That's what I love. It's just opening up motorsport, making it accessible to absolutely everyone, regardless of the car that you have. So, what are these cars doing here today? You said you've got about 12 cars here today for the 6 hour. Are all of these cars campaigning for this full 6 hour, or are they doing a 3 over 3?
The race has been split. Actually, quite a clever idea. So it's a 6 hour race with a 1 hour break in the middle of it.
Yes.
And you've got 2 compulsory pit stops during each race, and they timed.
Okay.
So you don't have to have the fancy, expensive refueling rigs. We're trying to look for safety, give the guys enough time to change drivers, get properly belted in, and give the refuelers enough time to do it really safely. It's the same for everybody. Some purists may not like it, but there's nobody in the pit lane today that I've spoken to that doesn't like it. So we'll run for about an hour, do a compulsory stop, another hour compulsory stop. And there's a whole lot of permutations.
Of course.
What you could do is a compulsory stop on lap 1.
Yes.
Where you probably lose the least time. Or if there's a safety car, it's super exciting. Endurance racing is like a high-speed chess match, Jason, you know.
100%.
Oh, I love it.
Well, this is why we're looking forward to it today. So there's a bunch of backdrops coming out. It's going to be some good racing. So guys, stay tuned. Joseph, thank you.
Thank you very much, Joseph.
Right, folks, here at home and around the world, standing next to me, and I'm very privileged, a man that I know very well, a legend of SA and world motorsport, Uncle Sarel van der Merwe. Sarel, it's an absolute pleasure to have you here today. Having a look at the Endurance Series, you're a man of endurance. You did IMSA and you've been in Germany, all the rest. What is your feeling about being here today, just as a spectator? And having a couple of international drivers over here coming to ply their trade here in South Africa, I just think that it's, or don't you think that it sort of exposes us to bringing in more people? Now, going back to your years, riding in Daytona, etc., having a look at these kind of endurance races, we were saying earlier, what goes through a driver's mind in terms of managing your vehicle for that long period of time?
Changes, yeah. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, it's work now.
Right, so, Sorrel, we were saying earlier you raced Endurance Series at Daytona and around the world. My biggest question to you is, while racing, what is the biggest part of managing your car, or of racing, as say, because you're an ex-driver, you should know?
I think, you know, when you're racing, it's not, you can't, you've got to work the car, you've got to do whatever the car can on the limits, and that's just, you know, we're racing, so there's no, it's about, you know, the best guy wins.
And then while you're driving, I mean, you're, all right, you don't really have ears because you've got plugs in your ears, you've got a helmet on and everything, but your body feels a lot. Does that mean that you sort of feel that the car's not doing something? You have to communicate with the pits or whatever the case may be?
I think you get used to the cars, and you obviously you're trying to get the vehicle at its maximum. And well, I'm actually jealous watching all these cars. I'd like to get into one again. Because racing, especially the V8 cars, just it's a thrill, you know.
It has to be a thrill.
It's a thrill, and it's been I've had a hell of a nice career, but I still miss it, you know.
So we all do. I mean, we loved watching you, but I mean, you've become a senior citizen, and it's not within your means anymore. But it's just nice to have you around. I mean, to me, always yourself, guys like Willie Hepburn, etc., to be able to have legends like you still around that can still cast an opinion on racing. And yes, and I just want to say to the Cape Townians, you stay in Paarl, not difficult to find your house. They must go and visit you. I mean, you're not any better than the next guy, so you like to have folks around. And you recently had a birthday. I wasn't there, but I want to wish you all the best for your birthday. Another year around the sun, and let's hope you have a couple more around the sun.
Yeah, I'm at 80,000 now.
At 80,000, so you're still fresh. First oil change.
Well, I'm still doing whatever I want to do, you know, because I've had out of a nice career, but I still miss it. You know?
I must tell the folks around and at home, I had the pleasure early in the year, we had the Nissan Spirit Rally, and what a blast we had in the dust up there in the northern regions. It was absolutely great, and it was a pleasure being in your, with you and the guys there. And I must say it was a lovely experience to be out there with you guys in the buckies having a bit of fun.
It is, yes, and well, I miss motorsport, you know, and it's nice to come and watch.
Yes.
I still think I must still do one more race. My
Go.
wife will probably have it.
Well, I don't want to say anything, Sorrel, but we might push on your button in the not too distant future.
You're welcome.
But it's been a pleasure talking to you, and I sincerely hope you enjoy your day, and you and your family and your wife have a lovely Christmas. And we will see you next year.
Okay.
Thank you, Sorrel.
I'm having huge fun just standing around here.
Lekker, nice to have you here. Great stuff. Well, folks, that was Sorrel van der Merwe, the king of SA Motorsport here at Killarney today. Well, folks, there we see that replay of that Cobra. It was dropping oil out of the sump in the front, and look how it's snaking under braking, and it obviously lost a lot of oil on track, hence the safety car we have at the moment. That car has been retired. It's been taken back to pit lane on a low bed recovery vehicle. But something coming out there, possibly, I don't know, possibly it could be the sump, it could be a blown motor, I don't know. That was the Clear Vale car, the Clear Vale entry, that unfortunately didn't make it, and that is a unhappy ending to a endurance race. Possibly they might be able to repair it for the second race. And there you see it on the low bed recovery. Right, folks, racing has once again commenced, and the safety car is off. Everything running out there, a couple of guys running a little bit hot, trying to get the benefit of the safety car. They've been into pit lane, they've done all kinds of things now. And your leader, Wayne Hoffman, at the moment. Bettencourt sits in second, Jono Wilson there in third. Going in fourth, David Hirsch, 5. The McCarthys are sitting in 6. Gray is 7th. Chinoli sits there in 8th with O'Neill down in, O'Neill in 9th. And Kisha Patemba in that beautiful purple hot top BM has done absolutely brilliantly to get back up there. There he is in picture.
Yeah, and he is the leader of class. I'll try and pick him up. He's in that. He's in class C. He's the lead in class C, yes. And then if you look down all the way to 17th position, the leader of class H, that is Dean Hogg, Clare Vale. And they're the only car out there in that class, and it is in a VW Golf Mark 1. So they are having tons of fun out there. And here is a 5-speed train, going very, very wide there. That 91 cars in that fight as well, as they work their way through. That's Jono Wilson and John Henry Vaughan, and they've got Mark Owens. So they've got 3 drivers that's in that 91 car. Wilson, Henry Vaughan and Owens, also part of that line. Here is the 555 car that's heading into turn 2, and that is Jerome Bleekemolen. And he is now in 18th position, and he is 2nd in class C.
Yeah, Frankie, they were in pit lane for a while. They had a little bit of a problem with the waterworks on that car, adjusting flow gauges, etc. So they dropped a lot of water. They've refilled it. They've managed to obviously get the airlocks out of the car, and then have got it going again. So great to see them back on track.
Right, that is that AC Cope that went straight off there, going into turn 1 at the restart, and it was well picked up. But he did turn the car around, and he jumped back on track again, and he continued.
The nasty thing about going into the kitty litter is that you pick up all that dirt into the motor, and you don't want that dirt going into your intake, so you want to be very careful about that. But have a look at this. Scraps of plenty as they come out of the City of Cape Town Bridge. They're drafting each other as they work their way down towards Blockcoin Corner. And do you brake late, try and cut inside? Yep, there you can see. You cut inside, you make the most of Blockcoin Corner and work your way around. But you can get a switchback coming back at you and come out there. Brilliant stuff.
Well, that car that you just saw go through your shot in Castle Corner, that is 2nd place car. That is the 269 of Andre Bettencourt from Portugal. And he's a French teammate, Remy Guget, I think you would pronounce that surname. And there's a car that's gone straight off into turn number 1. Never turned left in Blockcoin, ran straight down the escape road. And that is a 74 car that's in trouble once again.
Yeah, that's Brett Swanevelden and Tony Tully. No, that's the 350Z.
That's a 350Z.
Yes, it is. I thought it was a Beamer, sorry.
Yeah, they're sponsored by Wes.Drukkers. And as we talk about them, there is the Mark 1 Golf of Clare Vale and Dean Hogg that's working its way out of Castle Corner. Just as I mentioned, for the viewers at home, it's only Class H entry, and it's working its way now towards turn 3, Dams Dip, as this whole group of cars all the way down from P2 to about P7 roll across the line.
Well, the Janetta's out there plying its trade. 555 down in 18, 5 laps off the leader. But we still got an hour and 27 minutes to go, Frankie. Anything can happen, eh?
Lots can still happen out there. Remember, it's not done until it's done. And this is only the first half. There's that Janetta heading towards us at the back of this group of cars. That is the Jerome Bleekemolen, Jan Lammers, and Ryan Lammers GT3 Janetta. That's picking up this whole group of AC Cobras, working its way out of turn 3, out of Dams. They're 2nd in class, but 18th overall after lying 1st in class and 2nd a couple of hours ago, I suppose you could call it that, as they hunt down this group of 3 AC Cobras down the back straight heading towards Pertamina Fostron.
I'm sure you don't want to be second in class in 18th position. I'm sure they're going to go run for line honours, but they've got a heck of a lot of work to do at this moment in time, Frankie.
Yeah, well, there's only one Class A car that is so far down the road. That is the Hoffman Dolacek, and they posted a quickest lap earlier on of a 1:12.545 seconds, as this trio of AC Cobras has still been hunted down by Jerome Bleekemolen, Jan Lammers, and Ryan Lammers. That's a whole contingency from Holland that is in that GT3 Janetta.
Frankie, now the thing is, he's sitting there behind those 3 cars.
Yeah.
If he makes, or if one of them do something untoward, it can end his race, and he's got to take the right line. There you see the Cobra now ducking in, taking his line, and that Janetta has to now see, where do I attack him, where don't I attack him? Because you don't know, in endurance racing, what is the guy in front of you going to do?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I mean, you would have seen last week in the Formula One race when Lando Norris overtook 2 cars in a whole DRS train, and he had to make the move and trust that the guys with him wouldn't make a mistake. And it's exactly what this 555 car has to do. This Janetta, you got to go for it. They will get the blue flag, and there the marshal is waving that blue flag to let them know that 555 Janetta GT3 is busy carving its way through that group of AC Cobras.
Well, it's moving quickly. He's working his way through the field. We'll see when he goes over the line. Now, does he gain any places? Because he was down in 18th. He's still got a lot of work to do, because one doesn't know where all those other cars sit. Now, he has crossed the line, so obviously he's still got a lot of work to do. There he comes through. He's still down in 18th. So those cars that he passed obviously meant absolutely nothing to him. So with an hour and 25 minutes to go, he's going to have to up the ante. Like I said, when you're in a car like that, you don't want to be down in 18th position. You'd like to be up in the top 3 at least.
Yeah, but it's purely, as you said earlier on, Francois, they were busy sorting out overheating and water problems with that car, and it's back out again. So that's why it's so far down the leaderboard. But rest assured, it's still lying second in Class C.
We have a replay there of the Cobras coming in. That's what I said earlier on. You can come in, you can get the line, but then you run a little bit deep in there, you possibly get a switchback on you. And that's exactly what happens there.
And the thing is, when you run in so deep, you have to trust the guy that's run in deep. Here's a replay again, that he doesn't just dive across your bows and take your nose off. So you hang back so that you give him enough space, as he may just change line in a corner, which of course you may not. So you've got to hang back, but you also got to realize that there's somebody sitting on your tail, and there is the Clairvale DNR Golf, the only Mark 1 Golf out there running in Class H, and they have just worked their way. And the Janetta is going to put a lap there on Claire and Dean as they work their way towards Castle, but they won't mind. They're the only car in Class H, and they've entered this Golf just to have a total blast.
Well, Claire Vale, one of our first ladies of motorsport around South Africa, she does drifting, she races, she's got a big V8 Mustang, she's got a Toyota 88, and now in the little Golf, which I believe T-Nog won the competition, I'm not sure. But out there contending with all these brutal V8s around you, it must be absolutely mind-blowing.
I mean, they are seasoned campaigners, so it won't bother them. They'll just obey the blue flags, hold their line. They'll be totally relaxed because, as I said, they are first in class, second, third, and last in class. And they know that they cannot compete with these other cars, so they're just going to go out there. I think their aim is to get that Golf to the end of the race without any issues.
I think that in itself will be quite an achievement. I mean, I'm sure they've done a couple of 6 hours as well. But nonetheless, I mean, that's possibly a little 2-litre Golf that's got a lot of strain on it. And to keep it going, Claire has a fantastic team behind her, so she'll make sure that's going. Now, just to give you an idea, for Jerome there in the Janetta on screen now, coming out of block coin corner, he's got to go and pass Claire Vale and them to make up a place. Because you can see on screen, Bleekemolen sits behind Claire Vale. So, oh, there's a car going slow there. That's also one of the Genettas that are out there. That's one of the Team Africa Lamar cars. We'll try and pick up on that one who it is, but that one's not looking very healthy. These Genettas are obviously very finicky little cars. They've got a lot to do.
Well, looking at that motor car making its way through Damstep, it was, I think it's only joined the race now. With an hour and 21 minutes still to go, that car was standing in the garage.
That is the Emanuele Perro car.
Yeah, that is the 500 car that is now out on track, which initially was the 555, and that would then be Emanuele Perro, Chris Perro, and Golfredo Perro.
So there they work their way through. 74 120 just left the pits. So the 74 car of Swanefelder and the number 20 car of Evan Taplin seems to be repaired. Well, there we go. So the Evan Taplin car back out after dropping oil.
Well, that's that 94 car that's coming towards us again, and they are snaking, working their way out of turn 5A. And that is the Liam Turnbull and David, no, that's the Jamie and Jensen Going car. And that is currently in Class D, and they're sitting in 9th position overall.
Well, lots to do out there. A very difficult race. It's an endurance race. All kinds of things come to the fore. Tires, water, oil. Well, there we see Claire Valley picture going out there doing very well. That Golf just chewing up the laps as it goes along. I actually haven't even seen it going to pit lane. It might have snuck in and snuck out quite quickly. So all happening out there. We're down in Blockcoin corner, turn number 1 as the cars come filtering in there, working their way through. Now I think the thing that would have benefited us as commentators here today was if they had those digital number boards on the sides that you can see, because looking on screen to try and pick up numbers, we have to look out the window occasionally to see if we can see who's who. But nonetheless, there's the BMW entrant that's in there at the moment, and that is the Sickle car, if I'm not mistaken, that's working their way around. So that's the Bradley Sickle BMW in picture there. Bit of a slow-mo there.
That's the Emanuele Perro, or the Team Perro, you can call them. Emanuele Perro, Chris Perro, and Golfredo Perro in the Ginetta GT4. The other two Ginettas are GT3, the white ones. That is the Ginetta GT4. That's way on the left-hand side of the track at the exit of turn 2 Castrol.
Well, let's hope whatever little problem they got, they can try and iron it out during the course of the day. Possibly see them. By the way, Frank, I was going to say, it's only 6 hours, I know, with a lunch break.
Indeed it is, eh? An endurance race with a difference.
Well, I think it does give people the chance to go and have a look at little problems. Cars going through there at the moment.
Just have a look at that car, that first car of that group locking up there. That is the 269 that sits in 2nd position overall. Andre Betancourt and Remy Guizou, I think you pronounce his surname. And he is 4 laps behind the leader, which is the combination of Wayne Hoffman and Troy Donacek.
And currently you have Wayne Hoffman in the car. Troy has had his stint. So yeah, that Wayne Hoffman Porsche GT3 doing exceptionally well out there, leading out 5 laps ahead of Betancourt. And then it's John Wilson. Hirsch is in there going. So we got the Betancourt-Wilson combination scrapping it out at the moment. And this one, well, John Wilson, not a guy that hangs around. He'll be enjoying himself, pushing it down the back straight there, trying to reel in under Betancourt's car. They make their way down to Podium in a fast run, and damn, man, is this close.
Well, there is 0.4 of a second between, as a matter of fact, from P2 all the way to P5 are all on the same lap. They are all on the same lap. That would be the 269 car of Betancourt and his teammate out there, and it's Betancourt that's in the car, and Raju. Then the 91 car, that is Jono Wilson and John Henry Vaughan, and then also the 42 car of Dan Hirsch, and from America, Dan Hirsch and Richard van Heerden.
Well, Frankie, these guys from all over the world, this is truly an international event when you've got all these drivers from all around the world. Nice to have it, and I sincerely hope now for a change that it grows from strength to strength. Like Sarel said, it'll be nice to get a lot more drivers out here and that we have a lot bigger field. Number 50 back in the pits, that is the Emmanuel Apiro car. Number 50 back in the pits.
Yeah, so they're not having fun at all. They came out late and they are having issues out there with that GT4.
That Betancourt and Jono Wilson scrappers going down to the wire, you would swear they're riding a sprint race. Have a look at them go down into faster on there. Jono Wilson now ahead of Betancourt. Like I said, Jono's not a guy that lays down easy, but they are snaking it coming out of the corners.
Yeah, that position, second and third, has changed around. So when they cross the line, we'll let you know what is the gap between second and third. And it is 5/10 of a second that the 91 car is ahead of the 269. 5/10 of a second that 91 leads 269s. And that is also a change of position. And as I said, together with the 42 car out there of Hirsch and van Heerden, they are on the same lap.
I see Jono Wilson went past the pit wall and his race manager saying to him, take it easy. How can you tell a man to take it easy when you're dicing out with someone else?
Well, in endurance racing, you got to go as slow and as quick as you can, if you understand what I mean. You can't go too slow. You don't want to break the thing, so you got to try and find that rhythm where you look after the car and it looks after you all the way until the end.
Well, I see the Kisha Batamba. It's probably Mikael Batamba there, the purple, pink Z4 came out there now. Well, the Cobra, actually it's a Cobra, the hard top. They did a pit change, so they're back on the track at the moment.
And then briefly also saw the 94 car of Turnbull and, going. James and Jensen going, also went through as well. And they are in the top 10. They are in 9th position. 9th position overall.
I must admit that number 3 car of Kisha Batamba, they've been in the pits. They were quite low down early on. They've made up a lot of place. They found themselves back up to 14.
Yep.
So they're working their way around.
Well, they are still leading Class C, and they are 14th overall. That 3 BMW.
Well, lovely stuff out there. See some of the cars coming out of, there's that BMW riding around there, and they're having an absolute blast now. Not to take anything away from the Cobras and obviously the Porsche and that great stuff, but to have a normal, a normal race car like a BM or a Golf out there, and you lost the endurance, I think it must be a feather in your cap, Frankie.
Oh yeah, for sure, because they don't really want to do that type of racing, those cars, and when you nurse it around, it'll look after you and get you to the checkered flag.
Oh, it's lovely stuff out there. As you can see, like I said earlier, lovely weather. You see the trees moving about. There's a light breeze of about 15 kilometers an hour blowing. It's not too bad. It's keeping things nice and cool down. I cannot imagine to be a driver at the moment with that big suit. There's your second and third. Once again, Jono Wilson and Andre Dedric going at it hammer and tongs. I tell you what, these guys, and have a look at the BM, just sits behind them. He's just traipsing along for the ride. Come down into Blockhoy corner. Are we going to see a bit of smoke on the wheels as we brake? No, we take different lines and we work our way through. Nice to coming there, and then the corner spits you out up onto the curb. You ride the curb, there you see it, and then work your way up now. And I get the idea that Jono's trying to block him. He doesn't want Betancourt to come through, but have a look at him. Jono's smoking it around. Oh, he hangs the back end out. Have a look at that on screen.
Yeah, Jono Wilson smoking and lighting up those rear tires of that AC Cobra. That is the combination of Wilson and Vaughan. They're sharing that car, and it is lighting up its back wheels as it slides around Killarney.
Lovely stuff there. There's the Clearvale entry, the little Golf, just plugging away. Just wants to get down through the first of the 3 hours before it starts the second half. But lovely stuff there. There's the Janetta. Let's have a look now. Still in 18th, Jerome Blickenmullen has not been able to get past that Clearvale Golf. And it almost seems strange, but the position on track, I suppose, is what it's all about. He's got to go and catch her.
That's what it's all about, as this AC Cobras are chased around here by BMWs. And there was also a Lexus that had entered this race as well. And it's actually, it's the BDR Lexus. I think that's a Lexus motor that is in that car. And that, of course, is in the Bettencourt Guizhou AC Cobra.
Have a look at this. Jono Wilson there in Bettencourt. That little beam has been sitting with him all the way. And there's your leader. There's your leader, Wayne Hoffman.
Yeah.
Now he's got a, this is what I said, he's got a major scrap ahead of him. And he wants to get to it.
He's got the same problem that the 555 Janetta GT3 had when he picked up those 3 AC Cobras. How do you get through here and trust the guy that's in front of you? And he's done 75 laps as the 27 car with an hour and 10 minutes still to go. So he has to try and circumnavigate his way around and on the inside and the outside of these cars. And the back Killarney Straight is a good place to do it. He's cleared 2 of them. That's another replay of the 91 car of Wilson and Henry Vaughan that just went sideways through Saddle Sweep.
They seem to enjoy the sideways bit, Frankie, but it's going to be taxing on the tyres. But then again, we've only got an hour and 10 minutes to go.
Yep, an hour and 10 to go before we see the checkered flag on the first half of the 3 hour. There is that, I think that's the Bradley Sickle BMW that's making its way out of turn number 1 out of Blockcoin, and right behind it is that 555 Janetta of Blickenmullen, Lammers and Lammers.
Well, I can assure you that Janetta's going to want to work its way through the field. But the advantage of it is it's an endurance race, so somebody might pit and something might happen in between.
So as we watch that Janetta go through, a lot of you people might remember that Jerome Blickenmullen did the A1 series way back in the day, and that's what put him on the map. Jerome Blickenmullen, that's what put him on the map. And didn't he do Formula E as well, if I'm not mistaken? Yes, he did. He did Formula E. So, but it all started for him way back in the day in the old A1 series.
Well, all happening out there. John Wilson, Saleda, Bettencourt going since they're in P4. The McCarthys have been in P5 for quite a while, which is good. Hirsch sits in 6th, Chanoli, they're in 7th, O'Neill 8th, Gray in 9th, and Truter in 10th. But the disparity of this field, the difference, is quite a lot of time. I would imagine, well, almost 30 minutes between the field in terms of time.
Yeah, no, and then the leader is also 5 laps ahead of 2nd and 3rd, that is fighting out for track position with an hour and 7 on the clock still to go as we watch that Janetta work through Cobra, then the BMW working its way through as well. And I do believe that is a Bradley Sickle BMW that's making its way up the Tygerberg Straight towards turn 4, the double right-hander Saddle Sweep.
Just having a look at the leaderboard, the Chanoli car has moved up into 6th ahead of the Hirsch vehicle. So we didn't have that on camera, unfortunately, but they have moved up 1 place.
Yeah, that is Giacomo Cigonelli and lady racer Fabian Lance. Fabian Lance cut her teeth in karting. and she was a great karter, Fabian Lance, way back in the day. And that is the car that Frans was talking about. You'll see on your strap, your vertical strap at home, that that car is 6 overall and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th in class.
Daughter of the very great Peter Lance.
Yes, indeed, indeed. She comes from good racing stock.
And Peter Lance, as we know from the racing in the Group N days, was a man that always campaigned. He had all the funny cars. He had the Alphas, the Fiats. And all
The Fiat Uno 1400 turbos.
Yeah.
Ran Class B with a 1400 turbo Uno back in the old standard Group N days.
That was a bit of a giant killer back in the days. It was a little Uno turbo. You thought you had a 1800 Golf GTI and a little 2 turbo used to pull up next to you at the traffic lights and give you a little bit of problems.
Give you a hiding. Here comes a pit amber car that is in 14th position and first in Class C. You just saw it work its way through your screen, that number 3 car of Kishore and Mikhail, pit amber in a backdraft. That is a backdraft Cobra, but it's the one with the roof on. That backdraft Cobra. You got them with a roof, and then of course you got them open top as well.
Yeah, I must admit, just my personal opinion, but that hard top, it looks much nicer than a soft top. And I do believe that it'll be better for racing, because with the open top you're going to have vortex turning around in your cabin.
Yeah.
Whereas the hard top you're going to be just having it going over the top.
Because over the top, yeah. So it'll be more aerodynamic basically as the cars work their way out of Pertamina Fostron. You've got 1 hour and 5 on the clock to go, so we're heading towards the end of the first 3 hour. We've just done over 2 hours in this first half of the 3 hour of Cape Motorsport Festival. And it was absolutely amazing. And Francois, you and Gary and myself and Jordan, who's doing the 8 hour bike race today, we were here on Thursday evening with Emanuele Pero and Jeff Mortimer, and what an evening that was.
Well, I must admit, I actually learned a couple of things, you know, going through all the history of F1 and who's what, and how what Emanuele pointed out to us there, how they brought out a book, and I must admit that the fact that he spoke about what the different drivers have gone through, and like he says today, and I've always had the opinion, today's drivers, it's easier for them to drive because of all the aids.
Yes.
But they're going to last much longer. The fitness is a whole new ballgame.
Yeah, and if you look at a modern day F1 steering wheel, there's 200,000 buttons on that thing, and everything means. But a lot of people that don't know is that he was part of the performance team for the 1988 McLaren MP44 of Senna and Prost. And that car won 15 of the 16 races that year. The only race it didn't win was the Italian Grand Prix in Monza, and that was won by a Ferrari of Gerhard Berger.
That's right. To think that Emanuele Pello was the test driver, and a lot that he had experienced in Japan while testing the car was fed through to the McLaren team.
And a lot of folks that are watching this production at home won't know, this is what we picked up as well as we watch these Cobras head towards turn 2 Castral Corner, that his son Chris Piro is part of the Formula 1 Alpine team, and he's the engineer for Franco Colapinto. So that is some good information for you people watching the production. And of course, Emanuele Piro was the teammate of Alexandro Nannini in the Benetton F1 team as well. So some info for the folks at home that never had the privilege to be at the evening with Emanuele Pero.
And you know who came out of the Benetton team eventually, don't you?
Yes, I think when he left, that is when a certain young German by the name of Michael Schumacher stepped into the team, because he was teammate with Nannini at one stage. So when Emanuele Pero stepped out of the Benetton team, that is when Schumacher stepped out of the Jordan team into the Benetton team. And for Michael, of course, the rest is history, what he's achieved.
Run by the infamous Mr. Flavio Briatore.
Yep, quite right. who is now also part of the Alpine setup, as everybody knows. So just some information there as we watch the first half of the 6-hour run itself down. We've got just over an hour to go before we see the checkered flag. And yeah, of course, Emanuele Pirro is the only person to have won Le Mans 5 times, and he podiumed Le Mans 9 times. So it's always good. A lot of people that are watching the show don't know this.
No, that's hence why it's taking part in an endurance series.
Yeah, that's why we're letting the folks at home know exactly. For those of you, a lot of you may know, a lot of you may not know what Emanuele Pirro has done in Formula 1 and World Endurance sports car racing.
Frank, if I may add something. As great as these men are in their sport, we've had Sarah here, we spoke to Manu, I spoke to Jan Lammers. Plain down-to-earth people.
Yeah. And you know, they don't have egos.
No.
We are this, so why would we come and race here in Cape Town on a track that a lot of people overseas don't know about? No, you invite them, they come, and they are fantastic people to spend the evening or afternoon with.
Right, so folks, I don't want to say too much to the folks at home, but I can tell you what, Killarney, we've got a lot of great things for the next year and a half coming up. We've got some lovely, great events organised at Killarney. Go onto the social pages, Killarney International Raceway, put in a friend request, you will be accepted, and have a look. You'll see the calendars up, but in between the calendars sometimes we throw in a wild card. There's a lot coming up. I get the feeling, like I said to David earlier, that motor racing is taking a step forward in South Africa, especially in Cape Town. We've even got the new inaugural speed festival that took place. That's going to be out next year. We've got the Nice the Hill climb. We've got so much coming up next year with motorsport. It's absolutely unbelievable.
Well, when I started my commentary career, we only had a few classes here at Killarney, and over the years, more and more classes, more and more entries, more and more numbers, 4 wheels and 2. So yes, it's definitely a massive, massive step forward in the years that followed up until where we are now. And racing at Killarney is getting better, bigger and stronger. And as I say, upward and forward we go.
Indeed, I think it's going to be a great thing. And having a look on screen here, still all these Cobras giving each other absolute uphill at the moment as they work their way down to Pertamina Fast-Rock corner. Lovely stuff there. There's your second place man there. Betancourt going through. We seem to have lost the Wilson car. I don't see the Wilson car anywhere on the screen. Oh, they dropped down to 12 positions. They must have, are they in the pits? They're in the pits.
Yep, they are in the pits for a pit stop, maybe a change of driver to do the last hour. But there certainly is nobody in the car right now, so they are probably refueling, change of driver, and then take it to the flag with under an hour to go now. We are approaching 57 minutes.
Well, Frankie, they've come into the pit lane, apparently the exhaust came adrift.
Oh, okay. Well, then they got. That's why we got David Christie on the radio to give us that information. And
right, so having a look there, Betancourt going through there, up behind him, Chinoli and Hirsch working their way through. I think that's basically the Cobras. They're all in a line there. Behind them will be McCarthy, Gray and McLaughlin. So that all those there, there's your Betancourt car, or Goings, actually the Betancourt, Chinoli, Hirsch, McCarthy, and then Wilson's in the pits, then you'll have Gray and McLaughlin working his way through there as well.
right, 57 minutes still on the clock before we see the checkered flag come out for the first half. Then there will be a break. We'll have 2 sprint races again. We will have the Keltron Formula Supercars and Fine Cars, followed by the Classic Cars. And then we'll do the second half, the second 3 hour, the second half of the Cape 6 hour.
So Hoffman's really got this one in the bag. He's got to keep it on the black stuff. Going, and then we've moved up into second place, then better caught in third.
Right, I've done a stint, and I'm going to hand over to David Christie, and he will take you with Francois Butler to the end, and I will man the radar binoculars. You have to swap and chop and change, otherwise 3 hours can be long. David?
It sounds like a commentary in a cricket match with the different commentators coming in. But that's just the nature of endurance. And, well, David now getting his baptismal event. 6 hours almost of it, so you'll now know what a full day comprises of here at Killarney. But David, having you here, you that comes from the likes of Knockhill in Scotland, it must be nice to watch in the sun and not in the rain.
You're not wrong there. It's fantastic to have it being nice and warm. And this is what I'm saying. What more could you want? It's a beautiful, beautiful day, as it nearly always is here in South Africa, and perfect conditions for racing. I'm quite happy to never see single-digit temperature ever again for the rest of my life. I'm perfectly happy over here. But yeah, what I'd heard was that 131 had been pinged for potentially dragging their exhaust. Now that's something that I've experienced as well, and as a driver that is one of the most frustrating things, because likely there's nothing the team can do about it. It could just be a stopper or a hanger that's failed or just come out or that, but I've not heard anything more about it, and he's still there in second place, so fingers crossed that it was just a miscommunication, shall we say. But look, I mean, we're into the final hour of this first part of the 6 hours, and it's went so well so far. These drivers have held themselves incredibly well. Some great action out there, a lot of strategy as well out there, Francois, at such an early stage of the race, and still we're seeing some brilliant battles, the likes of Hirsch and Chignoli, 4th and 5th position on track, but 3rd and 4th in class. This is absolutely going to rage on for the rest of the afternoon.
Like I say, looking at the leaderboard, 9th place is the Batambo car. That's that lovely purple hardtop Cobra that we've been looking at. He's been doing a sterling job, and his nearest competitor is down in 17th, and that's the Jerome Blinkemolen Janetta. So there they're doing, and there it comes. There is your car we were talking about, the Batambo Cobra, the hardtop.
There's not many cars that can carry off a pink livery, and that is definitely one of them. It looks well, I'm not sure if it is actually pink. It might be like some vague shade of purple, but either way it is fast and it's doing a grand job. But again, traffic being the issue here, and it almost becomes like a broken record at this point, because you're just going lap after lap after lap, and you're having to overtake cars that are in a different class. You're having to be overtaken by cars that are in a different class, and by this point they're all just settling into the rhythm.
We would say it's pink, but if you were in San Francisco, they would have said it's Cherise.
And this, ladies and gentlemen, is why we have Francois here in the commentary tower. But that's the wonderful thing as well, is seeing the amount of professional support as well, the amount of drivers that have a lot of sponsorship that on the cars as well. It's great seeing that even an endurance event at the end of the year that doesn't have any bearing on the championships or anything like that is still taken incredibly seriously. And as much as these guys are all out here, and ladies are out here having a great time, they're all taking it very, very seriously as well, because make no mistake, you get any racing driver behind the wheel, and that right foot just goes a little bit heavier, Francois, and the left foot goes a little bit later onto the brakes.
You actually get a spasm in your calf and it just stays in front. You know?
Well, listen, I've got a 1.3 litre Ford Ka, so I don't really have those problems. I'm just trying to manifest the life I'd like to have.
It's all right, I ride a 2.8 tractor, what can I say?
seeing some of the cars on circuit over the course of the year, I think, yeah, we've seen quite a few 2.8 litre tractors out there. But yeah, look, it's an awesome race. We're enjoying it up here. I hope everybody at home is loving this as well. Big shout out to everybody that is watching on the live stream. We are very, very honoured to have you join us here on Sunday afternoon for part one of the Cape 6 hours. 51 minutes left to go in this, and then we all get a little bit of a breather, a little bit of a break. We do some lunchtime activities. We remember some fond friends of the local racing scene here in South Africa. But yeah, we are enjoying every single minute. And again, for these drivers, we've seen some driver swaps already, Francois, but really no respite whatsoever.
No, none at all. And I think the big thing here is now you're a new driver, you do a driver change. That driver now that gets out, he can't just rest because your mind is so active. You first got to try and switch off. The guy that's getting in, he's been switched off. He's now suddenly got to switch on at the flick of a switch. Oh yeah, having a look here on screen. Working the way around the replay there, and that is the Bruce Verne Taplin Cobra going around one of the BMWs there. And the BMW holding out on the Cobra saying, stay where you are, just have a nice day. There's the 350Z.
It makes a lot more sense once you see that opening 3 seconds, because that was a very late move there from BMW. Absolutely entitled to it, but you always feel a little bit nervous as a commentator when you see that happening. You're like, oh, I've seen this too many times before. But thankfully, everybody walked away with it, and they're absolutely fine. Just seen some more pit stops happening just now. We've got one of the beautiful green cars. That's the number 20 making its way out of pit lane. That is the Verne Tapler car.
There's Bleekemolen, and there's the golfer Clearveld. So when he goes past him, he'll actually go up to 17th. So you must be feeling quite happy that he might have an overtake manoeuvre on the offing.
Well, I was just thinking to myself as well, to see that number 20 car back out as well. It's 12 laps down to its nearest competitor. At this point, it's probably around about 20 laps down on the race leader anyway. But it's still in there. And this is the crazy thing about endurance racing. It sounds, oh, you know, 15 laps down with 4 hours to go, you're out the race, why would you even bother? I'll guarantee you by the second hour left to go, they're going to have made up at least 3-4 positions because of everything else that goes on here.
And the nice thing about an endurance race is you're in classes. So you might have a 20-minute pit stop, you go back out, you're still second in class because things have changed, you know. Or there's a safety car, and you'll be bunched together again, you have a second chance at it. So it is very difficult. There's your leader going past the Clearveld car. And,
I feel like I have to rein myself in whenever I see that Porsche, Francois, because I'll be honest, I'm just like lusting after it so much. Oh, is that Janetta going slow? Yeah. Oh, that's, yeah, that's going to be coming into pit lane. I think that's got some sort of an issue.
It has indeed. I think they were overheating, they had water issues, and that's the Jerome Bleekemolen. After just passing Clearvale, he comes into the pits. Wasn't a commentator curse, that just happened all on its own.
For any complaints about the commentator's curse, please send them to Francois. But that is indeed the Janetta making its way back in. If that is the Bleekemolen one, then obviously whatever issues that they had earlier on in the day maybe not resolved themselves, or it could just be, well, no, it was going really slowly out of that final corner there, but it does look maybe like we're getting the number 50 back out on circuit as well, so that's fantastic. And I think we are getting the number 50 back out there on circuit. It got pushed out the way, so that's getting ready to go. And you can see the 555 Janetta down there in pit lane. In fact, there is the number 50 just into turn 1. So that was the Sorel sweep that we were looking at there. And again, this is a very different part of the circuit. This back half of it, that long straight there, lulls you into a false sense of security, because before you know it, you're into that incredibly difficult banked corner at Fast Run Corner.
Having a look there, once again the Patambo car coming up here now. They've gone up to 9th. I know Mikael Patambo has been overseas. He's been racing the GTE series over there. And, well, he's got a lot of experience about endurance racing. He's also done a little bit of South African Endurance Series racing. We're missing a couple of our SAES cars here, some of the big guns, but like I said, they're probably on holiday. But the Kishua Mikael Patambo car, that pink one in screen with the hardtop Cobra, is doing exceptionally well, and he's really been up in the ante. At one stage I saw them down in about 18th and now reside currently in 9th place, and now mixing it up with some of the other Class D cars. So he'll be pretty happy in his class that he's moving up there through the ranks.
And you did mention that, obviously, it is an endurance race and there's lots of cars on track at the same time, but they're all in classes, so it would do the drivers well to remember what cars are in their class, because some of them are easy because they're all the same type of car, but some of them, it's a mixed bag of what cars are out there. As that sounded like a jet plane just going past the commentary box there. But the point I was making there is that, you know, you have to be aware of what cars you're fighting with and what cars you're not, because if you come across a slower car that's maybe fighting for position here on track and it's not in your class, you might want to think twice about whether you make that dicey move in a tight corner, or whether you're just going to take your chances.
No, very true, David, very true. Let's just have a look at the classes quickly. In Class A, we've got the Hoffman Troy Dolenchik Porsche leading out by +5 laps. Then in Class D, we've got the 131 going in first place ahead of the Bettencourt and Hirsch vehicle. Then we go down to the yellow would be Class E. Class E's been ridden out 11th place by Al Brady. Then in second place, Chutter, and third place, Holomisa. The Holomisa car was up very high early on in the day, but we'll have to see how they do. Then down in Class F, we've got Bradley Sickle, all on his own, down in 14th place, doing an exceptional job. Then in H, we've got Claire Vale. She's the lowly. Now, Claire Vale, that little goal sitting in P15, I think is absolutely brilliant stuff there. So everything happening there. With, in 9th place, Kishua Patambo leading out in Class C. His nearest rival down in 18th is the 555 Jareem Bloemkamullen, who's now currently in pit lane. And then the 55 of Perot that I don't think is on track at the moment. Yeah, no, it isn't on the track at the moment. So that basically is the breakdown of the classes.
Yeah, and again, it's just everybody circulating now. This is what we tend to see. The first hour is manic. The second hour calms down a little bit, and then the third hour, I'll come back to that thought in a minute, as we have a blue car joining at the first corner there. Didn't quite get an idea of that. Thankfully, just looked like outbroke himself. Won't be the last time we see that through the course of the day. Coming now into turn 2, immediately under pressure there, and again just went straight off. It's so easy to do, to misjudge your braking marker going into turn 1, and then before you know it, you're off into the escape road and you have to then drag yourself across the gravel.
Well, it looks like the leaders have made a change of drivers. They're back out on circuit. So that means Troy Dolenchik will finish this one off, and I trust me, Troy is going to give it a bit of pedal.
Yeah, we saw Wayne in that first stint there. He's been absolutely incredible. But the times have actually drawn back off as well, as we've got into the pit lane as well, more cars coming in. And we've got actually several cars into pit lane. Now this is getting to the end of what you would imagine one of the pit stints that are going to be happening here. We've seen several driver changes as well. I was always wondering how that was going to pan out, whether that was going to be one driver in for the whole 3 hours, but it looks like a lot of them are sharing the honours quite evenly, because the other thing is, you never know if something's going to happen in the second half of the race and the other driver doesn't get to do as much driving.
True indeed, and as we know, maybe one or two drivers got a paid ride. You'd like to get your money's worth at the end of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is that it's a very contentious question. You know, the thought is that motorsport's very expensive. I can tell you, motorsport over here in South Africa, nowhere near as expensive as it is in the rest of the world, which makes me, being the, I was going to use a word there for being Scottish, but I'm not going to use it on air. We're very frugal, it's known, and that makes us very, very happy indeed. Listen, everyone wants to get the best that they possibly can. So again, just getting a replay of that. I think that looked like the number 68 that was off into the gravel. No, it wasn't, because we don't have a number 68. But either way, we catch the tail end of it, and I'll guarantee it happens so often. You miss your braking marker, Francois, into turn one. In fact, you can see the rubber left on the track as he tries to make it happen. And at some point, you've just got to think, yeah, it's not happened.
The big thing is you've run off a bit of tyre there. Now when you're going to brake, and he's coming into pit lane now, car of discussion, so maybe a little bit of tiredness coming in there at the moment, David, that you make that little mistake that you have to outbrake yourself.
Potentially. I think it's more likely that it's just been that he's wanting to check that he's not flat spotted the tyres if he's due in to have a pit stop anyway. The other thing that comes into it is fuel usage, because when the cars use the fuel at the end of their stint, they get light and they handle very, very differently depending on the car compared to how they handle when they've got a full fuel load as well. So it could just be that he's been caught out with that, but we'll figure out when he heads out. It does look like it's going to be a driver change. You can see him clambering out, so we will get an idea on that as soon as they are out of pit lane. But either way, 40 minutes left to go, and it feels like the race just started 10 minutes ago.
Well, this is what we said, and with the last 15 minutes that we'll get to pretty shortly, it'll start turning out like a sprint race. We'll probably see one or two of the cars upping their ante, trying to just get a little bit higher up on the leaderboard. And I don't know if it is the case, but where you end up here is possibly what the grid's going to be for the second race.
Potentially. The other thing that I'm looking at as well is that we've got a little bit of a glitch on our timing screens, but I think that Wilson's going to want to take a photo of that because he's done a lap in 1:04, and that's about 8 seconds faster than a Porsche 991. So I think he's going to be photographing that and putting that on the wall, because that is very likely. In fact, there it goes. So it'll be on YouTube. You can go and snip it and put that on anyway. So it's absolutely fine. Don't worry about it.
Trust me, Jono's the man that's going to do it too.
Porsche are scratching their heads, as we say here. But if you've just joined us, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to the Cape 6 Hours. This is part one, our first 3-hour race of the day. We'll have our second 3-hour race later on this afternoon. It is still just a stunning display out front. The Porsche 991.1 GT3 of the number 27 car, Wayne Hoffman and Troy Dolenchek out there for Hoffman Property Group. Absolutely setting fire to the times right now, as they would, given the performance advantage that that car has. But as we said, it's a multi-class event. 6 different classes taking part today, and in second place, but leading Class D just now. Again, a fantastic performance from Andre Betancourt, and Francois again coming back down to the first pit stops there. It was Betancourt that decided to stay out, and it was Jensen Going that decided to come back in. As we see, this is the battle for 3rd and 4th position then. So this is Hirsch in the, this is the 42, and fighting off with the number 16 as well. So again, this is Class D. So this is, if there is, I think it's Richard van Heerde and Fabian Lantz that are in the car just now. But either way, they are absolutely going for it, hammer and tongs right now. 0.8 of a second is the gap here. And again, this is the question here, Francois, with 40 minutes left to go. How hard do you want to push here?
I think the main thing is you want to keep your competitor within reach, so that when you think it's time to make a move, you can make a move. You know, that's the big thing. It's all, once again, David, just to go back earlier our conversation, strategy, I think, is your main part of this game.
It really is, and it swings and roundabouts, but you can see coming back down this back straight here. You saw a graphic on the screen as well, ladies and gentlemen, watching at home on YouTube, as there's a big bit of bodywork goes flying from one of the cars. That looked like from the front left tyre well, and that is going to leave a mark there, and that's almost certainly could have been at the pit lane. Now, is that a puncture? That's the number 50. and they have been struggling with problems right now. I think that's been a front left puncture that's just ripped off the bodywork from under there. I think that it bounced off of the track there. You can see number 50 is making his way into pit lane as we're watching the BMW, but you can just very faintly make through the timing screen there on the left-hand side. That is absolute heartbreak for that number 50 because they have thrown everything and the kitchen sink to try and get that car running today, and it's just not worked out for them any way whatsoever.
Well, I don't know, David, if that was bodywork or possibly a tyre that eliminated, because it just flew up in the end, flew away. The car itself looks pretty okay.
I don't know about that. I'm watching the struggle they've got in pit lane trying to get it.
It's a tyre, yeah. If you look on the right-hand side, look at how the bodywork is pulled away from the side of the car.
I also saw from the mechanic behind the universal international symbol of something has seized.
Seized, yeah.
So, yeah.
Possibly the bearing or something, yeah.
What I do have to say, though,
is we were just looking down the pits and we saw the guys feverishly busy on the 350Z that you're campaigning in. What's happening with the car right now?
We've been struggling with the ABS issue. End of the straight, the wheels just locked up. So we've got an issue with that, trying to sort it out.
Okay, so you don't exactly know what it is. It's just something with the braking system?
ABS, yes.
So what do you think? You think it might get it back to going?
So we've been having issues since yesterday. We've been running without ABS, so it comes on, goes off, comes on, goes off. So something is, I suppose, a wiring issue.
Okay, well, we do hope you get it sorted. Good luck.
There we go, huge thank you down in the pit lane for that one. But everyone, welcome back then. We are into the tail end of the first part of the Cape 6 hours. Just 35 minutes left to go here. And I'll be honest, we are loving every second of it. It's a very warm welcome back to the microphone for Mr. Frankie Hunis. My name is Dave Christie, and it's an absolute pleasure to be here with you. Slightly invading the box for this one, but hopefully going to be with you more and more through the next year. But Frankie, welcome back. You were obviously, I've got to say, I was nice and quiet and just used my laptop for giving the updates. I've never seen someone so animated when doing the radio updates.
Well, you've got to do the radio updates, and you've got to give whatever information that you hear on the radio when it's your turn to be on the radio. And the marshals keep on talking all the time, and that's the only way that you can keep the commentary team updated. Is what the post chiefs around the track is busy talking to race control or race direction about. And of course downstairs you've got your COCs and you've got your Motorsport SA stewards. They're all down in what we call the clerk's office downstairs, and all the information gets led to them, and then it obviously comes through to us as well to relay to the public that's watching the production and the fans that's sitting around the circuit as well.
And that's why we say a huge thank you to everybody that's involved behind the scenes in these races, because obviously spectators at home and spectators here, they see the cars on track and they listen to us. But again, there's so many people involved behind the scenes. Now, hearing that Jerome Bleekmolen is back out onto the circuit. And
that's the leader that just went through, sorry Dave, went through turn number 1. That is the Hoffman Dolenchek Porsche that's heading along the Joubert Straight towards Castrol Corner, and he is now 7 laps ahead of the 269 car that is there in that second position. That's the Betancourt outfit, the man from Portugal, and he has 7 laps. The 27 car is now 7 laps ahead of the 269 AC Cobra.
Oh, now, I've just spotted something on the timing screens here, Frankie, and this is very, very exciting for me. As somebody who loves a little bit of drama, loves a little bit of stirring things up, take a look at the timing screens and have a look at who's in 8th and 9th position. And that is Mike McLaughlin, who has just got past Jensen going and is now 0.4 of a second ahead then. So the fact that those two are back on the same bit of circuit here, it gets me very excited, but it's high chance that they're the other drivers in it.
Yeah, but if you have a look at all the way from 5th position right down to 9th, they are all on the same lap. They are literally all on the same lap from P4 all the way to about P9. They're all on the same lap.
Right, folks, we've got an interview with Andre Steenkamp, and we're going to break back to the pits.
Andre Steenkamp, you were out in the first stint, the first 3 hour in the number 20 backdraft. We did see somewhere around turn 2, I think it was, the car had come off, and we saw it come off on a rollback. Give us an idea of what happened.
So I did the first stint of an hour, and I actually came in because I had a puncture. So I suddenly spun out, I had a puncture, wheels completely destroyed, so I came in very slowly, managed to make it here, and we just refueled and changed. Bruce took over the car, Bruce Avon Taplin took over the car, and he didn't even complete the lap, so before he could complete the first lap, he spun out in his own oil. So something, oil pipe, something's come off, so we're trying to figure out what the story is, so hopefully they can fix it so he can still go out. Otherwise we'll be ready hopefully for the second one. We've got some engines here in case we need to replace one.
I've noticed you got a couple of spares parked over here, but look, whichever way it goes, best of luck, hope you get it sorted.
Thank you so much.
Right, that was the interview that Jason had there with Andre Steenkamp. So we have now got a half an hour to go in the first half of the Cape 6 hour. And as we were saying earlier on, from round about P5 all the way down to P9, all these cars are more or less on the same lap. But the McLaughlin car is 1 minute and 52 seconds, so he is way down. He's not on the same lap as the 42 car out there. And that, of course, is Hirsch and Van Heerde.
Yeah, I was just noticing that Hirsch and Van Heerde, they dropped down from being in P3, so they've obviously just gone into the pits and potentially gone back out. The thing is, as well, is I would have thought half an hour ago that's maybe a little bit late for coming in for a pit stop, but it could be late into it.
What you call a splash and dash.
Could be, but I mean, I'm trying so hard to be as evenly as I possibly can, but how can you be even with that Porsche going round?
No, well, it's done a 112.545. I mean, that car is basically running more or less 1000cc 1 litre superbike times around the 111, 112s. And that thing is super quick, that Porsche out there.
Talking about super quick, actually, I was noticing that the number 16 of Giacomo Cignoli and Fabian Lantz actually just did their personal best lap time that last lap round there, 123.9. So for their class, that is a very fast. In fact, 123.9. So that was a very fast lap indeed. Is that a slow-moving?
Yes, and as a matter of fact, I saw a whole lot of dust on the exit of Saddle Sweep, and that car obviously put a couple of wheels on the dirt there, and then rejoined, and that slowed it all the way down as the leader makes his way through the turn 5A kink under the City of Cape Town Bridge on the Porsche Straight, racing down towards turn 1, Blockcoin corner. That's also a sponsor at Killarney that hopped on board in 2025, and we hope we can carry on with all our sponsors in 2026.
I was just thinking, I think that was the Nissan actually that went wide there, that's coming into the pits there just now. My eyes might be deceiving me, but that's what it looked like. That is BMW.
Yeah, no, I think that's a 74 car that is in trouble out there.
Oh, it was the Nissan then?
Yes,
look at that.
It is the Brett Swanefelder and Antonio Tully Nissan 350Z, and it did go off in turn 4 in Saddle Sweep. There was a lot of dust, and I see they're changing front left wheel on that 350Z Nissan.
So the action's still going on then, hammer and tongs with 30 minutes left to go here. It's really all action stations right now. We were thinking that it was going to quieten down until the last 15 minutes, but certainly isn't. But we get a replay then, and it looks like it's on the exit of the second to last corner then. And that is the number 50 that we saw earlier on with that huge issue from that front left.
Yeah, well, that was a replay of that AC Cobra running over the rumble strip, and lucky not to lose the tail end of that car, but it was controlled very nicely indeed and brought back onto the circuit once again.
Well, looks like the 74 hasn't had too much of an issue. He's away back out onto the circuit after his...
No, they just changed the front left wheel on the car and sent it back out again. There it rejoins going into turn 1 behind 2 cars, of which that one is the number 3 car, driven today by Kishore and Mikhail Pitamber.
And I wonder how many drivers at this point are thinking about lunch break. I wonder how many of them have got rumbling stomachs, because for as much as we laugh about it, 9 times out of 10 when you're behind the wheel, the drivers are just absolutely focused on trying to beat whatever car that is in front of you.
Yeah, I think that's the last thing that they're thinking of at this point in time is that. They're just completely, fully focused on what they need to do. And we are approaching 25 minutes.
All right, another time to dive over at the pit lane for another pit lane interview.
Well, we were supposed to have an interview, obviously.
Guys, this is it. There's been a pit stop. We are approximately halfway through phase 1 of the first 3 hours of the 6-hour endurance. Tensions are high. People are fighting for their place. These crews are working really, really hard, getting the fuel refilled, checking the tires, doing all of those things. It is exciting, so stay tuned.
Standing here with Fikile, he's just come off of his first stint. Fikile, you did a first just over an hour. Walk us through what the time was like on track.
Now, with the 2 stops of 5 minutes, it makes it difficult because we could have done 1 hour 30 and then 1 hour 30. But I had to do 1 hour, come in for 5 minutes, then I went out again for 40 minutes. So I did about 1 hour 40 minutes. So my partner will do about 1 hour 20 and then we'll finish the race.
Okay, that'll take us through the first 3 hours and then you basically repeat that stint again.
Yeah, we're going to repeat the same strategy for the second 3 hours.
And how was the car out on track? How were you feeling?
The car is good, but it's a bit slippery because of the heat. But yeah, we worked harder than we would have had because of the slippery track. But yeah, it's good. We didn't go off yet. We managed to keep it on the track.
He did say yet, so let's hope you don't. Good luck with the second session.
Thank you, sir.
Fascinating insight into the pit lane and just all of the work that goes on behind the scenes. Always great to hear from the drivers and from the teams, but things drawing to a crescendo in this first part of the Cape 6 hours. And it looks like another issue for the 555 car, which has been absolutely in the wars. I believe that's the Jerome Bleekmolen outfit.
Yeah, that car's been in and out the pits. The 555 is a Bleekmolen car. The 500 car's been in and out the pits, yes, but Bleekmolen, Jan Lammers and Ryan Lammers, they have literally caught up, and then they were in the pits again for a while, and they've dropped down to once again second in class and 17th overall, and they are sitting just behind that 74 Nissan 350Z of Brett Swanefelder and Antoine Tully.
I'm just looking at the times that the 27 Porsche of Wayne Hoffman and Troy Dolencheck are putting in just now. And again, obviously have to preface this with they're in a completely different class by themselves. They're, overpowered compared to everybody else because of that Porsche. But they're lapping 10 seconds faster than anybody else on the circuit just now. But again, the other point that I've noticed is the fall off, and I'll come back to that actually, because we've got yellow flags waving down at turn 1 there, and I'm trying to figure out what on earth has happened down there. We'll see if we can figure that one out. But yeah, the times falling off from the other cars out there hasn't been anywhere near as much as I expected.
So there was an issue in Blockcoin Corner. The marshals have put that flags away now. So whatever that situation was, it's cleared up.
Yeah, just hearing that it was a logistical issue rather than anything that actually happened. So again, going back to the whole lots of moving pieces behind the scenes here, we've got to make sure everything's working, and yeah, that's obviously been resolved very, very quickly indeed. But again, I mean, with these classes here as well, the fact that the 269 car in Class A of Betancourt and Gigwe in that BDR Lexus, 42-second gap already as we're going into the lunchtime break here. That is just a fantastic position to be in.
No, that's about a half a lap behind the 269 car out there are Betancourt and Guizhou. So they are in a pretty comfortable position. There are 7 laps behind the leader, and they are approximately a half a lap behind the 16 car that is in that 3rd position. So all they need to do with almost 20 minutes on the clock to go is just keep that backdraft Cobra pointed in the right direction and bring it to the checkered flag.
So just a reminder as well that you might not see all of the drivers out here for the second half of it, because an option open to them is that they can only, if they want to, they can only take part in that that first 3 hours. But the one bit that always made me curious as someone brand new to, you know, doing a dual event is how, and Frankie, again, apologies if I'm throwing you under the bus here, but how does the second race work in terms of, do they just start from the positions that they're in, or?
That is a good question. It could probably be the way you ended is the way you will start the second half of this race, but that obviously will allow the timekeepers to figure that one out. But that is a question that we can actually go and find out.
I think we're going to have to do that.
And relay that to the public before we start the second half of the 6 hour. Remember, we've got an hour break, but there won't be quiet. We'll have 2 sprint races and then get ready for the second 3 hour, the last half of the 6.
I am going to apologise in advance, because that's just the internal anarchist in me that wants to see all of these lap differences wiped out, just everybody together. There's a huge lock-up again at the front corner there. Big puff of smoke. I think whoever that was that caused that has got away with it, but that was a big, big moment for whoever that was down there.
Right, that 16 car just came past us now, and that is Giacomo Gignoli and Fabian Lance. As we were saying earlier on, she is the daughter of one of South Africa's famous racing drivers, Peter Lance. And as Francois and myself were saying off air, Christy, you were obviously still then in Scotland. We had Group N racing down here, which was absolutely amazing. And we used to have Group 1 racing, and then from Group 1 it went to Group N, which is basically standard road-going cars. And talking about Fabian Lance's dad, Peter, he was very much in the Italian car manufacturers when it came to racing, and we had a Fiat Uno here, a 1400 Fiat Uno, turbocharged. They came out like it on the roads, and they literally ran Class B with those 1400 Unos. And of course, Fabian is the daughter of Peter. So as we were saying earlier on when Francois was on air with me, she comes from good racing stock.
Listen, once you're into racing, it's very, very difficult for it to leave your blood. It's very, very common for, you know, for father-daughter combinations, father-son combinations, mother-son combinations. As we see a replay then, so it's a lock-up. Is that the 350Z again?
Yes, that's at 74, the Swanefelder car, and Anthony Tully. That is a lock-up of that 350Z heading into Block Coin Corner.
Yeah, that car is, if anything, it's absolutely pushing. It didn't really have anything that came out of that, but again, you lose a couple of tenths of lap time here. I love this shot actually coming back from the hairpin right. You know, you get an idea of just how wide that exit from turn 1 and 2 is, and how important it is to get a good exit from that.
Yeah, now you've got to get that 100% correct, but that turn there, for the people that don't know, turn 4 saddle sweep that we just saw on shot there, that is a double right-hander, and there is one line in, and you turn onto, or should I say, you turn on in that line, or in on that line is the right way to say it, and then the car will move out, in and out towards the exit. So the car will walk around, but you do not rectify. If you rectify in turn 4 in saddle sweep, you're heading towards a tire wall. So the line that you go in, your brain will tell you to rectify, but you don't. The line in, the car will walk around where it wants to go with you, and it'll take you smoothly out of turn 4 saddle sweep.
And obviously, Frankie, you'll be the voice of authority compared to myself on this, but I would argue that Cyril Sweep and Fast Run Corner, two of the most important corners on the circuit, purely because of the exits onto those long straights.
Yes, so what the people also don't know, turn number 3, Dams Dip, is also a very tricky corner. You go through the kink, you enter smoothly, and then it closes up on you. And that, throughout the years, especially this year, has caught out many racing drivers. You go in, and then when it closes, the car moves to the left, and it picks up a little curve, and grips the tire, and it spits the car to the right-hand side. So you've got to go in on the right line, knowing that turn 3 Dam Stip will close on you, and it's caught out seasoned drivers already. So 3 and 4 is very tricky.
And there's a noticeable bump just before Dam Stip as well, yes. Right in the worst place, and right on the braking point.
And if you catch that dip wrong, it's going to throw the car's balance off completely.
Yeah, you never ever really want to have that, but thankfully a little bit of peacetime in the action on track there. That's what allows us to have a little bit of a chit chat. 15 minutes left to go in part 1 of the Cape 6-hour race. It is still that Porsche 991 of the number 27 in the leads of the race commandingly. Then you've got the 269 car for Class D in second place, and I think actually it'd probably be quite handy actually to give us a rundown. So I'll go and bring up the everyone that's taking part. We can kind of go through it, because Class D, interestingly, dominating the top 10. We've got 7 drivers there in that top 10, and then you go back to Class C down in 9th position.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to work on, like the NASCAR guys who work on the numbers here, your Class A leader, and it's the only Class A car out there. That is the Hoffman Donacek car. They are leading Class A. Class B, I'm trying to pick up Class B. It says here, all the way down in 22nd position, it's the Emanuele Pirro outfit, although that car has been in and out the pits. Then leading Class C is the number 3 car of Pit Amber and Pit Amber. Leading Class D, well, that of course is second place overall. That's the 269 car of Bettencourt and Guijou. Then leading Class E, that is the 33 car that is out there, and that is Steve Trita and Mario De Silva, also in a backdraft Cobra. That's Class E, and then Class F, that is the 23 car. That's the BMW number 23, and that is trying to just find, that is the Sickle. That is the Bradley Sickle outfit, and he's sitting there in 13th position. And then Class H, well, that is the Claire Vale and Dean Hogg Golf. They're the only car in Class H. They are down in 19th position. So those are your class leaders, and they scatter all over the place with 12 minutes left on the clock.
And interestingly, the team of Claire Vale and Dean Hogg proving a brilliant point down there in 15th position, that you could be in the, what is, you know, on paper, the slowest class out there and still be beating a considerable handful of drivers just because of how reliable the car is, just because of being able to drive the wheels off the car.
Well, leading their class, well, they will be leading their class, but that's not the point. The point that they are still in the race, in P15, and they're not lost. There's big names that is behind them. That says a lot, the way that that car was set up by Claire Vale and by Dean Hogg.
Certainly is. So the action still continues. I'm looking outside the commentary box and seeing the 131 making a move. That's Jamie going and his teammate. I was also noticing that that's the dad of Jensen in that car. So I was seeing all of the hijinks that they're going on to. I tell you what, I bet they've got some stories at the end of this day. But 11 minutes left to go in this first half of the race. Just to remind you what is also still to come today, because it is an absolutely jam-packed day of action here at Killarney. We'll be having a lunch break shortly, and then after that we'll be paying tribute to some very, very close friends of the circuit. We'll be doing a parade as well, and that'll be honouring Jeff Mortimer's 7 decades in motorsport. Before we return to track action, it'll be the second race of the day for the Caltron Formula Supercars and Caltron Fine Cars that take back to the track, and then the final outing for the Lod Classic Cars, and then we get back to it for Cape 6 Hour Heat 2, another 3 hours, and we are not due to finish until 6:30 tonight, and then we've got prize giving as well. But 10 minutes left to go in this first race, and at the moment it does look like it is fairly quiet out there. All the cars circulating. We don't appear to have any gaps less than 10 seconds between cars that are beside each other on track just now. Remember, we've had a lot of pit stops going on, just as I said that. With 10 minutes left to go, looks like one of our final takers into pit lane. That is going to be the number 16 car. That says Giacomo Scignoli and Fabian Lentz in the Backdraft Cobra for Backdraft Racing, making their way back out onto circuit as well. And they'll be finishing off this first half of the race. And again, a lot of conversations as well. They'll be looking through the data, trying to see where they can maybe improve for this second half of the afternoon as well. But again, as much as there's a respite for the action in terms of overtakes and fights for position, this is the dangerous time for the drivers as well, because complacency is one of the most dangerous aspects for a driver. It's so very easy from personal experience to be in an endurance race and just circulating round, and you're doing lap after lap after lap, and you almost fall asleep. You don't literally fall asleep, but it's like you just go into autopilot, and that is when you miss your braking marker. Almost like we saw again from the 350Z, who tried to make a move there into turn 1 on that BMW. Does get that done there, and you can see the leading Porsche 27 car making its way around as well. But again, you have to have 100% concentration at all times when you're doing these endurance events. If you're interested, when you go down to pit lane and you see the drivers coming out of the cars, just look at how much sweat, how exhausted they are when they come out of the car after their stint. I promise you, it's nowhere near as simple and straightforward and fun as you might like to actually think it is. Although it is immense amounts of fun. Don't let me take anything away from that. But 8 minutes left to go here. We went through the classes just a couple of moments ago. So again, you know, we're looking at gaps here upwards of 10, 15, 20 seconds between cars that are, you know, next to each other on the timing screen. So again, I don't really see anything much changing with that, unless anything was to slip in terms of mistakes as well. While we've got a lull in the action, it's a great chance to check in with you guys and girls at home as well. A huge thank you to everyone that is watching on the live stream. Please keep the comments coming. We'd love to hear from it. We're watching you. I can see all the comments on here. I'm not happy with the not nice ones about me, but I'll just blame it on Francois. That's what I usually do. Right, so Frankie, 7 minutes left to go here, and we were warning about some of the dangers of switching off accidentally concentration for some of the drivers. You know, you're just circulating lap after lap after lap, and we see it time and time again. Every 5 laps or so, you'll see a driver that's alone on track locking up the brakes on a lap that they've done 50 of, and yet they still miss a point or make an unforced error.
Well, you know, in any endurance racing, that type of thing can happen. It's, as you know yourself, Dave, it's fully focused out there, and fatigue will set in eventually, even if you have another driver, because a stint is a pretty long stint. As we see the Clare Vale, Dean Hogg Golf go through, Pertamina Foster just moving out the way for one of the quick backdraft Cobras. Yeah, and then fatigue tends to set in, or you just lose a moment of concentration, and it just takes a split second of concentration lost because you are slightly tired, and then you will brake late, or you could make a mistake that could even cost you dearly before the checkered flag comes out.
And again, from experience here, Frankie, at this point in time, with 10 minutes left to go, a lot of these drivers now, they know the back gaps are quite big, so there's nothing really to gain by pushing extra hard right now. Do you think a lot of them are just counting down the laps now until this part of the race is over?
Yeah, you see, this is the time of the race with 5 minutes to go that you at times tend to hear noises in the car that's not there. And then you think to yourself, I heard a noise, something is wrong.
Something rattling in the background.
Yeah, meantime, it's now your mind that's playing games with you, because you realize you are virtually there, and you don't want anything to go wrong with 4 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock before the end of the first part of the 6 hour.
The shared guilt, again, from experience is absolutely unreal. The pressure of not putting a foot wrong, not just for yourself. I mean, it's massively embarrassing if you make a mistake for yourself, but the having to go and face your teammates and your team as well is just like absolutely unreal. Thankfully, never had to have anything go wrong on that, but yeah, it is another thing as well. And for a lot of these drivers that are out here, they might be together with people that they've never raced with before. They might be just racing with someone that they're here for the weekends or whatever. As we've got a slow car there on the right-hand side on the entry into 3. That's going to be...
That's the 42 car. That is the 42 car that is in trouble. That is Dan Hirsch and Richard van Heerden in the backdraft Cobra. Yeah, it is the 42 car of Hirsch and van Heerden, and this is just what we were talking about.
Well,
with commentators curse big time here. This is when you don't want it to go wrong. You are so close to the end of the first half of your 6 hour. You've got 3.5 minutes left before checkered flag comes out, and you are in trouble.
He's dumping fluid on that track, I think. You can see a bright line just behind that yellow Cobra there, and that's exactly what you don't want. But of all the times to do it, 3 minutes left to go.
Well, it was about 3 minutes 45, 3 minutes 50, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
When that 42 yellow backdraft Cobra of Hirsch and van Heerden had a problem, and it's cruising through the Landstem kink towards turn 3, Damstip, and they may not get it back to the pits. They would, well, for them, I hope they can, but there is a possibility of a DNF if you
Yeah.
cannot get that car
Well,
to the pits.
it's still just over there. It's not even down at Daniel's Dip just yet. It's coming up to turn 5. The issue with that as well is, Frankie, there's a lot of unsighted corners here as well at very high speed. I would not be too happy about that car going rounds, but you know, thankfully there's quite a lot of visibility for most of the circuit here. I mean, we're almost at the end of it, but yeah, they're just desperately trying to get that car back into pit lane, because then it's not being recovered and they're not out of the race.
Yeah, that is unfortunately the problem that you've got. As time is running out, that is your leader. That is the 27 Porsche 911 GT3 of Hoffman and Dolacek that are out in the lead. There's 1 minute and 55, so they're going to probably have to go around one more time, because their last lap was, I'll try and find out now if I can see what the last lap was. And that 42 car now is in a pretty dangerous position as they try to limp that motor car back to the pit area.
My stomach's going here, Frankie, because I've seen too many videos. But thankfully, again, over to the right-hand side, after you're through saddle sweep, it's out of the danger there. But I'll be honest, I don't think he's getting that thing back in time. The checker flag will fly. Now, the question is, will that car be classified as still running at the time of the checker flag? Is he going to have any fluid left in that car?
Well, he's just cruising down the Killarney straight. There's 2 cars. The 72 car is also in trouble going down the back straight. That car is also in trouble. That's Mike McLaughlin and Steve Clark. They are also in trouble, and they are lying in
Hang on.
P5
Frankie.
overall. Yes, they're dropping down the leaderboard.
Could it be fuel? With a couple of minutes to go, have they got their calculations wrong and not put enough fuel in the car?
Well, he's made it to Park Fermé, but that is a possibility. You've got 25 seconds left on the clock. They may not have
They're out. They're not moving forward. That's no. I don't think that car's going.
They've pulled off there by Park Fermé, and that yellow 42 car Drama started with about 3 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock, and it started for car 42, and now it's gone to car 72.
Yeah, looks like the 72's got going again. So
Yes,
Mike McLaughlin, yeah, so he's back on. But my goodness me, listen, we were having a quiet time, but the checkered flag is flying, or it's getting ready to fly down on the start-finish straight here in 1 lap's time.
Right, so we've got to pick up the leader because it's 3 hours plus 1 lap. So we'll find that 27 car. It's heading into Castrol Corner. It's heading into Castrol Corner. The leader, as that 72 Cobra has parked by Park Fermé, and the 42 Cobra is still trying, of Hirsch and Van Heerde, still trying to find its way around. So the leader is making his way towards turn 4, saddle sweep. Francois is looking out the window here. Let us know when the checkered flag is ready. We're waiting for the leader. He's blasting down the back straight now, the Killarney straight, and he's heading towards turn number 5. And oh, the Golf has slowed right down as well. Claire Vale, Dean Hogg, they've also got problems on the Porsche straight. But we first got to focus on the leader heading towards us. There is the Claire Vale Dean Hogg Golf. And the checkered flag is out. Oh, let it take evasive action. And Wayne Hoffman and Troy Dolacek win the first half of the Cape 6 hour. And there's a 72 car trying to get itself back to the pit, or to the finish line, I should say.
What drama! Oh my goodness me! Now the thing is, if that number 19,
and it all started 3 hours and 50 seconds in. David, they want to get these cars to the line.
Yeah, they
want
do.
to get classified as a finisher. The 72 car is going to get classified on McLaughlin and Clark.
Oh, Claire Ville's trying to bump start the car just to get it across the line, because if she crosses the line, it classes as a finish and still running at the time of the checkered flag. I think we'll get it. That is the slowest finish, Frankie. Oh, you're joking me. There is no way that thing has just stopped a meter, less than a meter. There we go.
She's made it.
Goodness me.
It literally bounced over the line.
So let's see if the number 42 can do the same, because that's limping home. I have never seen such drama in the final 5 minutes of an endurance race in my life, Frankie.
I see the pit amber cars come home across the line. Everybody will look out the window here for this 42 car, and it's made it. It has made it across the line, so they are classified as finishers. That's Dan Hirsch from the USA and Richard van Heerden from South Africa. Wow. It started about 3 minutes and 50 seconds into it when all drama broke loose here on the circuit.
That was my fault there, Frankie. I said it was going to be quiet for the final 10 minutes, and my goodness me, we had anything but that. Good.
I'm glad you said that, because look what happened. But at the end of the day, they all made it to the line. The 42 made it, the 72 made it, and the Claire Vale Dienhag Class H Golf made it as well.
And that's important, because in the classifications, they're still counted as running at the checkered flag, so they can take part in the second part.
A good couple of laps down in any case, so they got to that checkered flag. The flag was waving for them, and they managed to make it.
Wow. I think we're all going to need to lie down in a dark room after that. That was incredible action towards the second half of that. So,
Francois, your take on that?
Yeah, I'd be very interested here, Francois. What on earth? Because again, I saw you frantically trying to get our attention from the corner on the radio there. But that was.
I saw the golf almost stop under the bridge, and I'm like, this can't be real. This just cannot be real. You know, these guys have been plugging away for 3 long hours. They've been doing so fantastically well. I don't know if it's a fuel problem, and the driver had the state of mind to hit the start key just to jolt it forward all the time.
Yeah.
And it was brilliant. Just got it over the line, and happy days.
Well, she was the one that was most worried about the number 19 there, because it literally came at a standstill as like really fast traffic coming back. I was obviously very worried about that, but it completely stopped. And I'm thinking, how's this going to happen? How heartbreaking to be, you know, meters away from the finish line, and then you see it jolting into life just ever so close. And then I swear to goodness, about a meter, half a meter, just away from the start-finish line, you could not have asked for a crazier finish. But let's hope we get more of that for the second half of the afternoon.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, after 3 hours, just had the state of mind to hit the start key just to jolt it forward. But brilliant stuff there. And going into the pits now, the pink drive of the Batambas, I think they did fantastically well.
Yeah. Listen, I've never been more excited for a halftime show in my life. We'll be throwing it down into pit lane very, very shortly for the halftime show. But oh man, they're going to have so much to talk about, so much to pick apart. We obviously were spoiled for choice with the Caltron Formula Supercars and the Caltron Fine Cars, and then we had the Lord Classic cars as well. But I'll tell you, that gave us everything that we wanted.
Well, I can tell you something, David. That was, it almost looked mundane. The race was looking mundane, and like, what did we say in the early part of the race? The last 15 minutes, and everything just came to fruition. And now we're going to go to a lunchtime parade. We're going to break a little bit of commentary so that us commentators can just have a tad of a break and stretch our legs. ladies and gentlemen around the circuit, and just to let you know, and those around, or the viewers, there's a blue Renault Gordini that's driving behind the pace car, that big Kia, and that is the great Jeff Mortimer, South African rally champion, a man that's was synonymous and instrumental in bringing the Audi Quattro and developing it here in South Africa. He is 90 years old. Yeah, Jeff Mortimer, you'll know all the Mortimer Toyotas around the country. That's Jeff Mortimer. And Jeff in the R8 Renault Gordini. Now, I'm very passionate about that Renault R8 Gordini because my late father had one. And they're going around it there behind the pace car. Lovely car to see. And Jeff Mortimer will give you a little wave as he goes past. 90 years old.
7 decades in SA motorsport, Jeff Mortimer. Few individuals have left an imprint on South African motorsport as deep, enduring and multifaceted as Jeff Mortimer. Across more than 7 decades, his name has become synonymous with innovation, courage, engineering brilliance, and an unrelenting passion for racing in all its forms. From humble beginnings, first navigating the borrowed Ford Anglia in 1955 with Rob Topman in the Lorenco Marks Rally, to racing Morris Minors at Roy Escott Raceway in Pietermaritzburg, and his famous white Renault R8, just like the replicas he's parading in today. Jeff Mortimer's journey mirrored the evolution of local motorsport itself. He was never content simply to compete. He sought to understand, improve, and redefine what was possible. Whether on tar, gravel, circuit, or forest stage, Mortimer's influence was felt wherever a car could be pushed beyond perceived limits. His competitive achievements stand as landmarks in South African racing history. In 1970, he claimed the South African Saloon Car Championship in a Renault R8 Gordini, triumphing against future international stars and seasoned local legends alike. Nearly a decade later, he repeated the feat of defying expectations by winning the 1979 SA Manufacturers Challenge Championship in a winged Z28 engine Chevette, overcoming technology advanced rivals that included turbocharged rotary and Cosworth-powered machinery. Yet Jeff Mortimer was far more than a champion. Busy with a live stream, we can't change it. He was an engineer, a problem solver, and a visionary. He transformed ordinary platforms into extraordinary race winners, building the legendary Little Chevs, creating a V8-powered Marina that humbled the dominant Escorts, and by engineering a Blydenstein engine Chevette that became the fastest of its era. His work bridged the gap between shoestring privateers and factory-backed teams, proving that ingenuity could rival budget. Rallying brought another chapter of glory after several near misses. Mortimer finally secured the South African Rally Championship in 1986 behind the wheel of the fearsome Audi Quattro S1, a fitting reward for years spent mastering both machinery and terrain. Remarkably, even into his 90th year, Jeff Mortimer remained actively involved in building and refining cars, a testament to a lifetime driven by curiosity and commitment. Perhaps his greatest legacy lies not only in trophies, but in the stories, the people, and the cars that shaped an era. He stood at the intersection of generations, racer and engineer, competitor and mentor, helping define the character of South African motorsport through times of rapid technical change and fierce competition. For those who wish to fully appreciate this extraordinary journey, Jeff Mortimer's story is captured in his biography, The Left and Right Stuff, 7 decades in South African motorsport. This limited edition full-color volume offers a first-hand account to the men, machines and moments that made history. Told of one of the sport's most respected pioneers, it is only a celebration of one man's life, but a vital record of South African motorsport itself. Jeff Mortimer's legacy will continue to echo wherever engines fire, innovations are tested, and racers dare to what challenge comes before. Well, there you go. It's just about time for us to move to our interval break and back down to our people down on the pit ground. Over to you.
I said Cape Town. Well,
you did, which it is. We are Cape Town Motorsport Festival, and we are live from pit lane. The view you're getting right now is we had to change it up just a little bit. We were going down the pit. There's a bunch of smoke down at the bottom. It seems like somebody may have been doing a burnout. I'm not quite sure.
We would hope so, because it's an exciting day. So guys, if we have to shuffle out of the way this way, shuffle. We are live in the pits, because why? We want to bring it to you straight from the action. You can see all of these spectators behind us. It has been a fantastic morning thus far. The first round has just got, well, phase one of the first 3 hours have just completed now.
Yep.
So we're hoping to get our hands on those times. We were watching it, but you know, things changed last few seconds.
Yeah.
So Jason, what have you been up to?
And that's exactly what has happened. I'm just here. Oh, V8. So there's a bunch of Mustangs coming down the track right now.
Because they knew I was standing here. I love the sound of those engines.
I'm hoping our eye in the sky, our producer upstairs, he's seeing exactly what's happening on track right now. Once they pass us, we have no idea what's going on, so they might feed to us in our ear. So if you see me doing one of these, at the moment now, we've got a couple of beautiful cars. There's another Ford Capri. You know I'm a big fan.
Fords,
we had a Ford Capri
Alphas.
this morning.
How many Alphas have you seen now?
We saw a red Alpha, 2 white Alphas of various ones. There's some beautiful bikes.
Yeah, look at them.
Here.
They're coming past us right now. Guys, if you can see, I know there's a fence. Sorry about that, but we wanted to get it to you live from the action. Absolutely incredible. All of the variety of cars, from old to somewhat new-ish, and the bikes.
So at the moment now we've got, if on your screen right now, we've got Cobras coming around turn 2. So you would have seen a lot of the Cobras, which are called backdrafts, are coming through. Exiting turn 2 into turn 3. So there's a lot of those on track right now. We saw the Mustangs, we saw the Alphas, we saw the bikes.
So many classic cars.
Yeah.
I walked to the other side. I wanted to get some nice footage and some interviews, and I didn't manage to get any interviews, but I just saw about 25 to 30 classic cars, stunning, just all lined up. We got some footage of that, which we'll play for everyone later.
Well, yourself and Ian were looking at, and it wasn't even a car that was on track. You were just looking at a spectator car, which was an Audi parked across the way.
Yes.
Which apparently you guys owned before.
We did, and so sorry that we ever sold that thing. Absolutely beautiful.
But this is the beauty of this particular Killarney Motorsport Festival. It really is a festival. There are cars from all eras, not only racing in classic cars, which had a stint out this morning, fine cars that were out this morning, on track and spectator cars. There's a little bit of something for absolutely everyone here today.
And I think it really is like a motorsporting festival more than anything. I mean, I know we're always competing, but I felt a little bit more of like a family-orientated vibe. There's a lot of things going on here for the kids, so much excitement, but also not that many oopsies have happened with the drivers. It's almost like they're taking a more sophisticated approach in today's festival.
If you want to put it that way, if we're comparing it to Power Series and to races like which we love, like GTI Challenge, we're looking at it's battle.
Yeah.
It's battle all the time. These guys know, and this is the thing with endurance racing, these guys know I've got to make this car last for 6 hours. So it's not a sprint. It's maintaining the car, make sure the tires last, make sure the engines last, make sure the drivers last for 6 hours. And remember, these cars haven't got air conditioning.
Yeah. Do we have any idea of how many times they've changed drivers, certain cars? Because I know some of them had up to 3 drivers today.
Correct. So if I remember correctly, they were given the option. I think it's compulsory for drivers to change once. So depending on how many drivers a particular car has, you have to do a compulsory pit stop. Some of them drivers would have changed 3 times. Like if there were 3 drivers, you get an hour, you get an hour, you get an hour.
Okay.
Some of them might have 2 drivers, which means you take an hour and a half, you take an hour and a half. Like one example is the interview I did with Fikile, one of the drivers over here, which had a bit of an awkward changing time, but as long as they kept by the rules and they stayed comfortable, that's what they do. And they did the first 3 hours, which just finished, and they get another 3 hours in a few minutes' time.
I've got to tell you, my juices were flowing because I, for like a moment today, felt like I was at like Formula 1 or NASCAR when I saw these cars coming into the pits. fuel pipes were going in. There was fuel splashing. Don't tell the safety marshals about that. Okay, I saw them with blankets drying it all up and everything. But it was the action pack, the speed behind needing to do it when a driver was changing you out, you in, fixing the door, putting the door back on. It's really been exciting.
Absolutely. So I'm just going back to my ear. Sorry, earman, can you please repeat?
Yes, after lunch. We are going to have the Cultron Supercars and the Fine Cars doing their second heat of the day. Very exciting stuff. And then we're off to the final stretch.
The final stretch, and that's where it's all going to count. So some of these cars are just doing the 3 hour, but most of these cars are doing the entire 6. Right. So at the moment we're gonna, after our little bit of a break in our interviews over here, we're gonna come back and actually give some results about where the guys currently are once we've got the results in the last 3 hours of the race. But what I do know is we were upstairs watching the live stream, paying attention to the racing, and at the very
guys, if you can hear that, we are on pits.
Those are the Mustangs coming down the
They're doing it for
straight.
me. They can see me standing here.
100%. Then it was you. So towards the end, we'll confirm which cars they were. But this is what racing is about. Towards the very end, cars that were running for the most part flawlessly during the day, on the very last lap, something happened and they ended up limping around the track. One of those cars was the car that Steve Clark is piloting, and then there was also a Golf that was out on track, and it looks like they were struggling to reach the checkered flag. And the thing is, you have to get the car across the finish line past the checkered flag for it to count. So we'll come back to everybody about that and give them an idea what happens. But just quickly,
a question on that, because what's going to happen now after lunch? It's this final 3 hours for those who are doing it, making it a full 6 hours.
Correct.
Do you think that last hour they are going to push with everything that they have? Because it's a combination of what their 5 best lap times combined. So they might take it easy and, like I said, sophisticated racing around the track, you know, just keeping it cool and calm. But that last hour, they are going to push.
Absolutely. So, look, so usually with endurance racing, you sort of know during the midday where you are within your class. So people need to obviously remember that there are classes here. So yes, there will be a fastest of the day, but there are classes and people are fighting within their class. It's class A, B, C, D, and F. So that's what we're going to talk to the guys about a little bit later. Who's leading in their class, where we are. We're going to cut to interviews in about a minute time. So the things that we are going to talk about in our second segment is we're going to touch on more of those classes.
Yes, where those times are sitting at the moment.
Absolutely. And do you remember this morning? You mentioned there weren't that many oopsies, and Simon's correct. There weren't that many, but they were there.
They were there.
So there were 2 cars.
I'm just so used to the bumper cars. The GTI Challenge guys are not here to give me the bumper car experience.
They are not. So there was a little bit of an oopsie a bit earlier on. We'll come back to those drivers where a bumper was clean off on trap and they did a good couple of laps. But pit lane is amazing right now, and we are going to come back to you guys in about a few minutes with the updates.
Yeah, check out some interviews that we've done throughout the day.
Guys, the excitement is all about. I had to wait for these cool dudes to drop their phones because they were filming this race that just went off now. Guys, what are your names, first of all?
Ashton. Asher.
Ashton and Asher. Okay, what are you doing here today? What are you looking forward to? Why do you love Killarney?
This is actually our first time here.
No! Yay! I got my other first!
Yeah, so we came because I'm studying engineering, so I kind of like cars, and he just came along because I wanted him to.
Yeah. Any drivers that you know, cars that you're looking forward to seeing?
I really want to see a BM. I like BMs. That's about it.
Where's my BMW car classic series today?
I would love to see a Porsche if there is, or like a nice vintage car that's modified. I would love that.
Thanks so much for chatting with me, guys. I hope you have an awesome day here today.
Thanks, you too.
I am just ticking off a whole lot of bucket list items here today. Saw the Ford Capri Piranha earlier, but right now I'm standing behind a couple of G50 Genettas with Dr. Greg right here. Dr. Greg, how are you today, sir?
Very well, thank you. Wish the cars were going a bit better, but such is motor racing.
So these cars that are behind us right now, we don't see them out here at Killarney very often. Where do these cars campaign?
So we have campaigned them in the South African Endurance Series. We intend to do so in the future more often, but we've always campaigned them here in the Cape Town Endurance races at the end of the year. Okay. So it's more of an annual fixture for us. And then we raced one of the Genettas overseas quite frequently. So in the Barcelona 24 Hour was our last race. So it's a kind of bespoke car. There's two different types here. GT3 car, which is a V8 engine car, probably capable of around at 1 minute 12 at Killarney if it's been really pushed. And then the GT4 car, which is a V6, slightly less quick, narrower tires, does around a 119, 120 at Killarney.
Okay, so as the doctor just mentioned, there's one GT4 car and two GT3 cars. The two GT3 cars are the ones behind us over here. You mentioned those were V8s, which I know when these cars were initially made, were they LS motors that the cars had in them?
No, they were VK45 based IndyCar engines actually. So the orange one behind me has the Nissan engine. The one over there has an LS based engine. So the Ginetta factory upgraded from a VK45, which are fairly unreliable, to the LS based engine, which is more or less stock standard with a few oil mainly circulation mods, and then it probably puts out about 550 horsepower.
I love the way a lot of these guys say only and bark out numbers like 450, 500 horsepower. Doctor, we are super excited to see these cars go around the track. I think you guys go out in a couple of hours time. Are these cars campaigning for the entire 6 hours, or are they doing a 3 over 3?
In theory, they're doing the entire 6 hours. We've had a few dramas in the last 72 hours, mainly around the water system in the V8 engine GT3 car. The GT4 car, till now, touch wood, has been pretty reliable. So,
well, it goes without saying that we are in extremely good company today. So we're looking forward to seeing your cars out there in the 6 hour. Good luck.
Thanks so much, and thanks for being here with us.
Thank you.
Can we just not talk? Can we just listen to what is happening behind us?
Right now. Yeah, I don't want to talk to anybody. I just want to stare at everything.
And another one, guys, please, Craig, our cameraman, can you please pan on all of these gorgeous cars coming past? Oh, hello.
So if you had to choose,
oh god, there's another one. No,
are
guys,
you a Camaro or are you a Mustang?
I'll go Mustang.
Really?
Mustang.
I don't know. I'm kind of. Oh, look at this over here.
Oh, guys, you've got it. You know, it's so tight. These cars are actually, you're not seeing what we're seeing, but these cars are struggling to turn around the corner from the pits to come past us.
I'm going to chat to my cameraman, Craig. Are you going to hate me if I ask you to pan that way?
Okay.
I want these guys to see what's happening.
Because if I had that car and I scratched it coming out of a pit lane, I would cry.
Okay, he made it. Well done. Oh, wow. I love all of that chrome.
Look at it.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that is a Bel Air.
Here they come. We just got to just keep panning to the cars that are going to come behind us. Okay. Absolutely amazing.
Got a little bit of a Ford Escort over here. So the first time I saw this car, right? True story. My uncle had bought one. And I must have been about 5 or 6 years old. And I said to my dad, Dad, when I'm big, I'm going to buy you a car like Uncle has got. And that was the car. Because I loved the look and the shape of that car when it first launched.
Now we got some bikes. Oh, and they're playing music.
That's the kind of bike that I want.
This is a vibe.
That is the kind of bike that I want.
Absolutely amazing. Okay, okay, you tell me what this car is before we go to times, because I really want to know.
I don't know.
It's patina, right?
I do know.
Patina
it's
when they paint it like that?
From California.
Wow.
It's a Hudson Hornet, like in cars. Yeah.
Oh,
I didn't want to say it out loud.
Movie.
I didn't want to get it wrong, but
that
yes.
That is a highway.
But
okay, let's not sing on camera.
With life being a highway, today is the highway of the Cape Motorsport Festival.
Absolutely a vibe. Guys, we weren't lying.
That.
Absolutely. Okay, so the cars are the distraction of the cars.
The distraction of the cars is done,
out of the way. Okay, perfect. So, guys, the first 3 hours, as we've said, has just completed. And you've got that times. I got the Lauda Classic cars.
I do. So, we were chatting earlier about, you mentioned that there were no whoopsies during the day.
Yes.
And I mentioned that there was a small one, and probably one of the bigger ones that we've had. And when I say big, it was still very minuscule, but in relation to the rest of it, it wasn't that bad. So, we had car number 94. That's Jay O'Neill and D. May, and he came together with car number 72, that's Steve Clark and a McLaughlin down the back straight, where I'm not too sure what happened. We caught the tail end of it, where they knocked the back bumper off, but the cars never pitted.
It's carried on going.
There were parts hanging off, but being an endurance race, it's about how many laps you can finish in a certain amount of time. So the guys were just going, and And the replay will be on screen right now. Steve Clark just kept on going, bumper hanging off the side, you know, so absolutely no
perseverance. It is an endurance, 100%, right?
100%. You need to keep going regardless of what happens.
Yeah.
So that was one of the bigger oopsies on track today. But we were watching them going around and around the track, and we were actually upstairs.
Yes.
You know, we were saying that, look at these guys not stopping their cars. This is pure determination. Guys just knowing that I need to get the laps in, because
there
that's
was even an instance of some oil that had landed on the, and they just also kept on going.
Well, there was.
We struggled to find the footage.
100%, and we eventually got through to it. But that being said, we ended 3 hours without any serious incident. So where we're standing on top, we're looking at up in Class A. So there's a Porsche out on track that you may have seen. That is T. Dolenchik and W. Hoffman. They are the leaders in Class A currently. Their best time around the track so far was 1 minute 12s. That is quick fast.
I was going to say, Troy is such an amazing driver.
He is.
Does he just get the good cars, or is he just the most brilliant driver? I don't know. Is it a combination of both?
He wants to hear you say it's the drive. You know, it doesn't come down to the car, it's the drive, but
Yeah.
you're right. It's always a combination of both.
Absolutely.
Always. Then up in Class B, if I'm just going through the numbers over here, up in Class B, we've got E. Pirro, C. Pirro, and G. Pirro. I've got a sneaky suspicion they're related.
You think?
They must be.
I mean,
That's Emanuele and his sons. I just got it through my...
so a dad and two sons.
100%, so they're doing well in Class B. In Class C, whoever got up here, in Class C, I'm just looking at the times here, 14 laps, 1 lap, 121. In the Class C competitors, we've got Cape International and International are there as well. Class D, we've got So Kashua Patamba and Mikhail Patamba, and apparently Mikhail is the son and he's raced overseas, so a good pairing over there.
Wow.
And
We've got quite a few international drivers here today, which is absolutely incredible for Cape Town, South Africa.
100%.
You know, Killarney International Raceway. We call it international for a reason.
Absolutely.
Because we do attract that talent.
Today. Yeah. And I've got a shout out to the entire backdrop series. And even the Genettas over here, they've brought through some real talent. You know, so thank you to all of those guys for coming through today and gracing us with your presence. It's absolutely amazing. And then in Class D, we've got A. Betancourt and R. I cannot pronounce that name. Gigi, I don't know how to say it.
Gugio?
Yes,
no?
it's a very sexy name.
Me and these European names.
I can't be sexy. Up in Class C, in Class E, we got S. Tutor and M. De Silva. And then down in, where's the F? I saw an F here somewhere. There we go. That's
you got glasses on. I'm helping you without glasses on.
Closer to home, we got Bradley Sickle and Isabella Sickle. That is a father and son pairing.
Daughter.
Sorry, I do apologize, father and daughter pairing. And I actually chatted to Bradley about it earlier on. He was saying that his daughter was driving the car and she had driven it before, and then she literally shaved off in 1 week. I think she was doing something like 148s around the track, and the next week she was doing 138s.
Wow.
She had shaved off 10 minutes off of her time. And this just shows you what seat time can do with no changes on the car.
And Dad's motivation behind you,
100%.
That talent is in there.
Don't say that to her. She'll say it's all me. My dad's got nothing to do with it. So that's currently how we're looking for the 3 hour one. Half of the 6 hours behind us. Got a bit of a break. So what the guys are doing now, you'll see them all in pit lane. The guys will be feverishly busy getting their cars together.
So Jason, tell me a little bit more about this exactly. So they've got literally about an hour or so? Is it about an hour, I think?
I'm not even sure how long the lunch break is, but whatever the lunch break is, that's the time that they've got.
I think considering the lunch break, I mean, that's just them de-sweating, I'm sure. Yeah. And then they have the Cultron Supercars and the Lauda Classic cars and all that go. So they got about an hour.
Yes.
What do they have to go through in that time to make sure that these cars are prepped for another 3 hour endurance?
Okay, so exactly what they would do is they would pull the car in. Look, they would do minor changes on the regular pit stops when the guys come in. They are on a timer. They've got a certain time that they need to adhere to. And then they would do things like they would change fuel. They would fill up. They would get the driver change.
You asked for it.
There we go.
You asked for it.
Thank you, Uncle Brian.
I took this morning. Thank you so much. Can I get it again?
Yeah, have another one.
Thank you. I'll take a Mentos, another Mentos. Oh,
thank you, Uncle Brian. I will take one of these. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, that's fine. Thank you very much. No, we're fine. No tongue. No, we're good. We're good. Thank you. Appreciate you.
It's a tradition. I love it.
Uncle Brian is such a vibe.
I love it.
So what the guys would do is for a regular pit stop, they would change fuel, maybe look at tires. They would look at obviously a driver change. With a longer pit stop like this, right? Then they would go a little bit deeper. Say, look, the car's got to survive. How many ever more laps? What do the brakes look like? Do we need new discs? Do
they change the tires? Like, you know, you see this, I see this. Yeah, supercar blondie, but I'm not at all. Okay, I'm just blonde. That's it. You know, you see in the likes of like Formula One, but they would change their tires and things like that. Is that something that they look at, especially in this heat? They must be burning through this rubber right now.
Absolutely. Look, obviously they've got, depending on what kind of rubber the team is riding. I know for a fact that the Backdraft guys are sponsored by or ATS supply the tires, so that's a lot of Dunlop rubber that these guys are on. And depending on the car, I mean, some of these guys are out in full slicks, some of the guys are out in semis. I'm not 100% sure of the ruling for this particular race, but they would have various types of tires. Yeah. And they will look at the condition of the tires and can we survive the next 3 hours on them. But for the most part, the guys who put on fresh tires.
Okay.
Sometimes they may.
Sweetie's down there. Oops.
Sometimes they may even do it during a regular pit stop. An example would be the 350Z. We interviewed Swanefelder when he came off early on. His partner was driving on 20. On 20, the car pulled up into pits. I grabbed them as they pulled up, and we filmed him. He says his ABS doesn't seem to work and the car was locking up all the time. So with that kind of thing happening, you are just shredding tires when you don't need to.
Yeah.
So you made, and that might stuff up your strategy, because if you had planned to change tires maybe halfway through, but now halfway through the first stint, you've wrecked all your tires, now you've got to use your tires, now you've got to maintain that one set through the entire day.
Yeah.
You know, so it goes crazy.
So I've just seen now that the Caltron I think it was the classics were actually the supercars and fine cars were ready to go out. So I do want to give an update on where they landed on the first race of the day. So Andrew Moffat, position number 1 in his class, which is the gold class, of course. And he did a best time of a 25.8 over there. And then we have Glenn Phillips following straight behind him there, Claudio Musso.
Nice.
Claudio Piazza Musso, there we go. And Glenn overtook him in the last corner, so that was competitive.
That was a battle until the very end. Claudio was driving like an absolute legend, and it came down to that last corner. It was good to watch.
Yeah. Then we have the last two in the gold is Pierre Pinard and Brad Fenner. And then in the fine cars, we have Jaco Lambert, who did a 30.3 there, right followed behind by Marius Fourie. They've got some really nice cars, those Fourie family, eh?
Absolutely.
Have you seen them?
Absolutely.
Oh, my goodness gracious me. Okay, then we have in also gold, but coming out behind the fine cars there, Kirk Williams. Melanie, not Melanie. I want to pronounce it correctly. Do you know?
I don't know. I would just go with Melanie for now.
Melanie Lambert.
Yes, we would go with Melanie for now. We do apologize, Melanie, if it is pronounced Melanie.
And then Yolandi Fourie, so the wife of Marius Fourie, I believe. There's the dad, the husband, the dad, the son, and the son's wife.
So full family affair.
Full family affair, and they've got a variety of cars. And then following straight behind there, we have Craig Hume and Albert Cook, Dee Dugmore.
That's Di Dugmore.
Di Dugmore. You see.
Her name is Di Dugmore. I know her well. She's brilliant.
Female? Wow.
Yes.
Nice.
I want to say Dr. Di Dugmore.
And then the rest of the fine cars, we have Natasha Tissendorf there, Emmanuel Peary, David Alexander, and Roger Lewis.
It looks good.
Looking
and it's a beautiful field out there. And I do love fine cars. You know why I like it? Because it's cars that you and I can really relate to.
Yeah.
And when I say you and I, maybe not you so much. I think I'm a little bit older with the grey hair. But there are cars from there.
Why do you think I'm blonde, Jason? Okay, guys, so we had the Lauda Classic cars that also went out with name we haven't seen in a while, Dave Kopka, back on the track today and in Class A, and best time of a 24.3, sorry, followed there by Divan Lasmore, 24.5. So much happening. So we need to pass back to the commentators because there is some premier things happening at the moment.
And talk about premier, excuse the pun, we're actually going to cut to the premier.
There we go.
In just a few seconds time.
From us, guys, we will see you later. Over to the commentators.
Right, ladies and gentlemen and viewers, there with me, Councillor Mazwaki from the city of Cape Town, our second councillor for the day. Councillor, welcome here. Sorry to put you under pressure. We've got a race coming up. Lovely to have you here. And in your language, Molo Unjan? Lungile, Buti, Lungile. Nice to have you here, Councillor. you're a regular customer at Killarney. Tell us what's happening in the background. What is the city's views on the racing here at Cape Town?
Look, it's like you said it all, that I'm a regular here, and the city is excited that at least there is growth. If you count from before COVID years, we have been investing, we have been working together with the management of Killarney in bringing different tournaments, but also in supporting your strategies here as leadership of the race. Is very promising, and we are very excited with the growth. And today, in particular, the weather is beautiful, and the excitement people of Cape Town are here to witness, because Cape Town is home to motorsport. All the techniques, the knowledge, the engineering component of this sport is here. So for us as a city, it's strategic and it's the right thing to do to sponsor and to support your strategies and your initiatives of the motorsport, so that we grow the motorsport.
Well, that's lovely to hear. Just asking a simple question now on your side from council. Do they see potential growth in the sport?
Absolutely. We see potential growth in the sport, and we want Cape Town to compete with all the other cities, your Melbourne, your New York City, your Beijing, all the other cities, so that we put Cape Town to be that shining star in Africa for motorsport.
Any murmurs about any potential F1 street circuit that's been sort of in the socials?
Absolutely. We're knocking on the door to bring it home, and it will be here in Killarney. Killarney is the only purpose-built facility in the city of Cape Town, and we have no doubt in saying that over and over in volume over time.
Okay, great. But I doubt F1 will be here because of the circuit, but I know they spoke about the street circuit where they had the Formula E. I think that was a great circuit. It was a nice setup. So let's have a look-see, and I think if Cape Town does put their best foot forward and does bring it here, I can tell you what, I don't think you'll see so many visitors here at one time in this town of ours.
Absolutely, I'm looking forward to that. I'm crossing fingers that we'll put our feet down and we win on that one, then we'll bring it down at home. Because Cape Town is the destination for all major events, so why not bring it here home?
Lovely, Councillor. I like your positivity. And as always, I want to say thank you for giving up your time on a Sunday, especially to come down to Killarney and to come chat to us. And I sincerely hope that our partnership goes from strength to strength.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for hosting us here. And our partnership is destined to grow. Absolutely. I have no doubt in that one, because you help us, especially in the safety component in the road safety.
Yes.
You help us a lot. You are the key component, the key stakeholder in helping us to drive that safety message. Thank you so much.
Right, and in your language, all I can say to you is hamba kahle.
Enkosi kakhulu. Sale kahle nawe.
Dawe.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Right. Right, that was from the mayor's office, and we are going to get ready now with the first of the sprint races out of two before we start the second half of the program. Keltron Supercars and Keltron Fine Cars over 8 racing laps. The Supercars are working their way out of Pertamina Fostron, and not too far behind them we will have, they see they come into view, that is the Fine Car Brigade. Keltron Electrical Engineering, Formula Supercars and Fine Cars over 8 laps. The light goes off and away we go, down into turn number 1, there you go, here comes the Fine Cars off the line, and in the Supercars it is side by side, and it is Phillips. Glenn Phillips is the man that gets the whole shot out of turn number 1. He's got Andrew Moffat tucked in there behind him. And there's Chaos. There's a supercar in trouble going into Blockcoin corner, turn 1. He will get back onto track again, but he's lost a lot of ground, David.
Yeah, fantastic action. It's always what we expect from the Keltron Supercars and Keltron Fine Cars there. You were also seeing the number 40, Kirk Williams. He was trying to make moves there, but it's a dive up the inside as we come through into turns 4 and 5 here. This is action all the way.
Now that's coming out of turn 3, going up to the hill to turn 4, saddle sweep. And these guys are side by side, Andrew Moffat and Glenn Phillips. as they work. Yes, comes Claudio Piazzamuso. He has moved up into that third position as Piazzamuso. Pierre Pinard and Bradley Fenner is in that fight as well as we watch these fine cars. But have a look at this group of supercars. Bradley Fenner's right at the back of the field in this lot. These 5 cars work in the route of Pertamina Fostron, and it is Moffat that has got the lead. Andrew Moffat has got the lead. Second side by side. Goodness gracious me. There comes the leader of the fine cars. That's Jaco Lambert. And Marcus Fourie is in there behind him. But look at this. Dave, it is Moffat that sits out there in P1. Piazzamuso goes up to second. And Carl Halleck sits up there on the inside of Glenn Phillips. Wow, what a rumble in the jungle there in the Keltron Formula Supercars.
It's not finished just yet. The 5 of them just taking a little bit of a breather, but don't discount also Pierre Pinard towards the back of that group. But looking back towards the fine cars, Yolinda Fourie and Melanie Lambert first and second position in the fine cars, with Albert Cook rounding out that podium. But we go back to the supercars.
Yeah, we watch the supercars working their way out of Damstep. This is what it's all about. Moffat sits out there in P1, heading through the double right-hander. Who is in second? I'll tell you now. It's Claudio Piazzamuso that's in that second position, with Carl Halleck that is there in P3. That is your top 3 running down the back straight. Then we've got Pinard in that fight as well. Fenner sits at the back. There comes Bradley Fenner in that blue motor car up on the inside. It is Claudio Piazzamuso having a look there at Andrew Moffat. Moffat P1, Piazzamuso P2. Halleck sits out there in that 4th position. He's there behind 3rd place man Glenn Phillips as they race across the start-finish line into turn 1 Blockhoin.
And the problem for Glenn Phillips trying to make that move as well there, for Claudio Musso, is the fact that he's then thrown himself backwards into the grips of Glenn Phillips. We watch this sight as they come down into turn 1 and back to the fine cars there. That is a decent lead there for Marius Fourie, for Jaco Lambert, with Marius Fourie in second position. But again, also seeing Craig Hume, I think was that number 21 that spun off at turn 1.
Yeah, that is the supercar that had trouble out there in turn 1 in Blockhoin. But here we go. Back to the 4, make it 3 front runners, because they are now getting away from the guy in 4th position, and who's Lucas got the lead. Is it Piazzamuso who's got the lead? It is indeed Claudio Piazzamuso sitting out there in P1. Halleck, he's not too far. It's Moffat, then it's Halleck as they work their way down. Phillips is the next man as they work their way down into turn 5 into Pertamina Fostron.
Oh my goodness me, this is just awesome stuff. And the thing is that Claudio Musso was the fastest man on track that last lap round, 1:27.027, showing every bit of it. But Andrew Moffat decides to say no thank you, but also don't discount Glenn Phillips. He's right in there as well.
Yeah, Glenn sits there in that 3rd position, so do not throw Glenn Phillips away as they race across the line. We've got double yellows. We've got double yellows in turn number 1 in a Blockhoin corner.
So that's Yolinda Fourie, number 58 that we're hearing that's off on the exit of turn 1 from the sounds of it. I can see the marshals just trying to get to a car, but it's literally in our blind spot, and we can see there on the screen right now. I've got a funny feeling this might be a hunch here, Frankie, but that car may have been helped around there.
Well, we see the 3 front runners working out towards turn number 3, towards Damstep. They'll come up the hill. Here they go. They've got a back car, back marker from a fine car. He'll keep right out the way. They just bomb him as they make their way through the double right-hander, through saddle sweep. And while we're watching this, you can vote for your competitor of the day on 060-352-2890.
Watching the cars coming down the backstretch then towards Fastron corner, and that is going to be a move for Glenn Phillips, trying to take P2 away from Claudio Musso. Again, that banked corner, just nothing given at that point in time, so Claudio decides that he's going to hold on to that second position. All the while here, Frankie, Andrew starting to eke out a tiny bit of a gap here, but it means nothing because by the time that they've reached turn 4 and 5, they're already neck and neck again. As the cars make their way past some of the lap traffic now, and this is starting to really throw a spanner in the works. More double waved yellows still on that turn one, because we've got that stricken car there of the number 58 of Yolinda Fourie just on the inside banking. So thankfully I don't think too many cars are going to come anywhere near it, but again, you just have to keep your wits about you.
Yeah, we were just for information that Claudio Piazza Musso is an ex-world karting champion in the category that he raced in a couple of years ago. As a matter of fact, he's not just the only South African world karting champion. There are many of them that has actually won the SA title, and he is just one of them. As we watch them make their way around, here are some of the fine cars that is coming through turn number one through block one corner, and Craig Hume is stuck in there between those fine cars.
I'll be honest, I can think of better places I'd want to be on a Sunday afternoon than stuck on the inside of turn one. But we've got 4 laps left to go, and that's contact. A car spinning out. I think that might have been Glenn Phillips into the back of Claudio Musso there, into the final corner.
Yeah, and he is the defending, or the reigning, he's a 2025 champion. Last year's champion was Ernest Page. Ernest, of course, now races in the BMW series, and that is the 25 champion, and he has sadly got that car stuck on the inside of Pertamina Fastron.
Oh man, 3 laps to go. That could be an intervention, given the fact that we've got 2 cars now in quite difficult positions here. I would not like to think how this is going to go, because obviously neutralising the race at this stage is going to make it very difficult, and it also takes out your 2 key overtaking opportunities here.
Well, with all of this, that means that that man, Andrew Moffat, sits all on his own in the lead. He's got a serious lead out there over second and third positions, which is Carl Halleck and Claudio Piazza Musso that is in that third position. So they're having a fight for second and third, and then 6.8 seconds behind them when they started this lap is the number 7 car, Pierre Pinard, and he was only 0.4 of a second ahead of Bradley Fenner when they started this lap.
Wow, wow, wow. So 2 laps left to go at the end of this one, and you can see there the car stuck on the inside. Driver still inside that car from the looks of it. In fact, no, he's not. He's out, and ruining what could have been, I think, after that one, because that was an incredible battle between the 3 of them. I feel a little bit robbed, Frankie, because that was a fantastic, fantastic fight.
Well, we were robbed. It was a 4-5-way tussle, and something had to give eventually. It's not exactly what we wanted, but something had to give. But it shows that they're not going to give in to each other. They will ride and drive these things 11 tenths. Moffat, Halleck, and Piazza Musso through turn 2, Castrol corner. The 3 of them go on their penultimate lap, working their way out through the Landstem Kink and into turn 3, into Damstip. The leader of the fine cars is Jaco Lambert. We'll try and pick him up later. Here is Craig Hume, and he's involved in a lovely fight there with a couple of these fine cars, and he really needs to get himself to the sharp end of the field. Here goes Jaco Lambert across the line. Then it's Hume. Then it is Fourie and Melanie Lambert that is also involved in that fight. And that Craig Hume is stuck in there in that lot.
I was just waiting to say, Frankie, what's something we haven't seen on the screen so far is this amazing battle we've got going on for P4 right now, coming into Fastron Corner. The fight between Brad Fenner and Pierre Pinard, they have just been going at it, hammer and tongs, side by side for the entirety of the lap here.
Yeah, Fenner sits on the outside. Fenner's got his nose ahead there of Pinard, and Pinard fights right back. Pinard's right up against the wall. Bradley Fenner is on his left-hand side as they work their way down the Porsche straight. But remember, well, the yellow flag has been taken away, so it was kept out for 2 laps. So you're not allowed to well, I don't think you're allowed to overtake there now. The yellow flag was only there for 2 laps to make them realize that that car is there. They take the flag away, but you're still not allowed to overtake in that sector.
Yeah, you know the rules are rules here, but this is just a sensational fight going on. Of course, we have to keep an eye on Andrew Moffat, who's in the lead of this, but what an amazing fight on the final lap of this Caltron Supercars and Fine Cars Race 2 here, as our race leader coming up towards the final corner just now. I'll keep an eye on them if you want to keep an eye on our race leader.
He's working his way out of Pertamina Fostron for the final time. Andrew Moffat in car 39, sitting out there in P1, and there's a lovely fight here between Alec and Piazza Musso as the checkered flag is out, and Andrew Moffat brings it home in P1. Alec will come home in second. Piazza Musso will cross the line in third, and then this fight between Pina and Fenner raging towards the checkered flag.
Whoa, almost side by side, tries to get the run out of the final corner. There is going to be the tiniest bit of overlap, but it is going to be 4th position for Fenner, just out the nick of time. Pierre Pienaar relegated down to P5 there. There's the winner of our Fine Cars class there, Jaco Lambert in the number 61, and that was awesome. That was a mega race.
And he won that one by far. Here comes Craig Hume. He might put a lap there on Natasha Tischendorf, who finds herself down in P13 overall. So here he comes towards the line. And then be waiting for Marius Fourie to cross the line. He crosses the line now, does Marius Fourie. 8th position overall and 2nd in the Fine Cars. Craig Hume brings his car to the checkered flag, and then towards the line is Melanie Lambert, the 2 lady racers, and Di Dugmore and Albert Cook. And only the first 12 cars was out there on the lead lap. Emanuele Pirot will bring the Jaguar to the checkered flag, and he will finish in that 15th position. Our international driver, ex-Formula 1 driver, ex-World Endurance Sports Car driver, and he's busy today. He is in the Jaguar, and he finishes his race in the Fine Car category.
So replays then from that fantastic Supercars and Fine Car race there, and there's confirmation. Was that a little bit of contact there?
It could have been. That is a Craig Hume that lost out there big time, and he had to wait for all these Fine Cars to get past him first before he could rejoin the action once again. One of the Fine Cars is trying to find another way around Killarney, a much longer line. In Rallycross, you'd call that the Joker lap.
Well, that was the way to say, Frankie. I know you're in your landscaping services. Would maybe worth a call there?
Yeah, and there is your Fine Car leader going through, that yellow Jetta of Jaco Lambert. He won the Fine Car category by the proverbial country mile. That is Andrew Moffat. And that was Kyle Halleck having trouble out there. Sorry, Glenn Phillips having trouble out there, because here's Halleck coming through on the inside. And you also saw Claudio Piazza Musso also taking evasive action. He might have been clipped there. I think he was. And that is why when Phillips made contact with him, he went pretty wide.
And I thought that was the contact that actually caused that, but in essence, that accident was already happening completely by Glenn Phillips by himself. That was a very, very sketchy moment for me. The fact the two of them fighting so hard on a yellow flag zone.
And that was Fenner and Pienaar that you saw making their way out of turn number 1, Blockcoin. And this was the comeback by Craig Hume, who tried to fight his way past all the fine cars and try and get somewhere towards the tail end of the leading group of the Formula Supercars. So just the same replays again. And of course, this was at the start when the lights went off.
Oh no, I just noticed that again actually while I was paying attention. The 21 actually did that completely by themselves. It looked like actually the rear wheel onto the grass, and it's just very easy mistake to make because you're squeezed out, and of course try and hit the brakes, tyres on the grass, your car is going to go right instantly.
Yeah. And of course remember that your supercars have got thoroughbred racing tyres on, if I can call it that, and you don't want to get those things full of sand and grass. Takes a while to scrub it off.
Yeah, it certainly does. But again, we can see the out of our corner of our eye in the commentary box here, cars making their way in. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who have just joined us on the live stream. I can promise you this is live pictures now. These are the cars making their way out for race 2 of the afternoon for the Lod Classic Cars. And I'm delighted to say, joining me back on the microphone, it's a very warm welcome back to Mr. Francois. That was some supercar race there.
There were a couple of bit of bumping and barging, and I thought the championship was on the line there for a moment. But now my favourite category, the classic cars out on circuit. I see that Franco Donadio has parked the Can-Am and he's brought the old Pinto Escort out. So he'll
just
be
giving
campaigning.
everyone a chance, that's what it is.
Yeah. No, he's not actually giving. Don't worry, he'll be out there. So Dave Kopka, Divan Lismore, Franco Donadio. I saw Michael Hitchcock's name on the on the program on the timing screen. I wonder if he's not running his dad, Peter Hitchcock, the Mustang. So the number 69. Leon van Linden's also out there. Aidan Lotte, the young Lotte, that is Wayne Lotte's little nephew. Daniel Lotte's son, if I'm not mistaken, he's out there. Jacques Blom is supposed to be out there in the Texaco Sierra. So we'll see who's who and who's not there. Brian Evans, Robert Rowe, Ian Richards. Great to have Ian out there in that red Sirocco. He had a lovely run out in the first heat. So Ian Richards doing well. Bruce Van Taplin's just under 3 hours. He's out there in his classic car race and he's going back into another 3 hour. So Bruce obviously seems to have a lot of energy. Obviously had a bit of Red Bull and coffee this morning. They're going to race in like 5 hours or 7 hours worth of racing. But Davey Kopka, the R100, the Rotorat, man, this car, I promise you, I remember watching this car one winter's day. It was one of those dull days. And every time it went into the corner, it like chucks that 4.5 foot flame out the back as it overfuels. And that car holds a lot of good memories in a lot of people's hearts. So be glad to see. There's the Mark 1 Pinto, or Franco Donadio. Quickly prepped and ready to race.
I think what I love about these cars is just, you know, they're obviously, what, 30, 40, 50 years old, even more than some of them. But they all look the business. They all look like they're here to play and have fun, and it's just great seeing everything from all over the different decades, and especially for me. So from my point of view, I was never really into classic cars until the past sort of 4 or 5 years when I started getting into them by watching things like Goodwood and the members meetings and things, and realising these old cars, they can still throw some tricks. They can still be absolutely sent round corners, and you know, you see all the modern cars with all their computer gizmos and all. Yeah, this is all the drivers will argue this is where it's at.
Well, you know why? Because when you're in one of these cars, you have to be a driver. There are no aids. It's just brake and pedal, and that's it, you know. And yeah, and obviously you've got to maintain them and look after them and rebuild them and what have you. But these guys sacrifice a lot to put these cars in the circuit for the public. And I think that is what grips me, is that you've got a car that's maybe 50 years old and you're racing it and it looks like it's just come off the showroom floor.
And it's expensive, eh? Because these guys can't just rock up to their local dealership and
No. They've got guys that have got lathes and molds,
custom molds and
all kinds of,
fabrication. It's wild, and it's really interesting as well because it's not only a passion project, Francois. It's literally it's their life. It's their identity for a lot of these drivers.
Yeah. No, definitely. I mean, and. Just having a look here at some of the cars here. Take, for instance, there, Jared Evans' Capri. That thing looks like it just came out of the showroom. Never mind if we talk about Brian Evans' little blue Escort. That's absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, but you're saying that, but the 8-year-old in me can't take my eyes off of the 148 of Dave Rowley and that beautiful Herbie with a Gulf-style livery on it. That is absolutely iconic down there. But then you see the number 11 as well. That looks like a proper big hit. Robert Rowe in the BMW 325 with that legendary Martini livery.
It's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant stuff. And I mean, look at this. Calvin Bierkman in the 1000 Morris. I mean, and he races it, and he won the championship in the classic cars, for heaven's sake. He won the championship.
I promise, watch that car and it'll be sideways in the first sort of 5 laps.
Yeah.
They are wild little animals. And
I think that Morris is the ultimate bank robbery getaway car.
it's small, it's fast, it's nimble, it's just absolutely awesome. Right. So
and the nice thing about Calvin was, the man that owned it, Robert Tissington, is on in his years and he doesn't want to race anymore. And at the prize giving, he had us all in tears. He gave the Morris to Calvin with the papers.
That brings me on perfectly to the next point, is the fact that this, for all the fun and games they have on track, this is one big family.
Oh, yes,
They
for
all
sure.
look after each other, they all love each other.
Yeah.
Maybe not on track.
No, you don't have to.
Maybe not when they're wheel to wheel, but they all look after each other and they will all jump in and help each other out wherever they can. And that's what I love about motorsport.
You know, never more true words said there, David, because I've actually been in the pit during heats where someone has a problem with their car and everyone jumps in. Don't worry, I've got a piece of this part and I've got this and that. And don't worry about tires, you can use my rims or whatever the case may be. It's a pure... The fact of the matter is true sportsmanship in the sense that you want the guy there to challenge you on track. That you actually want him to be part of the race. Because he's not there, it's almost like there's an open space and you don't feel good.
Well, also the selfish part of you, it doesn't feel as good beating thin air than it does beating somebody on the track. That's what it ultimately boils down to. But yeah, like for all the spectators circuit side and for everybody watching at home, this is just a proper sight. This is what I love about today as well. So many different championships, so many different races here. Something literally for everyone.
Yeah, other than the ultra-modern cars, which we've seen throughout the year in the Power Series, like the BMW Car Club and GTI Challenge, etc. Today we've got the classic cars. The classic cars, just for the older folk, bring back absolute memories. And you know what? Do you know how many youngsters follow the classic cars?
Yeah, it's absolutely huge now as well. And I think that's a big thing because getting the next generation interested in it and passionate about it as well. It's, more to talk about that, but looks like Francois, we are ready to go racing.
Right, yeah, they come to the line, and David Kopke in the R100 there with Divan Lismore in the Porsche outside him, and then sitting right up behind them is Franco Donadio in the Pinto Escort. They rock and roll down to Block Coin Corner. Who's going to get the whole shot? Lismore looks like, oh, and there's someone on the brakes. That's Dedric's. Locks up a little bit there in the Capri. Brian Evans is there in the second row, and they're working their way around, and it looks like Lismore's got the whole shot there, but here comes the R100 of Kopke on the outside, and looking up on the inside is Franco Donadio. This is going to be a real scrap royal, this one, as they exit Castrol.
This surely cannot last too long. Someone is going to go home crying after this one. This is, three of them, already four of them have broken away by the best part of 2 seconds over the rest of the field. Maybe that's just the rest of the field being very wise and knowing exactly what's about to happen here, but they come through towards that sweeping right-hander at the Sorel sweep. Again, so important to get a good run out here, get the foot down,
this is where the horsepower's really going to come to play as we certainly go side by side.
Great stuff now for the fields at home, coming out there down the back straight. There you see Lismore. He's leading out there, and Franco Donadio wants to stick his nose in there ahead there of David Kopka. Kopka looking up on the inside. He sits up on the inside there of Franco Donadio. That 13B Rotary is spinning at high revolutions there as it tries to contain that Pinto up on the inside. But it's Steven Lismore in the Porsche that's up front, and oh, it's a titanic scrap there, a little bit off the pace. There's Brian Evans, he sits there in P4. Up behind them, there's going to be Andre Dedric there. Dedric's there with young Jared Evans, Ian Richards, Bruce Van Taplin, Robert Rowe, Dave Rowley, Yaku stays and Brett Roach, and Goodell also up there behind him. They're all sitting there. Have a look at this high-speed battle. Lean onto the brakes, drop down to 2 gears through the box there, and you work around. And Kopka using the track and some more with it, rocking and rolling at R100. There's Ian Richards in the picture. There's Bruce Van Taplin, and looks like someone's going off. Is that, oh, this looks like, is that Andre Nels Anglia?
Yeah, looks like pulling off to the
Is that the Anglia? Yeah. Very unfortunate for Van Nel, unfortunately.
I can't believe that that Franco is right on the tail end of that Porsche and really harassing that car to within an inch of its life. The number 99 car there of Devan Lismore. That is a very unpleasant rear view mirror that he's got right now.
David Kopka running down next to the Omka railing, trying to get around the outside there of Franco Donadio, and David Kopka's got around the... Dave Kopka is a seasoned veteran of Killarney with that R100, and he's sitting up behind Devan Lismore. Devan must be thinking, which mirror do I look at? And Devan is getting absolutely bombarded from both ends now as he goes down towards Blockcoin Corner. He defends on David Kopka, and smoke coming out as they all late break their way now into Blockcoin Corner. They work their way around up the Bear Straight. They go now up towards Castrol Corner. Davey, I don't know, I can't contain myself right now.
I've got to apologise because there's 17 other cars out there and we cannot possibly take our eyes off of what is going on at the front. I love the fact that David Kopka is biting at their ankles, just waiting for any opportunity to jump in and take this, as Devan Lismore is really holding on. I've never seen such a wide Porsche in my life. That is a double-decker bus playing defence right now.
Right, yes, so now we're in the Sorrel sweep. Yeah, come your leaders. They work their way through. Lismore, Donadio and Kopka in the R100. It is absolutely a high-speed train now. They're going to be drafting each other. Devan is going to have to protect himself very well now. Otherwise, he's going to get mangled up here from both ends. Right, here they go. Devan is now really cracking on the pace of that Porsche now as they dive into Pertamina Fastron. Out on the outside, Franco Donadio looking to get the inside line through the kink. What will Dave Kopka do? He gets on the gas and doing a little bit of off-road excursion. There's Donadio and loses out on second place. And Kopka lines up Lismore.
Here we go then. Kopka flies by the Porsche like it was standing still, but the Porsche is going to outbrake him down into turn 1. Probably going to hold on to that. We've got yellow flags down at turn 1 to warn of that car on the exit of turn 2 there. But this is scintillating stuff right now. The Porsche still in the lead as we cut back to our mid-pack.
Right, yeah, we got Jared Evans, we've got Andre Dedric there, we've got Ian Richards in the Sirocco now as they work their way around now up towards the Bear Straight to Castro Corner. Bruce Van Taplin brings up the back end there with Robert Rowe. They come up here, Jared Evans. There's Jared Evans in the first Capri, in the second Prix there, Andre Dedric. There's Ian Richards, there's Bruce Van Taplin.
Oh, that's a big moment for the Morris. Number 42 pulls off to the pit there. It looks like just a complete spin for the 42. I wonder if something locked up there.
He did a couple of donuts there for that probably.
Those are certainly tyre marks that were not there this morning.
No. He did a couple of spins there in a big way.
That was very
right, so we go back to screen, and Kopka looks to want to take the lead going down into Pertamina Fastron. Him and Devan Lismore are having an absolute titanic struggle. And currently now Franco Donadio with the best seat in the house is challenging the back end of Dave Kopka. These front three have made it a lot more interesting. There go the rest of the field through there now. Jared Evans, Brian Evans, Jared Evans. There's Jared Evans. There's Andre Dedric. There in the red Siroccos. Ian Richards up behind him. Bruce Van Taplin in the Corolla working their way through. They're also having a great scuffle Then it's Robert Rowe trying to pick up the rest. Up behind Rowe is Roach, then Rowley. And then the likes of Yakuwa stays, and then the Conquest. There's Dave Rowley behind Brett Roach. There you see them coming into block one corner. Jared Evans just getting slightly the upper hand on Andre Dedric. But here come your leaders. Oh, this battle just doesn't want to wane whatsoever as they come through. Divan Lismo, he's making that Porsche. Divan Lismo is a Porsche specialist, driving a Porsche, so he should be enjoying himself. And look at this, putting it sideways, coming through. Oh, and he goes onto the dirt, does Franco Donne. I tell you what, Franco's having fun.
He is absolutely sending that car to within an inch of its life today. The thing is, I've been watching the body language of all the time as they were going down side by side into the lead, but we cut back to the mid-pack action here.
There we go. There's Evans, there's Dedric, there's Richards, there's Bruce Evan Taplin coming through. And we look as that, and now Dedric puts muscle to the V8 Escort with Jared Evans.
We got gravel. I think somebody's off. We've only got one car. What has happened to Dave Kopke?
Kopke's gone. And so's the Porsche.
Oh,
we missed that up.
He must be off into the gravel somewhere, because there was a big, there's Dave Kopke now, and there's the Porsche. So
no, they must have gone off and worked their way back. Well, they've got a lot of work to do. They've lost a lot of land, and I can tell you what, I think Franco Donadier can open the window and put the radio on now. He's got an enormous lead at the moment, so yeah.
Oh my goodness, we are definitely going to need to have a little quiet time after this.
I need a dark corner after this, that's for sure. This is brilliant stuff. This is scintillating racing coming out of the classic cars. And here we have Andre Dedric who's protecting himself from Jared Evans, locking up the back hard, not to go into the back of Dedric there. And this brings Ian Richards into the picture. So now for say, second, third, and fourth, because that's essentially where they lie at the moment, there's going to be a bit of a... And Andre Dedric wants to put his foot on the podium. That much I can tell you.
Yeah, for sure. And the thing is that Kopke's in the middle of that. They're going to realise he's not in their class. Just fine, you do your own thing.
Yeah.
But they have to watch out and not slow down too much.
Well, they've got 3 laps to go, and they're on the podium. Right, so here we go now. Having a look here. There's Robert Rowe going through there. A couple of the back markers there. With him is Brett Roach. Brett Roach is one of the ex-Formula GTI riders. There's your Beetle coming through as they work their way down the back straight.
I'm kind of glad in a way that did happen and calm down, because this is an amazing battle for class just now, for second, third and fourth in class right now, with Dedric, Evans, Richards and possibly even Avern Tapler in there as well here. So brilliant fight for Class B, and as you said, there is the Beetle that we were talking about earlier on.
Right up to behind the Beetle there of Dave Riley's Yakuwa stays in the little Conquest now as everyone rolls there into block one corner. There's Bruce Avern Taplin ahead of Ian Richards. They work their way through. So coming back, there's Brett Roach, Robert Rowe. Then we got Dave Riley and Yakuwa stays and up behind him as we take our way up towards Castro Corner. Oh, and that's what happened.
Oh.
That's what happened. Oh, there we go.
Is it too late to take back my comment about everybody being friendly?
No, yes, never. No.
Wow, that's an awkward moment. Listen, that's a racing incident.
Yeah, that's
for sure,
pure on.
There's no way that would have been done intentionally. But yeah, it's going to be a very interesting conversation afterwards, and I think a few pints possibly being bought later.
You know, we'll have a scuffle over a pint as the story goes. Or we'll have a wee drum, laddie. No, it's great stuff coming out of them now. They're on their penultimate lap now as they work their way down the back straight. There's Jared Evans there with Bruce Avern Taplin, who's pulled in right up there behind him. That little 2-litre Corolla absolutely flying, but we know that Bruce Avern is a wizard of Toyota. Ex-dealer team rally and racing mechanic, so he knows it all as they work their way through. And well, Kopke's got ahead of Dedric. There they come down into block one corner. Andre Dedric must think, I've got a V8 and here's a little 13B rotor rat giving me absolute carrots. Jared on the brakes there with Ian Richards and Bruce Avern Taplin. There you can see now as it is. Donadio leading out. Then Brian Evans, Divan Lismore and Dave Kopke. So that gives you an idea of where they sit. And we're on our penultimate lap. We've got a lap to go. Well, here's our final lap. So
I wonder if Franco Donadeo is quite confused right now, trying to figure out what on earth has just happened with everyone, because he was in a huge fight and now he's all by himself, but he is coming into fast on corner to start the last lap. In fact, he's on his last lap. So he's going to be coming across the line, but what a performance there from Franco.
Well, there comes your leader in the Pinto Escort. Franco Donadeo takes the second classic race. He'll be pretty happy with that one because he got ousted in the first race. Then second will be Brian Evans there. Up behind him, Divan Lismore in the Porsche. Divan will be a bit gutted that things went a little bit haywire for him. Up behind him will be David Kopke. Or did Andre Dedric get away from Kopke? We'll see now as they come towards the line. I think Andre Dedric is going to take it. No, yeah, Dedric goes up to 4. So it's Evans, Dedric, Kopke, then Jared Evans, Bruce Van Taplin, and then Ian Richards will be followed by Brett Roach. Then it should be Robert Rowe will cross the line. Up behind him with Dave Rowley. Behind Dave Rowley will be Jaco Oosthuizen. Oh, Michael Hitchcock was campaigning his dad's Mustang, so that's nice to see. That was the confusion that belied that one. But Michael comes over, and he's followed there by Wayne Lotter. A couple of other drivers to come through. Then it's Hammond the Cock. Hammond the Cock there with Brian Hepburn and Kuni Matia. Right, having a look at a couple of the replays. You see Andre Dedric's locking up there in the start, just applying too much power down in towards turn number 1 on the start, but managing to collect it. And here we see Kopke just clipping the back of Lismore. Not expecting maybe Divan just braking at a different point there, working his way through, and Davey being caught a bit unawares. No major damage, especially to the old one R100, and that to a Porsche. I can't afford the damage on a Porsche, but never mind. Great stuff there. They managed to rectify their situation and got back on track and ended up both in the top 5, so not too shabby coming out of them there. Then we have a look at this one here where they were battling it out, and then Franco Donadeo doing a little bit of an off-road excursion there.
A slight off-road excursion there by Donadeo, and everybody trying to... Wynand Nel, that we see that Anglia, he did not finish that race. He was the car that was in trouble on the exit of turn 1 Blockcoin corner. As you see Franco Donadeo trying to find another line.
I don't mean to be funny, but I think you must invite Franco to Rallycross.
I think so.
He likes the off-road.
This is where the Morris Minor of Beekman just... something in that motor went, because when he climbed out of the car, I was having a look out the window, and there was smoke that was coming out the front end of that motor car. So something gave, and he might have spun a little bit on his own oil, but at the end of the day, he got off the circuit as quick and as soon as possible.
I hope it's not what I think it is, but it looked to me like the motor seized, because you can't really control the car because it's locking up.
Yes, and then what he probably did was he stomped on the clutch, because all 4 wheels were turning when he pulled the car off. Otherwise, he would have locked the back wheels.
Yeah. I see now you've been pulled into pit lane. It's a pity about that one. There's another shot here of Lismore, Kopke, and Donadeo locking up on the brakes. He's using the track and more. He's the last of the late breakers, let's face it.
Yeah. And then just once again, a replay of the start of the race with Andre Dedric in that orange Capri that was late on the brakes, and there was once again the contact between Divan Lasmore in the Porsche and the Mazda R100 of Dave Kopka. Dave was flicking the tail around. He wanted to do a complete 360 and send it back on track again, but yeah, he obviously stalled the car and then got it fired up again, and then him and Lasmore continued, but by the time that they continued, they were way down the leaderboard. Well, you can vote for your competitor of the day. You just WhatsApp their name to 060-352-2890. Vote for your competitor of the day. It's going to be interesting to see who will walk away with the honors with the competitor of the day by the time we get to the end of the second half of the 6 hour. So 060-352-2890. Vote for your competitor of the day.
20, we were just looking down the pits and we saw the guys feverishly busy on the 350Z that you're campaigning in. What's happening with the car right now?
We've been struggling with the ABS issue. End of the straight, the wheels just locked up. So I think we got an issue with that. Trying to sort it out.
Okay, so you don't exactly know what it is. It's just something with the braking system.
ABS, yes.
So what do you think? You think it might get it back to going?
So we've been having issues since yesterday. We've been running without ABS, so it comes on, goes off, comes on, goes off. So something is, I suppose, a wiring issue.
Okay, well, we do hope you get it sorted. Good luck.
Right, everybody, here we go again with the second half of the 6 hour. Remember, we did 2 sprint races, a 3 hour, 2 sprint races, and now we're doing the second half of the 6 hour. So basically 2 endurance races that form the 6 hour as the cars are beginning to line up. And that Jerome Bleekemolen and team, that Janetta GT3 was the very first car out on the grid, and it stood there for quite some time, Francois, before the others came out of the pit lane to join that 555 GT3 Bleekemolen and team Janetta.
Yeah, having a look at the time, we're probably going to be finishing in the context here of about 6:45 tonight. It's already getting out toward 4:45. So it's going to be a late night, but not that we care much about the time. We know the sun only goes down at about 7:20, so that'll be fine. But they might be driving into the sunlight in certain corners. They might even experience our good old Golden Highway a little bit later.
I think with the blue skies we got, they certainly will experience the Golden Highway. And for those folks at home that don't know what we are talking about, the Golden Highway is the Tygerberg Straight that goes up the hill from turn 3 Damstip towards turn 4 Sarel Sweep.
And the other part of it is, if you go into turn 5, you're taking turn 5, you'll have the sun in your eyes, and that'll make for a little bit of difficult turning, and in turn 2.
As well as Castrol Corner, yes. So when you go into Fostron and Castrol, you're going to get that sun in your eye. As a matter of fact, even if you make your way out of turn 1, out of Blockwen, you're going to get the sun in your eyes as well. So either way, you're going to look into the sun somewhere more than once. So the cars are slowly but surely moving into their appropriate grid positions. And then within the next few minutes we will get going. There's the Martin Benz, Jason Ibbotson and Tian Berger 2-liter Golf. And of course they are part of the V8 Masters, Martin Bench, Jason Ibbotson, Team Master drivers, they call themselves. I wouldn't say V8 Masters, they call themselves V8 Master drivers. And Tian Berger, for those that don't know, is very much involved in the E36 Cup at local Killarney Rallycross as well. And Martin Bench at one stage V8 Masters, and Martin used to race supercars as well. And Jason Ibbotson is involved in the V8 Master Series here at Killarney. And that's the reason why they call themselves the V8 Master drivers. Clearly that 42 car didn't have issues early on. It was probably fuel, because it's tanking itself down the back straight. Excuse the pun, tanking. That's where we put fuel in, right? Okay, only making a joke. So as they work there, it works its way towards us. That was one of the 3 cars that had presumably fuel issues. Well, we just guessed fuel issues, and I don't think we were wrong when we made that guess, Francois, about fuel issues. But it is back out on track again. And that is the American Dan Hirsch and the South African Richard van Heerden in that backdraft Cobra.
Yeah, look, fuel does play a part, because there's a lot of things that happen during the race.
I think it's important, fuel. I don't know. I'm just guessing.
But you know what? You get. I know from motorcycle racing, you get these technical guys that say, well, look, you rode 10 laps, you only use 3 liters. So you're going to ride 30 laps, you're only going to put in 9 liters, and you end up, getting to the end and putt. Because
Yeah, if you're lucky.
Yeah.
So the 94 car with the South African flag, he's on the inside of that 45 Golf, and that is the Turnbull and May outfit. And they're just behind that 42 Backdraft Cobra. Nice panoramic shot there. On the right-hand side for the people at home, you can see there are short-circuit motorcycles that are on the go. And that is the annual 8-hour enduro for short-circuit races. And I happen to know that one of our top main circuit drivers, Neon de Toy, every year, Francois, you'll also know, he puts a team together and he goes and does the 8-hour, and he is part of this one this year as well.
He's out there, but there's also the team of Jimmy Pantini, and the man that's ridden the longest amount of 8 hours, John Craig, out there. I think it's his 34th or 35th 8-hour. Correct.
And we're not talking motorcycles now, but just for the heck of it, John Craig is the highest he's ever ended was second. He said to me a couple of years ago, this is the one race that he's never ever won, is the 8-hour, and he's one of our ex-main circuit, local, regional and national drivers that also does the 8-hour. He was Stanley Group N as well back in the day, John
Western
Craig.
Province champion and 1 year South African champion, beating out the likes of Michael Briggs, Roddy Turner, and our Mirage pilot, Leon Marais.
Yeah, Mirage pilot, then he became passenger airline pilot, yes.
There on your left hand of your screen is Dr. Greg Mills, the man who's instrumental in running this Cape Motorsport Festival, the man walking with the overall and black t-shirt. For the viewers at home, the president of the Western Province Motor Club.
That's Dr. Greg Mills. He was with us, or we were with him, whichever way you want to put it, on Thursday evening. He was the host, the MC of the evening with multiple South African champion Jeff Mortimer from circuit racing and from rallying, and of course with Emanuela Pirro. And as we said, a legend in his own right is Emanuela Pirro and Jeff Mortimer. And yeah, as I said, the MC was Dr. Greg Mills.
Okay, just having a look here now. John O. Wilson's vehicle's not on the track. The McCarthy vehicle is not on the track. And I'm looking for the number 16. And Giacomo Cinoli and Fabian Lance are not on track.
Yeah, those 3 cars not on track. Now, the question... Right, we're going to cut to an interview with a South African champion, a world karting champion, Claudio Piazzamuso, who did so well out there today in the Formula Supercars. So we're going to cut to a interview with Claudio Piazzamuso.
I have the honor of chatting to a world karting champion. Claudio, you are in a supercar. What is happening today?
Supercars offered the car to us, or at least to Ernest Page to drive. He decided he had a long year and he didn't want to drive it. So basically the car got handed down to me and said, would you like to drive? And I said, absolutely.
Well, Ernest Page was fanboying about you upstairs all day. At first race, second race, he's been watching you like a hawk. How's it been today outside in the car?
Look, the car, we lastminute.com got in, so we didn't have much time to do anything with it. So handling-wise, we've got some issues, but we're just here for the fun of it. Had an absolute jewel, had a great race with the other guys, great dicing and so on. So yeah, just all in all, just a fun day out, having some fun.
Well, in a fun day out, from what I've seen, you've got the fastest lap time in the last session that you were out in. How did the car feel?
Like I said, got some issues. The shocks are a little bit old. They need some recon. And as the day gets hotter, the shocks get worse. So in the morning it feels pretty good, and then as the day goes on, then the car starts getting a little bit iffy. But otherwise, like I say, all good. TV Motorsport. They just prepped and ran the car for me and obviously did a great job. Just made sure that it was all safe and all that. So yeah, thank you to them as well.
Well, it was awesome watching you out on track, and we hope to see you in one of these cars soon. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to say thank you to Lime for the opportunity as well. Yeah, hopefully next year the class gets stronger and stronger.
Absolutely. Keep an eye out for Supercars next year. It's going to be bigger and better.
Right, that was an interview Jason Williams had there with Claudio Piazzamuso, and you can already hear that the engines are beginning to fire up and the grid is being cleared by the marshals. We are minutes away from the second half of the 6 hour.
Right, so it's the last swan song for the day. It's going to be a long one though. It's not 3 minutes, it's 3 hours, Frankie.
Yeah.
Yeah. A normal song is 3 minutes. This one's going to be
This is going to be a very long song, this one, that's for sure.
Song, yeah.
The swan song, definitely.
A little bit of a lesser field, a couple of cars that haven't made it out again, but...
either due to mechanical issues or they're not doing the full 6 hour.
Yeah. But here we go. We've got approximately 20 cars on the grid here. I know we've got 2 or 3 pit lane starters. They'll come out eventually.
Yes, we heard it was car 16 and car 91. That's Giacomo Cignoli and Fabian Lance, and then the 91 car of Jono Wilson, John Henry Vaughan and Mark Owens.
Yeah. Well, I don't see anyone in pit lane, so maybe they're still going to come out.
We'll look and see. That is the information that was given to us. But if they're not there, then they're not there.
Right, so they roll off behind the pace car, and that you can see on screen. So within the next minute and, well, next 2 minutes, we'll get rock and rolling right on to 4:45.
Right, so this one will blast off at 4:45, and then it will be 3 hours. Probably the same as early on, 3 hours plus 1 lap. So we will be scheduled to get the checkered flag round about 6:45 this evening. But it is summertime and the sun only goes down here somewhere between 7:30 and 8 o'clock in any case. So we'll have more than enough light.
No, we have enough light. I was wondering about the noise complaints from Table View, but we do have the city of Cape Town on our side.
Right, we're about to get going. We see the cars work their way up that Golden Highway, the Tigerberg Straight, through the double right-hander, turn 4 saddle sweep, onto the back Killarney Straight. Behind the safety car will lead them down that Killarney Straight, or should I say along the Killarney Straight rather, towards turn 5, Pertamina Fostron. It will lead the field out of Fostron. It will peel off to its right. The lights in pit lane are already on, and it's exactly 4:45, so we are on time for this one to end at 7:45.
Right, here they come up towards the line. It is your pole sitter, Troy Dolanchik. It brings it to the line there. Up behind him, Andre Dedric. They lights off and away they go down towards Blockpoint corner. This time a little bit of a tighter start. Our title will remain. Well, I imagine Troy Dolanchik will skittle up and disappear. And already someone's got turned inside out down into turn number 1. Can't see the number. We'll try and pick it up there from our man on the binoculars, David Christie. But here they come up into Cashel corner. Fights are plenty. The lights are Bettercourt, Craig going, and McLaughlin all having a scrap in there. They work their way around. There's the Clearvale car, and there's the bench Golf as they work their way through. Right, coming through here now. And Bettencourt will be pushing as hard as he can to try and stay with the Porsche. But I tell you what, It's going to be a task to be bettered with because that Porsche is blindingly quick.
Yeah, that's very quick, that Porsche out there in Australia. That's a Porsche 911 GT3, and it is a super, super quick. Wayne Hoffman and Troy Dolacek of the Hoffman Property Group on the side of that car. It'll just disappear further and further down the highway. Then the 269 car of Betancourt and Guizhou, with Brian Martin, the sponsor. That car sits there in that second position, and then it is the Gray and Owens car that is there in third as they work their way across the line and to complete lap number 1 of plenty that we will do before we see the end of the 3 hour.
Well, that car that spun out earlier on, that was the car of Going, and yeah, fortunately he managed to get his way back onto the track. Jamie Going and Jensen O'Neill Going, the backdraft Cobra of theirs, that spun out, but he's back on circuit and he is competing once again.
Yeah, and he's having a fight there with a Class H Golf of Claire Vale and Dean Hogg, but it's all about Hoffman and Dolacek. It sits out there in P1. Then it's Betancourt and Guizhou, that's in that second position. Then it is Gray and Owens. Then we've got the 72 car of McLaughlin and Clark for Backdraft Racing. That is in that fourth position as they work their way down that back straight towards turn 5, Pertamina Fostron.
Then they rock and roll down, they come through. It's going to be Hoffman's car, then Betancourt, then Gray, then McLaughlin. They work their way through. And there's that pink backdraft of Mikhail and Kishir Patemba. Hopefully, look, they started off well. They had a problem. They lost out a bit of places, came back. They had a wonderful drive. Let's hope they're problematic free this time around and they have a great drive because it's a very quick car.
Yeah, and then they got that 11 Lexus Cobra of Holomisa and Sakudu there with them. And he sits there in that 9th position. He was overtaken there by that 94, the car with the SA flag on. That is Turnbull and May that made his way past him. No, lie, sorry. It is O'Neill that is in that car that took that position.
And I see that the Bleekemolen Janetta has moved up to P7. It was originally done, I think, in about P14 or something on the start, so it's doing potentially well.
Right, that's 2nd, 3rd, and 4th that you see on your screen there. 5, 6, and 7, and 8, 9, and 10 coming through your shot as well. That's all the way from Hoffman down to the 42 car, and that is that yellow car there, the 42 car of Hirsch and Van Heerden.
Yeah, brilliant stuff there coming through them. And watching us straight in now as we go now into Pertamina Fastron. There's your 2nd, 3rd, that's Betancourt, Gray, McLaughlin in picture there now as they roll around. McLaughlin wanted to beat us. The car's been repaired quite nicely. It's looking quite spiffy there as they work their way out of the city of Cape Town Bridge.
But remember, that car was torn apart in the first race and it came into the pits. They did running repair. They sent it out again. So, yeah, it has been sorted out from race 1 already. That is the 269, the 127, and the 72, Betancourt, Gray, and McLaughlin as they work their way out of Blockhoyn.
Lovely stuff to watch. These 3 Cobras doing battle. It's not a Cobra race only. It is a 9-hour, just the whole Joburg contingent of came through here. Yeah, he's P6. This is Kishop. There's going in front of them. There's Kishop Patemba. Up behind him, Jerome Bleekemolen now in the Janetta. Then behind him, O'Neill, followed there by Holomisa. So they're all having a great scrap there now as we look coming out of Castrol. A couple of the cars working their way through. Jerome Bleekemolen now sitting up behind Kishop Patemba, going out of turn 3, jump step up the Tigerberg Straight. You can see now what we call it the Golden Highway. Already the cars turning gold now as they come through here. Patemba working his way through. We're down into Pertamina Fastron corner.
Right, we've got a car that's stuck at the entrance of the new pit area, the Jabir pits. It's one of those green backdraft Cobras right at the entrance to the Jabir pit complex.
That is the Evan Taplin entrance, if I'm not mistaken, the green one.
Well, it's got itself going again, so whatever the problem was, they've got that sorted out, and he will rejoin ahead of this Pit Amber battle with the Blikemollen in that fight and O'Neill in that 94.
Patemba coming in there now with Blikemollen up behind him. Patemba, I thought his first 3 hours was a great race that he managed. They dropped up and down the order and ended up quite high up the order. So this time round, if they can keep it together, they might have a good race. And at the moment, you're sitting in P6 there with Jerome Blikemollen, who's in a different class, sitting up behind him, pushing him for pace.
Yeah, then it's Holomisa and Hirsch, but this is that fight for, I believe, second, third, and fourth that is making its way through the double right-hander, Cyril Sweep. That is Bettencourt, Gray, and McLaughlin. That was the 3 cars you just saw there as this group runs down towards us, and this is a group that's been led there by Patemba.
Well, I can tell you that Kishore Patemba's driving his heart out there. Jerome Blikemollen looks up on the inside, and he might get through. And have a look at that SA-coloured Cobras also in there. So the one thing about the Cobras, Frankie, is they're very evenly matched. And Blikemollen going a bit wide there. Is there problems?
Yeah, I just think it went a bit high because right behind him is that 42, that's Hirsch and Van Heerden. And then right behind them is the 41 outfit and heading down towards us. And that's Lloyd Brady and Matthew Kohler. Matthew Kohler yields from Western Cape Rally Championship, Matthew Kohler.
Yeah, no, he's an old rally driver. Right, so Patemba driving quite well here, keeping the rest of the field up behind him. But that O'Neill car sits right there behind him, giving him absolutely a lot of problems there with Blikemollen just behind him. And just ahead there of the leader is Claire Vale's car.
Yeah, that's Vale and Hogg, and that is the leader, the combination of Hoffman and Dolacek, and Claire Vale and her teammate Dean Hogg. They drive in that car. That car just moves out the way and allows that 27 Porsche to go through into Blockcoin corner. Well, they are way down the road for this fight for second, third, and fourth. That's heading towards us under that set of Cape Town Bridge. And Francois, they are side by side, the 269 and the 127, side by side, heading down into turn 1 Blockcoin.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Bettencourt, Gray, and McLaughlin having an absolute scrap of it. Oh, and someone's gone off in a big way. Oh, and he hits the tyre barrier. That looked like Bettencourt. Did Bettencourt go off there? Is he coming back? He spun out. It looks like he's bringing it back.
Yeah, he's getting back on circuit again, but that was a pretty big one. And he smashed into that tyre barrier. And I don't know how much damage is done to the car, but he bounced off that tyre barrier, got to control of the car, and kept going again.
My correction, it was the grey machine, eh? The 127 car.
Okay, that's the 127, yep. And
Is that on your program?
That's Gray and Owens.
Yeah, Gray and Owens, yeah.
So we have a look at this fight coming through. Once again, this one is that fight for 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Pit Amber, car number 3. He is leading not for long because O'Neill wants to try and come through there. And that 42 goes through as well. That is Hirsch. And here comes Jerome Blikemollen. Jerome Blikemollen wants to come through as well in that 555. He sits there in P9, but he is challenging that 42 car of Hirsch and Van Heerden as they make their way through. And right in there behind him is Holomisa. Holomisa and his teammate is Sakudu in the Lexus Cobra 4-litre, and they are in that fight as well as the 5 of them barrel down into Blockcoin.
Yeah, looking through there, O'Neill got through there, but I think O'Neill's riding a bit of a larger motor compared there to Patemba. Patemba's still just keeping his pace going, keeping the rest of the field up behind him, the likes of Blikemollen and Holomisa. And, well, Kishore Patemba doing a good job there. I think O'Neill's just a bit more of a powerful car, hence getting through there and trying to get away. So different size in motors, same kind of car, just different size in motors.
Yeah, Jeroen Bleekemolen, the man from Holland, is trying to get through this lot as he's now got that pit amber car that he's trying to circumnavigate around. As there is a Claire Vale, and she's got company there with her, two of those AC Cobras. They just cleared her very quickly as they worked their way into Block Coin.
Good stuff there from them, and there we see the guys going down the back straight once again. And looks like Bleekemolen gets through on Patamba. Patamba's not going to be too worried about that. He's leading class, so he's not too concerned about that. But now Bleekemolen's ahead of him and he's heading class, so that might be a bit of a scuffle.
Yeah, but he's now going after that 42 car as we cut to a replay, heading into turn number 1 into Block Coin corner. That's at 72 car, and that is the accident there that sent... and you know what, Francois, there was actually marshals that were standing in that marshalling post, and thank goodness that they are all okay.
Yeah, it looked to me like he just outbraked himself and ran straight, not to create any much of a stir, and then tried to bring it around. And with it bringing around, he spun out towards the tyre barrier. It looks like he missed it with inches. I thought he clattered into the barrier, but he just missed it.
Well, luckily for him, and good for him and for everybody, that he did miss that tyre barrier. As we're watching, yep, that's second and third. That is the 269 and the 72 Bettencourt and McLaughlin. A replay. This was at the beginning. This was as they went into turn number 1 into Block Coin corner. As the lights went off, that AC Cobra lost the tail end and was lucky not to get collected by anybody else.
Because he was braking on the marbles, Gary. Frankie, you can see all the marbles lying there.
Probably, there's tons of it, yeah, you're quite right.
Watching there as he comes in, boom, on the marbles.
On the marbles, for those people who don't know what marbles is, that's rubber that gets left on the track by tires. If you watch Formula 1, you'll see off the racing line is rubber. That's referred to as marbles.
Right, so having a look here, the Hoffman car set a time of 1 minute 13.11. Just to give you an idea of the pace of that Porsche. And I think that is it in screen. There's your leader in screen. And with traffic, that is a pretty nimble time. Frankie, I don't know what you think.
No, well, so far, car 27, the lead, has done a 1:18.112. He did a 1:12 earlier on in the first half of the 6 hour. And currently a 1:18.112.
Well, having a great scrap out there now with the leader coming through the field. He's picking out the traffic as he goes. There's Patamba and Co there. And to think the leader's going to put another lap on them, that is just unbelievable stuff coming there out of the Wayne Hoffman and Troy Dolenchek car.
Yeah, he's picking them all up there. Patamba, Holomisa, Brady, Steve Truter, he's picking all of those cars off one by one. And the moment he does get past Patamba, he would have lapped everybody up and until 9th position.
Well, I don't think he stopped there because in the first race, I think he had 5 laps on the second place car, on most cars in any case, so gives you an idea. And I think at this moment in time, it's Troy Dolenchek driving, so Troy will try and maximize the efficiencies of that GT3. Andre Dedric and McLaughlin still in second and third respectively, with Graham going in 4 and 5, O'Neill and Bleekemolen in 6 and 7, Hirsch and Patamba down in 8 and 9, with Holomisa down in 10. Right, so as we look here, we're only 15 minutes into this one. We've still got another 2 hours and 45 minutes to go. But let's not watch the clock, let's watch the racing. Here we go. Down into, there's going into turn 5 is the Bleekemolen car. He's 9P7. Up behind him there's Hirsch. Hirsch pushing hard there now. Bleekemolen. I think the Bleekemolen, the 555 Janetta now, I think they're just going to manage it. They might have pushed it in the first race, Henson getting the eating issues. This time around, just manage it and see where you can get. And that's hence why we see them down in P6.
Yeah, but he started pretty low down in the grid, round about 12th, 14th position. And he's made his way all the way up to P6, leading Class C and up into that 6th position. And it's not going to take him long before he picks up that 131 backdraft Cobra of going and going.
Right, so going down into turn 5, we have 2 and 3. That is Bettencourt and McLaughlin. There we see. And Mike McLaughlin sitting right there on the back of Andre Bettencourt's car. So great driving out there at the moment. And they are giving an absolute horn, starting to lap some of their own classmates. So that's good to see. And it actually pays homage to the backdraft Cobras in the country that are racing in Endurance Series, how well they are doing at the moment.
And there's 9/10 of a second between the 269 and the 72 of Bettencourt and McLaughlin. That's Bettencourt and Gougy. And then the 72 car of Mike McLaughlin and Steve Clark.
Right, so here they come up towards Cashel Corner. McLaughlin now ahead there.
Yeah, here comes that fight for second and third. That's the two of them that's working their way through Saddle Sweep. And they are forever behind that 27 car, fighting it out for second and third positions. So Bettencourt and McLaughlin and Gray, they're sitting first, second and third in Class D. Hoffman and Dolacek is first in Class A. And then as we scroll down that leaderboard, the 555 car sitting P6 over. He is first in Class C. And then Holomisa, from P10 to P13 is first, second, third, and fourth in Class E. And then Bradley Sickelenham in 14th is first in Class F. And then, well, there's only one entrant in Class H, and that is the Golf of Vale and Hogg.
Well, the Nissan 350Z of Brett Swaneveld and Anthony Tully are going very slow around the circuit at the moment, so they seem to have picked up a bit of an issue. Hopefully they'll be able to sort it out. And there's our Lady Clearvale once again in picture in that little Golf, and they currently sit there in P15. One lap down and not too shabby. We think they still have a couple of cars up behind them.
So they're already beginning to dissect the field, this group of cars. That's Bradley Sickle in that BMW. And he will have the 33 and the 74 cars in front. No, he won't have the 74 car in front of him. But he will have that 33 car. Just get confirmation if it is Bradley Sickle. It does look like the Bradley Sickle car. Yeah, he's got the 41 and the 33. That's just there behind him. That's Brady and Tritter. Those are the two backdraft Cobras that sit there just ahead of that BMW we spoke about, the 23 car of Bradley Sickle.
Oh, a little bit of a getting a little bit wide there. And managing to bring it up. As you go over the lip of that one there, Frankie, there's a little bit of dust that lies on the outside, and that's where your car loses. If you hold it there, you're doing a pretty sterling job, I can assure you, but the power of the V8 letting it come out there safely.
Yeah, well, you've got that curb that goes up, and if you're lucky, hopefully that curb smooths itself out so that you can come back, because if it drops straight down, it will grab you and throw you to your right-hand side. So that one does go up, and then it levels out that you can have the luxury of coming back out on the track again. There is the Clairvale Dinar Golf. They are the only Class H car that's still circulating, and currently they find themselves in P16.
Well, is that the Nissan 350Z that's still putting around the circuit?
No, that looks like that's the leader.
Oh, it's the leader.
The leader is in trouble. The 27 Porsche is in trouble. It pulls off on the inside exit, turn 3, Blockcoin corner. After winning race 1 by about 8 or 9 laps, it is game, set and match, I presume, for that car. And let's hope not. But for now, Francois, what we can see doesn't look good.
When a Porsche stops, you know it's going to cost money, and you know it's going to be technical.
Wow, that's a turnout for the books. So, yeah, that is not what we wanted to see. Hopefully that they can get that car going. I saw it roll back, but that might just be the angle that the car is standing on. It did roll back ever so slightly, but that's not going to help it go anywhere. And, wow, you would not have expected that to happen out there after total dominating performance in race number 1, where they tore this entire field apart. They won this race by about 8 laps. They currently are the fastest car out there with a 117.996. And that's the end of that for Hoffman and Dolacek.
Oh, well, I don't know what they're going to do about that one. It's stuck there. You can't get a recovery vehicle out there. Unfortunately, I doubt they'll bring a pace car because it's a retired vehicle, so it's not an accident. So unless the mechanics want to go on a jog and take a tool trolley with them, that car's stuck. But you just see it slow right on down.
Yeah, this is the replay of it. There you see that 42 car come through as well, of Hirsch and Van Heerde. And the 94 car came through with it as well. And with the 42 and the 27, the leader, Hoffman and Dolacek, that's where it slowed all down. And that ended that for them.
Yeah, apparently, according to our radio man, it's terminal.
Right, so that is the end of that for that car. Not the way that they wanted it. And the McCarthy's, I see the Suzine property car is in the pit area, and that is also over for them. That's the 44 BMW 3, the Suzine property investment car of Sean and Steve McCarthy together with Brian Fourie. Their race is done.
So, Andre Dedric leads out now with Mike McLaughlin. That is going to be a scrap for the next 2.5 hours.
Well, not where that 27 Porsche wanted to find itself. It's having a lovely view of what's working its way out of Blockcoin corner. And the drivers are saying, we don't want to see this view from here. We want to be in the fight. But yeah, it is what it is, sadly.
Well, there it is. Dedric and McLaughlin working their way out of Castrol, working their way out there. And they're going to be giving an absolute horns now to try and stay in front. But this now brings all the Cobras into play, and how they're going to manage it, how they're going to strategize it, because anything can happen between now and the end.
Well, anything can happen, and this backdraft Cobras, they are going to go hell for leather. Now, I want to have a look at this, the 269 and the 72 car, because there was 1.4 seconds between the two of them. They are now currently first and second out there.
And side by side.
And then they've got the 172 of Gray and Owens there with them as well. So they are fighting for the lead with 2 hours and 34 minutes still to go. And there's 0.8 of a second between them as they make their way into turn number 1, Blockcoin.
Well, it looks like we're going to have a constant yellow flag in turn 1 as well. So there'll be no overtaking in turn 1 for the duration of this race.
Well, we'll get confirmation on that one, but yeah, the Betancourt and McLaughlin still going one-on-one with each other, and they're picking up a couple of back markers as well that they're going to try and circumnavigate their way through, and that will open up the gap between the two of them. If one of them gets caught behind a back marker, he's going to really struggle to get back onto the tail end of the one ahead of him. So the 72 car will want to clear those back markers as quick as possible. Sorry, the 269 will want to clear them as quick as possible, and the 72 will want to go through with him.
Yeah, like I said, this is going to be a real race of strategy for the likes of Bettencourt and McLaughlin. They're going to have to watch their P's and Q's, their line of attack, because we watch them going down into turn number 5, 30-meter fast run. And, well, they've got like-made cars around them, but there is a 6-second gap towards the likes of, or 13 seconds to Gray, and then to Blinkermullen, 19 seconds. So between Bettencourt and McLaughlin, it's all up to them to what they want to do.
As they work their way through turn number 1 through Blockcoin corner, I want to have a look and see, because the car that I want to look at is that GT3 Janetta. He has just crossed the line now. He's still quite some distance behind the 127 of Gray and Owens as we watch this fight heading into Castrol corner.
Yeah, no, they have to work their way through, right down up to the Golden Highway, or should I say down towards the Pertamina fast run. One of the slower cars coming in, looking for the leaders to come down. Nonetheless, not too shabby. Having a look at the scoreboard, and having a look there, the likes of Kishore Patam and them still down in P7. They've got quite a way away. They're about a minute and a bit behind the leader. So they've got some place to be made up.
Well, as we watch these cars go down towards Pertamina Fostron, I'm scanning out the window and I see that 45 Golf. Now remember, that is the V8 master team of Bench, Ibbotson and Berger. Remember in race 1, they pulled into the pit lane, and I still said on the mic there was some serious damage on the front end of the car. Well, they got that sorted out. They took to the track, and they are working their way now towards turn 4, saddle sweep behind the Pit Amber outfit.
Right, so it's still Bettencourt and McLaughlin and Hammer and Tongs, but you're on screen a couple of the field coming through as they work their way through here now. There we go. And there's the Bruce Van Taplin car that had problems in the first race and still campaigning now in the second race.
Yeah, they are still in it as the 42 car rumbles down into turn number 1. That is Hirsch and Van Heerde. And then we see that that was a 555 car coming through. There is the Class H Golf, the leader of Class H. The Blinkermullen car also went through. The Pit Amber car is busy making its way through as well. And then that is that 45 Golf I was talking about earlier on of V8 master drivers. That is a VW Golf GTI 2-litre turbo. And that is the combination of Bench Ibbotson and rallycross driver Tian Berger.
Right, so some of the cars working their way through there now and having a bit of fun. I'm sure everybody's having fun that's on circuit. You have fun when your car's running, but when it breaks, well, that's another story for another day, because then your face goes into sulk mode. Well, replacing Frankie Innes, he's run out of petrol. He's going for a refill at the local petrol station. And joining me will be David Christie, all the way from Scotland.
You love getting that one in at any opportunity, don't you? I'm going to be here for like a decade, and you're still going to remind people.
I'm going to tell people he's all the way from Gordons Bay. The
I blew here from Scotland. That's what happens, right? Interestingly, I was hearing that the driver of the number 27 was complaining that he can't wait here for 2 hours. So
there's something lying there on the outside of turn number 1, the guys are going to see it. I don't know if the marshals have picked it up.
Yeah, the marshals had radio. So about 5 minutes ago, in fact, the yellow flags are back out. They're out there intermittently, but it was on the exit of turn 1. And I think that's been knocked a little further down the road here. So it's obviously been hit by someone else, or it might be blowing in the wind. But certainly you don't want to run over it.
I think one of the drivers dropped their wallet.
Right, so you can make that joke during prize giving tonight, because I'm definitely not. Goodness me. Listen, I mean, obviously I was off the mic and Frankie was taking us through everything, but my God, that Porsche. Talk about drama. I mean, how much drama and excitement can we have in a 6-hour race here? There we go. Safety car has been deployed, presumably to get that. They're investigating to see if it is a wallet. If not, then it's going in just going in the car. But this is fantastic news for the driver of the 27 car, because obviously they were going to have to wait for another 2 hours at the inside of the track. So I think he'll be happy with that.
Now the question beckons, will they bring out a recovery vehicle to pick him up? Possibly they will, I don't know. Because once you're under safety car rules, all kinds of things can happen. You can pit, you can do this, you can do that. So.
Yeah. I think it would make sense, because you don't want to have any undue objects that don't need to be there. Anything that could be a hazard, just get it out of the way, just for the sake of it. Or, if they're feeling particularly mean at Christmas time, maybe just leave them there for a couple of hours. It's fine, don't worry about it.
I don't think a driver will be happy, because he'll be getting a bit hot in the car. He sits there holding thumbs that something does happen, that he can get back to pit lane, you see, so...
So wait, are you trying to imply that it might be his wallet that's on the track, and that's why he stopped at turn 3?
No, that happened after he stopped, so no, I don't think so, no. Unless he threw it at somebody.
Oh, it's great that we get a chance to have a breather and have a laugh here. But there you go, there's a recovery truck making its way down.
Another thing that I have heard drivers talk about, especially with these kind of cars, I'm talking not about high-performance cars now, but I believe high-performance, it happens as well. When you come under safety car rules, your engine drops temperature, and then suddenly you take it back to temperature, and for heaven knows why, something goes and breaks.
Well, it's the temperature shock as well, but what you'll also notice is that a lot of the high-performance cars actually get a little bit of a boost when they restart back up, because temperature management is such a huge thing. In fact, in all different cars as well, the performance boost that you can get just by dropping the engine temperature a couple of degrees, especially if they've not, got heat management on the engines or anything, heat soak can be a massive, massive issue for some of these cars, especially over time. And it might not be the high performance that we're talking about, but my experience of that is in the little Peugeot 107, noticing everybody just tearing past me in the straight and then realising heat soak was an issue, turning the heaters on inside the car full blast.
To bring the heat down on the second radiator.
Yeah, it takes the heat away from the engine. Suddenly, you're absolutely drenched, but yeah, you get a little bit of performance back. So
yeah, and you got to have your camel pack on you so you can drink some water, otherwise you dehydrate in that cabin with the heat on. Now that heater trick comes out of the 80s and 90s already. We had crew in production car racing. They used to say the car gets hot, just bang the heat on. They turn the vents to the left so the driver doesn't get too hot.
that's what they say, but it still heats up very, very toasty in there.
Right,
but
so a couple of cars diving into pit lane, and they will do the necessary changes that need be. Free pit stop, and I know that after a certain amount of time, then they close pit lane.
yeah, the thing though as well is that it messes massively with strategy, because obviously a lot of these drivers will be wanting to make their way in, and just noticing there we've got a car pulling in and nobody's gone to see it. So again, maybe some drivers thinking, oh, I'm going to take advantage of this, but their pit crew didn't have any idea that they were going to be coming in.
Excuse me, what you doing here, lad?
Yeah, it's like that scene in Days of Thunder where they're eating ice cream. Yeah. That's not a bad shout actually right now. It's nice and cool actually up here. I'm quite surprised. But as we thought, the number 27 is being recovered. The sad and quite frankly unforeseen sight of that 991.1 Cup GT3 car, excuse me. Big difference between the GT3 and the Cup car, but again, a little bit of a breather here. But what we've noticed is when all these cars get bunched up behind the safety car, all hell breaks loose as soon as that green flag flies again. So we saw it in the final hour of the race here. I think we're about to see some hijinks here as well, especially with the fact that that Group D battle that we saw fighting on so much now is the fight for the lead of the race. That's a completely different dynamic.
Yeah, no, and now they're all going to be close to each other. That's going to just upset the dynamics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I can see here, yeah, we've got quite a few cars coming out of the final corner here that are trying to make their way, possibly that it went into the pits. And there's the lead cars coming down into fast run corner there. So they've got a fair way to go here. And the thing is, the safety car will try its very best, but it's not going to wait forever for them. So they're going to have to...
The only time the safety car will pull in is when those other cars get off the circuit, the recovery vehicles, and they're taking their wait time around there now. So, yeah. Well, let's have a little break, and we'll be back as soon as racing commences once again. Right, ladies and gentlemen, looks like our pace car bringing the field around. I've got a feeling it's going to pull in now to the right-hand side. It's picked up a little bit of speed. So Mr. Betancourt is on the front there, get the green flag, and then he'll get back to racing again. with approximately 2 hours and 19 minutes to go.
Yeah, you can see the car's nose to tail now coming out of that final corner. The safety car does pull out, and we are ready to go racing again. Green flag flies here, and it is going to be the car of Andre Betancourt, Remy Guig in the 269 BDR Lexus heading down into the first corner. As second place then, that's going to be the number 127 car making its way around as well. And the thing with that is the fact that you've got the top three now separated by about 2 seconds, and again already we're starting to see some moves as the cars making their way down into three.
Well, Betancourt getting a quick off the line there now with the likes there of Going and Turnbull, followed there by O'Neill and then Gray, followed by Brady. Mike McLaughlin down in 6th because he had a pit change, you see, so that's the thing. So he'll want to work his way back to the front there. There you see the cars coming up the Tygerberg straight up towards Sarl Sweep. Couple of nips and tucks looking for position changes there.
Yeah, the cars absolutely roaring their way down that back straight towards Fastron corner. We're going to get a change off position potentially there. Car up on the inside now. Is that O'Neill and May making a move up the inside? It certainly looked like it. I think that was the number 94 making a move up the inside. The problem, of course, is that they're not necessarily in order of how they are on the time screens. But across the line they come. It is Betancourt, so it wasn't Going and O'Neill that were there. It was actually Gray and Owens in the number 127 as they go across the line there.
We see Mike McLaughlin climbing up to P4, so he's working his way through. He's going to want to catch Betancourt. He wants to get back there. You see him in screen. He's the car at the back there. He's going to want to work his way up and getting on the gas. So lots happening there. There comes Patamba. Upper end of him is Gray and Owens. Oh, and a beautiful take up on the inside there by the yellow car. And I think that was, is that the Hirsch vehicle that worked its way through there as well. So lots of dices taking place now, lots of scuffles to regain positions and try, or even taking advantage of this restart to get better positions and work your way up towards the top end of the field.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying, is the fact that on the safety car restart, it's so important just to settle down, get back into that rhythm and just relax, just focus, let the time drift by, get the laps in and nail your apexes and exits here. But 2 hours, 16 minutes left to go in the second of 2 3-hour races here as part of the Cape 6 hour. We're watching a couple of cars there making their way through Fastron corner. Of course, then it's the small left-handed kink before they go to the start-finish line here. And again, at this point in time, Francois, we're back to that whole thing of just cars circulating, not necessarily fighting for class, but you do have many classes together at the same point. So I'm looking at the likes of Patamba, you've got Holomisa, and then you've got Ava and Taplin, all within about 3 seconds of each other.
Right, so having a look at the drivers there with Patamba in screen in the in class F. That's all the Cobras. We've got Betancourt in first, Going in second, and O'Neill in third currently. And then we're going to have a look at Class E. We've got Brady in P5 who leads out, followed by Olamisa in P9, followed by Trutte in P12. And then we go down to Class C. We've got Patamba who's leading Class C in 8th. And then the next one is the Bleekenmullen car who's down in P16 at the moment. Then having a look at the light blue, which is Class C, we have Holomisa leading out, who's currently in P9, with Trutte in P12 and Bench in P15. There's your second, there's your 1 and 2 coming through. And have we got a change for the lead? Well, it looked like it. As Going got past Betancourt. The 131 Going has taken over the lead there from Betancourt. There's McLaughlin followed by Brady. So things are happening. Things are definitely happening here. So going in Turnbull look like they've taken over the lead, David.
Yeah, obviously we're interspersed with some replays here, and this is a scary moment here. I think it was just basically one of those last-minute notices for the pink car there. Saw that yellow car just send it up the inside, and again, you're kind of aware of it, but you're kind of not expecting it. You're just like, whoa, okay. And that's where self-preservation kicks in. You're just like, you're never going to turn that car properly, fully into there and try and fight that at all. You're just basically going to let them go and try and not ruin your exit from the corner.
There's a car coming into pit lane. I'm not sure whose car that is.
I'm just not quite sure.
That's the Bettencourt car that's coming in. So the Bettencourt car's going. There's a couple of cars in pit lane at the moment.
Yeah, you would have thought they'd be in under the safety car, but I wonder if they've just ignored that and went to their strategy anyway, because it would be much better to pit near sort of 45-50 minutes into your stint anyway, and be closer to that. But a lot of folk looking around the car there, as I can see that beautiful South African liveried car making its way back out. That was Jensen O'Neill going that was behind the wheel of that one. So they've come into the pit lane as well.
Well, they were down. They moved down to about 9th place. Jensen O'Neill and them. Claire Vale's in 10th place at the moment, so that little golf's still doing well. I think they've just got a 1 hour 30 minute strategy. You know, we'll drive for it 90 minutes and then we'll pull in, you know.
They've got enough of a gap. They could go nip to a fast food restaurant, get a little takeaway, and yeah, that's. Listen, joking aside, what a fantastic performance that is from Claire Vale and Dean Hogg. Absolutely brilliant. The fact that they are in one of the lower classes, one of the slowest classes of cars that are taking part, and they are up in the top 10. That is a mega achievement. Obviously, still a long way to go. 2 hours left to go, but. They're now, on paper, I do believe they are beating a Porsche. They are beating a Porsche 991.
Sorry, just to go a little bit off topic here, I was doing a little sort of a celeb race on little 250 Hondas many years ago. My son was racing as well, and the champion of the class had an accident, and I passed him. So we had an ongoing joke. Warren Guantari, who's up in the UK now, stays in London. He went off, so sort of after the race, I sort of had an ongoing joke with him for a while. I said, I beat you.
That is absolutely a valid strategy. Lando Norris was in the same iRacing race that I was in once. He crashed out on turn 1. I finished the race. I beat Lando Norris. I'm sorry. I'm taking it. I will go to the grave with that one.
On any given Sunday.
But yeah, it's. I mean, get back to what we were saying. They're in 10th position on their own merit. Just an absolutely fantastic performance in that car. And listen, again, going back to endurance racing, this is the value of keeping yourself to yourself, just keeping your head down, do your own thing, don't get involved in any fights, and just yeah, you'll be absolutely fine. But I've got to be honest. I mean, how awesome is it this stranglehold on the top 10 that Class D have and Backdraft Racing have? They pretty much, this is their top 10 right now.
They have indeed. Going is out there. So a couple of cars coming through there. Janetta's coming in there as well. Up behind Batamba. So that's the Blinkable, and they're down in 16th place. How that one works, I don't know. But anyhow, I see Mike.
That's a big lock up into turn 1 there. That looks like, is that the 350Z again?
Yeah.
That did look like a massive issue with the brakes. He got the car turned in time, through the gravel, back rejoins at the end of turn 1. But I'll tell you what, that's a scary moment, Francois.
And I hope that he knows in Cape Town we've got a municipal law, no driving on the beaches.
I can see a ticket or a fine getting sent his way. You joking aside, that 350Z has been through the wars today. They have really, really had everything that could be thrown at them has been at them. And what I love about it, still going, still out there on track and still taking part.
With the lower diffuser and the bumper taken off.
Yeah, I noticed that. I thought that was maybe some tactical aero modifications that was going on with that car. But again, like I said, the thing is that, you know, looking outside of going wide at turn 1, 5 laps later, you'll forget about it. Nobody will know about it. It's absolutely fine. Apart from a little bit of extra gravel down on turn 1.
Except for the photo that'll be on social media tomorrow.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's not like you can clip videos or anything like that. Oh, what an age we live in, that we get harassed by our friends and loved ones all the time. More cars into pit lane, it looks like, Francois. That says the blue and lime green. I believe that's one of the backdraft cars. Into...
And like you said, Claire Vale and Dean and them just dogs, they right out of the way of all the Cobras oozing past them. They're riding almost on the grass to stay out the way. No need for that. Stay on the black stuff, lad. Yeah, well, as they work their way down the back straight, I reckon there's a couple of the lead pack working their way through there. That's the likes of Going and McLaughlin and them. So, try and pick up. We can't pick up on the numbers, unfortunately. With the sunlight around on there, it's very difficult. So your leaders should be coming into picture pretty shortly. The likes of Going and McLaughlin. Oh, there's the 350Z. It's a big lockup. It's a bit of a late awakening. I should have braked a bit earlier, and woo!
I think that's less of a brake fade and more brakes.exe has left the chat. Yeah, that's a scary moment, because you're just hoping to get that car stopped in time before it hits the wall, and you'll happily take a little excursion over the gravel, put the foot down and get it back on. I wouldn't be surprised to see that car in the pits in the next 1 or 2 laps. He'll be going round, making sure that the brake doesn't sort of go down. That's the worst fear for a driver, when you're coming to the end of a straight and your brake foot just goes straight to the floor.
The worst is the late hard brake like that. You get a flat spot on the tyre and you got this horrible knock on your steering wheel all the time. So you'll be wanting to maybe get a new tyre fitted as well.
So the silence there is because we're trying to scratch our heads and figure out if what we're seeing is right, and it's not right, so the time screens do update. McLaughlin has got a 38-second lead over that number 41 car at the moment. That is going to be Brady and Kohler in that one. And the thing is that is almost certainly a pit stop. But what is interesting me more is the fact that Betancourt in that 269 car with Remy Guig is only 5 seconds behind them as well. They came into the pits as well, so I'm fairly sure that we're going to see some pretty interesting stuff in the next 10-15 minutes here.
Which means that McLaughlin hasn't pitted yet, which is important. So McLaughlin leads out over Brady. Then Betancourt, who has pitted, is in P3. Gray and Owens, I think, have also pitted, if I'm not mistaken.
Actually, has Betancourt pitted?
He came in just now, yes.
Yeah, because our timing's not updated with that, because obviously we're on lap number 35 just now, and it says there, it has like a little screen that tells us when they've came into the pit. So it's saying that Betancourt last came in on lap 14, and it's also saying that McLaughlin came in on lap 12. That would make sense for McLaughlin, but I'm not sure about Betancourt. But anyway, that is for us to try and figure out. This is the joy of endurance events as well, because you're trying to figure out all these storylines, all of this unraveling in front of you.
Yeah, well, that's how it works. So yeah, having a look, see there now.
So I asked Frankie this question about 4 hours ago, Francois, and I'm going to ask you the same question. I give you $1 million in budget. What one of these cars would you want to go and take out and have a little run in?
To be quite honest with you, I don't like a cabriolet car, so $1 million, you don't have to give me $1 million. I might need $1 million though. I'd like the Patemba, the hardtop Cobra. I think that's quite a nice car to drive around here.
Is that just because it's pink?
Stop it.
Oh, see, for me, I'll get back to that in a second, because we do have another replay then. So this is going into turn one. This is another lock up there. It seems to be the front left is the real problem for a lot of these drivers. Now, this isn't actually an issue here, because this is just as the weight offloads onto the car and pulls it in, and actually he'll have a little bit of a very, very unfair vibration on that car as we go back to the live coverage there. But yeah, he'll get away with it for this time. Sometimes it could be a little faster, as you see, another little puff of the front left there. And there we go, right on cue. There is your little car.
Well, what can I say, you know, but...
it looks amazing. I mean, let's be fair, it does look absolutely the part. It's the racing stripes that adds an extra 10, 15 brake horsepower.
No, but the nice thing about it is it's a cabriolet car, and it's got a long nose, so all your steering is ahead of you. You know, you're not worrying about too much. It sort of compares to the old BMW Z4. It's same kind of setup, and I've driven a Z4 for quite a while, so I know how they handle. And yes, really, it's a nice. I think it's a nice seating spot for a race car, especially that with a long bonnet ahead of you.
Well, I've got to be honest, I am absolutely taking that 555 Ginetta of Jeroen Bleekmolen. It is just, it looks like a proper race car. It's just so sleek, it's so elegant, and it's fast as well. And of course, with the GT4 variant of the Ginettas, they're just so user friendly. Even an absolute ape like myself could get behind the wheel of one and hopefully not send it into the wall. I wouldn't be able to send it round in the times that we're seeing here just now. Well, okay, yeah, 122, not a chance. Not a chance. 132 maybe, but yeah, 122, no, that's just definitely not happening.
The Alice motor in that car is just something to behold. It's, you know, it's one of the better motors, the more reliable motors coming out of the States back in the day. And we know General Motors used that Alice motor for many variants of motor cars. So yeah, and they actually went a bit further on that, and we saw like your SRT Dodge and that they've more variants of the Alice 2, LS4 motors. So yeah, and there's Claire Vale, them staying out of trouble at the moment.
Do you know what's great about that as well is that there's so much respect being shown for the different classes as well. You see in some of the endurance races where it's just like, get out of my way, whereas everyone's like, it's fine, you do your thing, I will do the work and get around you here. That's how it's supposed to be.
Speaking of that, and I was watching a little bit of World Endurance Series. When you have those LMP2 cars coming through and you've got your GTA cars in front of them, they start flashing the lights 900 meters down the road.
Yep.
Like, get out of the way, I'm coming, you know? So, yeah, I get what you're saying. But here, the faster car sort of holds his line till it's safe to overtake, and then, I mean, also, like, having a look at the little Golf, having the state of mind, sort of checking the rearview mirror, saying, okay, here comes the fast car, I'll hang on the edge, but then they come flying around and just about force the poor car off the circuit. So, that's another one.
What I love about this being such an international event as well is that it's yet another chance for South Africa to fly the flag and show just how great the endurance scene is over here. I mean, it's a double-edged sword as well, because for how great the drivers are over here, imagine being an endurance racing driver from South Africa over here, because there's so much talent that you've got to fight against. It's
you almost get the idea you can sort of match yourself as how good you are. But again, it's the old adage, David, you're only as good as you are on the day.
Yeah, and listen, we've seen that. We've seen that all through the different races today. We've seen cars that should have been absolutely dominant on paper, and they've unfortunately fallen by the wayside. Maybe not through their own fault, through mechanical or through contact or whatever. But again, cars that you would have thought should have been, taking wins, not able to do so. And it's great for us because it gives us a heck of a lot more to talk about.
Yeah, no, look, great stuff riding, great driving out there now. As we look out at the Exeter Castrol corner, some of the cars coming through now. Focus now on the Janetta. That's the 555 of Jerome Bleekemolen. He's up a little bit now. He's down in 15th position. And I think, well, have we only got 15 cars running at the moment? So only 15 cars left out on circuit at the moment. We've lost a couple of cars here. And a little bit unfortunate. We've still got just under 2 hours to go, David. And we've seen all day anything can happen.
Thinking back to that final hour and thinking back to all of the chaos that we had in the final 15 minutes of the race, and Frankie was joking about it and saying, oh, it'll all come down, and then got to the final 10 minutes and nothing had happened, and then they all just start dropping like flies, and that's what makes that even more impressive for me for the number 19 car of Claire Vale and Dean Hogg. The fact that they were no word of a lie, having a bump start the car to get it across the line to finish the first race.
Now, I sincerely hope they finish today. But I can tell you something, the celebration will be immense this evening if they do finish, because damn, they've driven well.
I'm going to have to nip round and get a selfie for the Instagram on that one.
No, definitely.
It's going to happen now. I've been watching the 45 as well.
Them,
I'm trying to figure out if there is a problem with them. They've just come out of the pits from the looks of it. Their last lap was a 3:47, but every time I think they're going slow, it turns out they're just on a get started lap, and then suddenly they come back to it. So it doesn't seem to be anything to worry about just yet, but we'll keep an eye on that. But as you said, less than 2 hours to go, and from what I was saying earlier, this tends to be the changing point in the race for a lot of the drivers, not all of them, but for a lot of them, this is where it's now just on focusing on finishing. It's all about just getting to the end of the race, and you'll see this is where other drivers start taking less chances as well.
Yeah, I think at this stage of the fight now, consistency will be the key call of the day. And just to give you a lead quick now, you probably on screen, Mike McLaughlin leading out from Bettencourt. He's a lap ahead of Andre Bettencourt. Third place is Brady. And Brady leading out, it looks like Class E. So he sits in P3. And he's mixing it up there with the guys. Then fourth place is Gray. Fifth place, Hirsch. Holomisa is up to 6. Now, they've been doing fantastically well, Holomisa. They're in that, I think that sort of metallic blue, that dark blue car. There's Patamba on screen. And Patamba down in P7 behind Holomisa. Then it's O'Neill and then going. Trutter is then 10th, followed by Claire Vale and they're sitting there, Dean Hogg. They're in 11th place. And they're probably the slowest car on the circuit. Chinoli and them are in 12th. The Sickle BMW's in 13th. Bruce Van Taplin 14th. And Jerome Bleekemolen in 15th.
Yeah, and as they make their way through then for the final part of this this afternoon's racing here, again we're starting to see after that brief intervention from the safety car as we had debris getting removed from the circuit here, we're starting to see the gaps go out again. We're starting to see the whole thing of there's not actually anything that they're fighting for on track, certainly within their classes. Yes, maybe for a position or two on track, but this is what it then comes down to. How much are you going to fight for 10th position? How much are you going to fight to get P17? How much are you going to fight to, you know, you're maybe going to fight to get more into the top 5 than you would to get a little bit further down.
I ever feel that there might be 1 or 2 more pit stops. You know, if the strategies, and that might just change things up a little bit in terms of the positional structure. But we'll have to wait and see how that one pans out.
Yeah, we just got a sight there of our Class C leader just now. That is going to be Pitamber in the number 3 car. Again, looking resplendent. We have been giving that a lot of love over the broadcast today in that that beautiful number 3 backdraft Cobra. That is driven by Kishore Pitamber and Mikhail Pitamber. Sharing the car evenly. I haven't actually seen them. They have been in the pits obviously a few times, but I've never actually seen that car in the pits yet. So I'm going to have to keep my eye out for it. And as busy as pit lane was, it's now completely empty. It's now completely deserted. So I'm predicting that unless we get a safety car again, we're not going to see anybody until around about an hour and 20 minutes to go.
The big thing, David, about this situation at the moment, most of these cars are pretty much on even kill. So you won't see anyone racing through the field or carving the field.
Yeah, so just being pointed out actually here, keep an eye on this front right of the Ginetta, the 555 of Jerome Bleakmolen.
That's water.
Yeah, oh, no, that's not.
What's been they've been working on the whole day, so that something is possible. Water, when he puts pressure on the car, the water
you can see
out.
the car twitching.
Yeah.
As he's trying to turn right, it's possibly leaking fluid on its own tyre, and we'll see it through the Sorel sweep here. That car is not looking happy. It could boil down to anything. Boiling's probably not the right word to use there, but it could just be like a hose connector keeps coming off or whatever. But for either way, they're going to have to get that car sorted out, and very, very quickly indeed. In fact, starting to slow down, yeah. Because the thing about the Ginettas is they've got a digital dash on them, so that thing will be going through the roof with the temperature sensors on it.
Yeah, no, it's something that's been giving them a bit of a problem, and he slowed right down. Oh, is he going to get into pit lane? That heat gauge might be going up at the moment.
It might be in limp home mode, actually. It might just have cut the performance of the car, but it's almost dangerously slow now trying to get in. But yeah, I think you're right. No, that car is stopping. I don't know if that car's going to actually make it into pit lane right now. He turns in, but the speed that he's doing is about 2 miles an hour. I think that car stopped.
It stopped in pit lane, right in the entrance to pit lane. They're going to have to run down and recover it, because if someone comes into pit lane, you're going to have a bit of trouble on your hands.
Yeah, because that's completely unsighted as well.
Yeah, it's totally unsighted, so the marshals will have to get someone down into pit lane to push that car out of pit lane. And there we see the likes there of Manuel Epira running down pit lane to go and help out on that car.
Yeah, that's oh man, that's a difficult one to see here as we get a replay. So this is from earlier on. So there is the 555. There it goes. It's like a hose or something goes in the radiator, and you can see we've got some marshals running on the left-hand side, but we saw on that replay there very, very clearly fluid pouring out from that front right, and white flags being waved for the... Now, is that... I'm just trying to see there. That's some sort of something being dragged down by the marshal.
He's got no, that's the pit back who's got a battery pack with him.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
But it looks quite funny when they're running with a battery pack because it's heavy and he's got to lift his legs to get away, yeah.
Never skip leg day.
No.
Never skip leg day.
Yeah. They're all running down, they're pushing that car in now. Like I said, it was in a very precarious position there now. And that's the thing, the marshals can't help, your team is going to come out because you're in pit lane. And that is the sad part of it. And you see a man of 60 years plus, Emmanuel Epira, running down pit lane, so yeah. Lovely to watch.
Great to see. That is the number 41 of Brady back out onto the track there. This is what's fascinating about you just now, that nobody's come into pit lane yet and been held up behind that car. So hopefully they've got it at least moved out of the way. It does look like it's at least been moved to the side a little bit, and the entry isn't now blocked off.
Yeah, they're still pushing that car. They're just unsighted now with the bridge plate in the way, but they are still pushing that car.
I suppose now is a great time to say thank you again to the circuit staff and marshals for the wonderful job that they do here.
Those aren't actually marshals, those is the pit crew.
Yeah.
One of the drivers, Manuel Perez.
I saw.
So, yeah, rather something different to see the greats helping their mates into the pits.
Some bodywork damage. Is that
That's
the number
diffuser.
41?
The diffuser's broken, yeah. Possibly ran over the grass or something and hooked the diffuser. Now, if that was me driving, I pull off. I can't handle rattles.
It's absolutely fine. Don't worry about it. You know, you'll be absolutely fine. It's wow. We are.
Rattle or no rattle, he's still going the clappers. That's the main thing.
You have to. At this point in the race, you can have 3 wheels on the car, Francois, and they'll still be hammering. Better believe that Ginetta, as soon as it gets in, if they're allowed to get it back out.
It is.
Well, see, that's what I don't know if that counts as having to technically be recovered because it's not quite in pit lane.
The pit crew, even the driver's pushing.
This is spirited stuff.
Yeah, I know, this is brilliant. This should be on telly. This should be on the telly. That's unbelievable.
My heart goes out to that 555 crew, though, because they've just pushed so hard with that car, and it's just everything that could have gone wrong with that car has gone wrong, and they are just desperate to get it going. This, for me, is what endurance racing is all about, and this is how it happened to the number 41. And well, I've got to be honest, 9.8 for execution, 6.5 for the recovery, but again, you notice that the bodywork is still kind of on at that point. It's not flapping about, but maybe just at high speed. Huh.
Well, I don't know where the diffuser broke, but
Oh, that's a horrible one, because that snap oversteer on the exit of the corner, and every instinct as a driver, you lean into it, and then it just goes bang straight off to the other side. Got away with it. No, if it wasn't for that replay, nobody would have known.
Exactly, yeah. Oh, great stuff at the moment. So Mike McLaughlin still leading out. Andre Dedric in second. Gray in third. Hirsch then 4. Holomisa up to 5. I think is spectacular. They were way low down there. And the Batambas in 6. Oh, this is brilliant stuff coming out of these cars.
And this is what we said. Everything can absolutely change on a dime. Everything can change in the blink of an eye, and that's exactly what we've had here. What's impressing me as well is that the top 10 all within 3 laps of each other. So for the best part of a 6-hour race, it's still all in contention. Anything can happen. Anything can happen to any of the top 5 and bring everybody right back into it here.
And as Gary was saying, you know, they are leading their respective classes. So, but also to be sitting up in line on us that high, I mean, just pays testament to the amount of work that these guys have been putting in to be sitting so high up in the rankings at this stage of the race. We've got 1 hour and 45 minutes to go.
Yeah, as here's a replay then of the number 41. You can also see the marshal on the left-hand side. I mean, we need to get some Baywatch music over that just now. But you can also see that 41 with the bodywork, the diffuser at the front, just flapping about. I'll tell you what, right, joking aside, those things are heavy. Those battery packs, they weigh a very, very significant amount as we go side by side down the start-finish straight there. As I was waiting to say, I thought that was a bit of debris. It does look like it's just a crisp wrapper floated about in the middle of the track there. Oh, was nice and easy, like nothing happened there. Now what I am going to draw your attention to is the battle for second and third place in Class D. That gap was 5.5 seconds. It's now down to 1.2. And Betancourt is catching hand over fist over second place of Gray and Owens here. Whether or not it actually manifests itself on track there, we'll see. But yeah, they are very, very close indeed.
Given that, Betancourt is now trying to get back into second place in class, and he's got McLaughlin who's a lap ahead. Now, lap here is about 1 minute 25 seconds. He's still got an hour and 44 minutes to try and reel that in. And we might still have the chance of a pit stop somewhere down the line.
And this is, for me, this is the thing that changes things. I don't actually think he's a lap ahead. I think you'll see that come up about 48, 50 seconds. I think he's still on the same lap, just under a minute behind the leading car here. But yeah, look, this is all going to kick off very, very quickly. There you go, confirmation, 1:16. So it is just, in fact, that actually could be a lap getting put down on second place as we speak right now. So this is, oh man, this is going to be sketchy. How nice are you going to be to the race leader to let them lap you?
I don't know, we'll have to see. Mike McLaughlin must be having an absolute jaw out there at the moment. Gray is now only about 4 seconds ahead of Betancourt, so Betancourt's going to be on his case pretty shortly. And we'll have to see how that one pans out. There's Betancourt going through now, and he's going to try and work his way through to try and catch the likes. Oh.
Yeah, the traffic's caught them out massively because that gap's up by another 3 seconds here. So we'll keep an eye on that, but it's swings and roundabouts. It's, you know, you get with one hand and you take with another. Right, let's have a look at what happens here in pit lane. We can see the marshals running away. I'm kind of hoping the fact they put that full screen, we have got music on the background, but I very likely doubt that is the case. But listen, again, this is why we do this. We're here to enjoy ourselves and basically to do everything we can to make sure everybody else enjoys themselves as well. But as we let Francois escape for a little brief moment, it's a very warm welcome back to Mr. Frankie Hunis. Frankie, just as you step on the mic, we've got the winds nice and cool now. It's chilling us out. Did you enjoy your little break there?
Yeah, well, with being a 3-hour enduro, you always have to take a bit of a break. Francois has been going all the way from the beginning, so I said to him it's time that he just takes a bit of a break as well. We've got an hour and 42 to go before we see the checkered flag. And that McLaughlin car is more than 1 minute and 15 ahead of Gray, which means that Mark Gray is not on the same lap as him. But if you have a look behind the 127 car, the 269 and the 42, they are on the same lap as what Gray is. There's 6.8 seconds between the Betancourt car and the Gray car, and then there's 34.3 seconds behind him is the Hirsch and Van Heerde outfit. So it's basically all to play for here for that second, third and fourth position overall, and of course in Class D as well.
Yeah, I think this is actually your leader in second place, just separated by a lap going round. The thing, of course, for Gray as well, if that is the race leader, he'll be loving getting a little bit of toe and a little bit of slipstream, just taking him round and dragging him around the circuit. Obviously, the lap comes into it when you come into strategy, you come into pit stops and things like that. I think that McLaughlin will have to pit first, but either way, yeah, there we go. So that is just confirmation that seeing in the backgrounds. And the great thing I love about this is that we're spoiled here in the commentary box. Just like yourselves at home, we've got access to that fantastic track map on the right-hand side of the screen. And for those at trackside, we'll do our best to describe that for you.
Well, of course, if you're not sure where the leader is, you look at your track map, and there you will find where your leaders are. He's busy making his way out of Saddle Sweep and heading down that back straight. And the man that's ahead of him, the 127 car of Gray and Owens, he is making his way into turn number 5 into Pertamina Fostron. That is a second place man that is busy working his way out of Pertamina Fostron out of turn 5.
As we get a replay then. So this looks like the number 41 side by side and onto the brakes there, and that is the Porsche. Right, okay, so yeah, this is just from before, and that's a replay of the Ginetta, the front right of it, and you can see a liberal sprinkling of some sort of liquid onto the track, but it didn't seem to cause any issues for the cars.
Now that is a breakdown, a replay of what happened way earlier in this race, I should say, and that was the 27 car that was in the lead, the Porsche 911 GT3, and it retired just around that right-hander of turn 3 on the inside of a damp stip.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out why I didn't recognise that, but of course I was on the radio when that when that happened. I was like, did the Porsche come out again? No. But no. Yeah,
they took that Porsche back to the pit area.
Yeah,
and
he's gone for the day.
That, yes.
Yeah, goodness me. But I mean, Frankie, an hour and a half to go. Can you believe it?
That is the 4th place man we're looking at there. That's the Hirsch and Van Heerde outfit, the Backdraft Racing Cobra, that yellow car that sits there in that 4th position, and he's nearly 30 seconds, 29.8 to be exact, behind the 3rd place car, the 269 car of Betancourt and Guizhou.
And as I was saying to Francois as well, a lot of these cars now, Frankie, are just basically wanting to get to the finish. There's nothing in terms of them in the class near them. There's nothing in terms of road position. So a lot of them are just now focusing on getting the laps in and getting the finish under the belt as well. Because it is, let's face it, so very, very close indeed. But an amazing performance nonetheless from everyone taking part here today.
Well, I'm having a look at the track map. I don't know if the folks at home can see the track map or not. Now, the 72 car is in P1. He is now going through turn 3, through damps. The 127 is just ahead of him coming through Saddle Sweep. So, the 72 car, the McLaughlin and Clark car, may possibly even put a lap on that 127 car of Gray and Owens.
It's going to be very close because the both of them are lapping around about the same sort of time. But at the moment, the reason it's confusing on our timing screens is because it's only like 4 seconds ahead. So as soon as second place car goes across the line to go on the same lap, your leader's gone on then to the next lap, and it's like say about a 1 minute 18 difference, I think, between the two of them just now. And they're both doing around about 123s.
Well, those are the leaders that you just saw go through there. That's going into turn number 1, Blockcoin corner. That is actually first your second place man, and then behind him is the first place man, and they are circumnavigating their way through some of these slower back cars that's busy working their way out of turn 2, Castrol corner, and the leader is just behind the second place man. Second place man going through, and there comes your first place man behind him, and he is probably with the hour and 36 still on the clock going to put a lap there on the Gray and Owens car.
Yeah, and an incredibly strong position for that number 72 car to be in at this stage of the race of Mike McLaughlin and Steve Clark there, given that they're so close to the car that's directly behind them. Again, it's where strategy comes into play here.
So we just moved now to turn number 4, and that is the Pit Amber car. That is the Kisho and Mikhail Pit Amber car number 3, that was leading Class C. Well, still is leading Class C for now, that is. He spun that car around on the exit of turn 5 of Pertamina Fostron, and he will rejoin once again. But he has the Betancourt car and Guizhou car right behind him, and they are in that 3rd position.
Oh my goodness me! I mean, that rejoin as well is so scary. Turning into back onto the track there, it's such a scary thing there. Thankfully, it doesn't look like there's any damage to the car. We'll keep an eye on that there, but yeah. Scary moment there for Pitambur in a race that's been going remarkably. You know, we've had nothing to speak about them other than how much we like their livery.
I've been watching the second place man go through there. He's got somebody else there with him, but that is a second place man that is busy going down that backstretch, the two of them. Remember that the 72 car, there he goes. He's in that first position, and he is chasing down. That's this McLaughlin car, the 72 of McLaughlin and Clark, that's chasing down to put a lap on the Gray and Owens car.
Just watching two cars going side by side down into turn one, as well as we see cars coming under the bridge there to start yet another lap here. And it's like we were saying earlier, there's just action everywhere, something happening every single point of the circuit here. But again, with the laps now coming down, we're firmly going to be looking at about 10-15 minutes into the next round of pit stops. How's that going to play into the strategy as well?
That is your leader that's busy making his way into Castrol Corner. And that is the McLaughlin and Steve Clark backdraft BDR 4-litre machine that is busy powering its way around. Now your third place man, you can't see him on screen. He's busy exiting Castrol Corner, making his way through the Lundstem kink and towards Damps. That is the man that's on screen there. That's the Betancourt and Guizhou outfit that sits there in that third position, and he's only 22.3 seconds. Well, it's a pretty comfortable gap ahead of that yellow 42 car of Hirsch and Van der Heer that sits there in fourth place overall and fourth in class.
Just to say as well, you'll see that Pitambur is going down the order there. They're into the pit lane just now, giving the car a once over. There is a driver change as well going on. The car's being refueled just now, so they will get back out. But it doesn't look like there is anything untoward with that car whatsoever, as we've got another replay there. So completely unaided there for Pitambur, turning the car around, going round 360, and again, it's such a horrible position, a horrible feeling as a driver there. You're facing oncoming traffic and you're just waiting an age to get a safe place to rejoin here.
And you're literally in the blind spot, because remember that Pertamina Fostron turn 5 is a hairpin bend. So unless the driver that's going into Pertamina Fostron looks to his right through the Park Vermeer area and sees the exit of Fostron, otherwise, if he does that, he will know that there's a car there. If he doesn't, he will sweep through that hairpin, and all of a sudden, here is that number 3 car standing right in front of you.
Yeah.
That was pretty scary for all 3 of those drivers on that replay.
The thing about that as well is that thankfully that's why we've got marshals on the outside of that corner there. They'll likely have been waving double waved yellows, but it happened so quickly that again the drivers have to have their heads on stilts, as it were, just to be able to see that happening. Quite a few cars down into pit lane now as well. We've got another car in there as we've got the 350Z. Frankie, that car has seen its fair share of fun today.
Yeah, that 350Z has been doing pretty well. He's actually pressurized the car in front of him because there was a lockup as they go through. And that Golf, we just saw it briefly heading into the Lundstem kink. And that car is still going pretty strong. First, second and third in class. It's the only Class H car. Claire Vale and Dean Hogg. There it runs up the Tigerberg Straight towards Sarl Sweep. And I actually, during my off period, I was listening to that car every time it comes past us here, that Golf 1 of Hogg and Vale. And that I don't want to say little golf, but it is little compared to the other cars that's out there. It sounds sweet and it sounds crisp. So clearly they've got that car tuned in perfectly and spot on as it makes its way around Pertamina Fostron and just stays out of the way of the Foster cars.
And that, for me, is the story of how they've done so well today, is the fact that they've just been racing their own race. They haven't...
But it's about being constant.
Yeah, yeah.
Consistency, that's what it's all about.
Absolutely. And
just drive it within its limits, you'll get there. You overdrive it, you're going to break it or you're going to crash.
yeah. As we see another lock-up there from someone overdriving the car. And listen, this is the story of the day. We've seen lock-up after lock-up into turn one, late on the brakes, trying to get the weight onto the outside tyres there, trying to turn the car through at the left there. And, yeah, thankfully gets it done. Now, I've got a sneaking suspicion that that car that we're watching there that locked up, I'm pretty sure that just came out of pit lane.
Yeah, I think that's a 74 350Z of Brett Swanefelder and Antoine Tully. That's only 350Z that's on my list, so that would then be that 74 car. Yes, it is. It is, because he was involved with a fight earlier on out there as well with Wilson and them. And so he is still in there, but he has dropped down the leaderboard. I look at this group of backdraft Cobras that are busy working their way through turn 5A, kink, and towards turn number 1, Blockcoin.
Across the start-finish line, down into the brakes in turn one, big send up the inside there. And again, that's a lot of confidence in that that car. And again, we were saying earlier on, as we cut to a replay then, this is going to be the lock-up from one of the, I believe, backdraft Cobras in front. Again, it's the front left that locks up as the car in front just tries to get itself, and it happens because the weight transfer just doesn't happen in time. It's trying to go forwards, and there's only 2 points of 2 axes in which it can go at any one time. It's either going to go forwards, it's either going to go back or left or right. It can't do all 2 at the same time.
And that was what I said earlier on. It was put under severe pressure there from the Nissan 350Z. Now, this car you're seeing on screen now, that car did not finish the first half, the first 3 hour, and that is the V8 Master Drivers team of Martin Bench, Jason Ibbotson, and Tion Berger. It had front-end damage in the first 3 hour and pulled into the garage, and that was the end of that. And they are still going pretty strong out there in the Volkswagen Golf GTI 2-litre turbo, that 45 car, as it works its way out of Blockcoin along the Joubert Straight towards Castrol.
Yeah, down through that right-hander. And you're absolutely spot on when you said about that, because that Golf has just kept itself out of trouble as well. The number 45 of Martin Bench and Jason Ibbotson. I've been concerned for it a couple of times. I've seen it going what I thought was quite slowly, but it seems to do this thing, but it'll come out the pits, do a reasonably gentle outlap, and then just absolutely hammer it, and then it's fine.
Yeah, and that Golf has done 55 laps so far, and the last lap was a 1 minute 32.09. So they are sitting there in 13th. That is that Golf that we are talking about, that number 45 car of Bench, Ibbotson, and Berger.
So we got quite a bit of activity down in pit lane as we speak. 2 takers right now doing driver changes. This, I would imagine, is going to be the final driver swap of the afternoon. I can imagine. Oh, and that was super, super close. Maybe that was just me seeing that there from the 41. But
no, I think it was super close, and that is the 4th place car. Yes, it is. That was the Bench, the Hirsch and Van Heerden car that almost got caught up there in issue with that Golf of Claire Vale and Dean Hogg. I mean, you can imagine the difference of speed between that Golf and the big thundering V8 backdraft Cobra. And if he picks him up at the wrong, that car up at the wrong time, it could cause a problem. Thank goodness all was well.
yeah, certainly. Also, the camera angle as well makes it look a little bit tighter, but it still would have been a very, very unnerving moment for that poor little Golf. And yeah, it's funny, isn't it, how you kind of take to certain cars and you feel quite protective of them, especially some of the smaller cars. You feel like you want to make sure that they finish the race as well, and you become quite attached to them, as we see the 350Z coming under pressure from one of the backdraft racing cars. But we're on lap 64 now, and it is still the number 72 in the leads of Class D and the race overall, Mike McLaughlin and Steve Clark.
Well, we've got a new stat here of best laps. The best lap was a 1:17.996 by a car that's not in the race anymore. Then in Class C, the best lap there is a 1:20.379. That is the Pit Amber car. Then we move to Class D. It is definitely Wilson, the 91 car. That's a 1:22.265. Then we move on to Class E, that's the Olamisa and Sukudu car. Their best time is a 1:24.657. And then Class F, that is the Bradley Sickle car, a 1:27.496. And then Class H, Claire Vale and her partner Dienog, a 1:33.797. So those are the quickest times of the leaders of the class. The guys behind them obviously did their personal best times as well, but you got your best time and then you got your personal best times in the class behind the leader of each class.
Yes, we're seeing things getting a little bit hot and heavy coming down into turn 2 just now. The 350Z there of British Van Velder ahead along with Anthony Talley. That is just ahead of a couple of the backdraft cars there. And again, they're fighting for position, doing their own thing. But again, you've got to say, Class D just been absolutely eaten up by those backdraft Cobras. And at one point in the top 10, we had 7 cars that were all from that outfit there.
Yeah, that 74 Nissan 350Z is 16th overall, and it looks to me like it's 4th in Class E. That's the Swanefelder car, and he did his time, PB time for himself was a 1:26.842.
Just behind him, that is the 269 car of Andre Betancourt and Remy Guigui, just making their way through to the fast run corner just now. It does look like that 269 car has made very short work of it and gets ahead of it. Again, they're not in the same class, they're not on the same lap, so therefore it's not actually for position. But look at the straight line speeds that 350Z has. Almost looked like it had a little shout going into turn 1 there, but yeah, that wasn't happening any day of the week whatsoever.
So your right, so that 72 car, he's still in the lead. As a matter of fact, he is heading through turn number 1 through Blockcoin corner, and he has eventually, as I look at the track map, he has eventually, remember we said that he was going to put a lap on that 127 car of Gray and Owens, and you can clearly see on our track map as he works his way out of Castro corner through the Lundstem kink and towards Damstip, that the McLaughlin car, the 72 car of McLaughlin and Clark, has now put a lap on the 127 car of Gray and Owens.
And again, a huge hive of activity down in pit lane. We've got several drivers and team people down there waiting to get their cars in there, as we're taking a look at the entry basically to turn 2. I always love this shot because it's such a nice view of the exit and how important it is to get a good exit out of turn 1.
Following that 350Z out of Castrol Corner, Swanefelder and Tully. And they are down in 17th position, that Nissan 350Z.
So, halfway through the second race of the afternoon. My goodness me, how time flies when you're having fun here. 1 hour and 20 minutes left to go. And so much stuff to talk about. Firstly, the 27 car that was in the lead of the first race and was in the lead of this one, again looking so dominant. That was, of course, the number 27 of Wayne Hoffman and Troy Dolenchek, the Porsche 991.1 GT3, retiring with a mechanical issue at turn 3, having to be recovered, and is out of the race and now 53 laps behind the race leader. We did not see that one coming. For the rest of everyone else, it's been a battle of attrition. We've seen lockups, we've seen huge moments, we've seen some very near misses here, Frankie. But again, the end is in sight, and I'm hoping that everyone here can make it through the final hour and 20 minutes.
Well, hour and 20 minutes is still quite some time to go before they see that checkered flag as this group of cars heads into turn 2 through Castrol Corner. Once again, the Swanefelder Tully car leading that other backdraft Cobra out of Castrol Corner. So if you're wondering at home while you're watching these group of cars, you want to know exactly where P1 and P2 is. Well, P1 is lap P2, but they're still nose to tail, and they're working their way out of turn number 1, out of Blockcoin Corner, and they are heading on to the Joubert Straight that will take them to Castrol Corner. So they're not on the same lap. There is a lap difference between car 72 and 127, but they are basically nose to tail as they work their way towards Damstip.
So it looks like we've got the number 42 in pit lane along with the number 94 from 4th and 5th position. This is going to be their penultimate pit stop. They will still have to do, from my calculations, a splash and dash about half an hour towards the end of the race here as we go side by side down that back stretch there. I'd love to say that was for position, but unfortunately it was two cars that are on different laps here. But as it, like I said, half an hour ago, I think is going to be the cut-off point for these drivers that are coming in here. They will have to stop again.
Yeah, a lot of these cars, remember that the majority of these cars are now no longer on the lead lap with each other like was in the first half an hour, first 45 minutes. So that green car coming towards us, that to me looks like the number 20 car that's had enough issues out there today, and that is the Bruce Evan Taplin car, and they are sitting there in that 14th position in Class D.
And again, it's at this point, as we see them heading down into to turn 2 just now, it's at this point you start thinking about the safety of the car and trying to bring it home and trying to think of, you know, how you're going to be sympathetic towards things here. We've just covered the fact that they're all mostly on different laps to each other. So again, it's now about just keeping the car going running, because we've seen through the course of the first race, Frankie, how many places you can make up just keeping the car active and on track.
That's all you have to do, is just keep it on track and keep it active, keep it going. And check your gauges all the time to make sure that everything's okay, and then you can just go out there, do your best and hope for the best. That's basically what it's all about, as these two cars work their way out of Pertamina Fostron. I don't recall seeing so many backdraft Cobras in one endurance race here in Cape Town.
That was the 72 that just went past. So that's the race leader, actually, that is under attack there from one of the cars that's a few laps down. I think that is actually the 131, I think. But I'll get an ID on that very shortly, as there's dust on the exit of turn 1. And that's a car off.
Yep, that was one of those two cars. Yeah, that was the car that went through with the leader. The leader's going through Castrol Corner. He has rejoined again. He just ran at a touch wide, and he does rejoin. There you can see him go into Castrol Corner. So at this stage of the race, remember that these guys have done a 3 hour, and they've done an hour 44 in this one. So round about now, Dave, these guys are beginning to feel it. And the wind has died down slightly as well, so you can better believe that it's pretty warm inside those cars, even though they are open tops.
They are open tops, but they're wearing Nomex suits. They're wearing these incredible fireproof suits,
and with all different layers as well.
Some of them likely have under layers. They've got under trousers. They've got the socks, the gloves. Listen, it is horrendous.
Some of them even wear the balaclava as well.
It is horrendous in those things. That's why I was saying earlier on about when they come out the car, they're absolutely exhausted, and they're also absolutely soaking wet with sweat.
Well, talking about that, now imagine that with these guys here in Cape Town. Now, imagine the Formula 1 guys at Singapore. What it is like for them there. It's the heat and it's the humidity. So I think when these guys climb out of these cars, when this 3 hour is done, they will know exactly what Max Verstappen, Lewis Hamilton, Oscar Piastri, George Russell, Charles Leclerc, and all the others know when they step out of their cars at a place like Singapore.
Yeah, it's a wild experience for sure on that one. But yeah, no, rather them than me. I'm just looking down. Actually, I'm going to hazard a guess. I wonder if that was second place. I wonder if that was a 127 that spun at turn 1 that last lap round, because their last lap, 135.
Yes, you are 100% correct, because remember, he lapped the 127, but the 127 was right there with him.
Yeah.
So yes, you are probably 100% correct that it was the second place man that actually lost it on the exit of Block Coin Corner.
Oh, that's going to be a very spicy replay. I mean, a lot of questions have to be asked though, because I mean, for me, it's like, well, we'll see the replay. Maybe it was just a completely unintended moment there, as we've got like 6,000 cars going through turn 1 just now. But again, thinking about self-preservation, you're not going to be wanting to put the car in any untoward situations.
To prove that you are right in that statement that you made, as we see the Pit Amber car go through with the Hirsch and the Van Heerde and others, to prove your point that you are right, the leader is making his way through where we are now, through Damstip, and because the 127 spun, he's now making his way along the Joubert Straight towards turn 2 Castrol Corner, and you should actually see him coming to view pretty soon. But yeah, he's already made his way through, and he is heading towards Damstip, the 127.
Loving this little...
As a matter of fact, sorry, I do apologize. As a matter of fact, he is now making his way through Castrol Corner, through the Lundstem Kink, and he is now heading towards Damstip. There was another car with a similar color, but it wasn't him. He is now working his way through Dams.
That's a lot of time that's been lost, but I'm loving this little battle that's going on right now. Again, cars on different laps here, but they were all squeezed together coming down that back stretch there, and they've all started to squeeze themselves out. Again, more activity down in pit lane. We've now got 3 takers, I believe. That is the Golf GTI 2-litre turbo of the 45 of Martin Bench and Jason Ibbotson. Looks like there's a driver change happening there, and we've got 2 of the Backdraft Cobras down in pit lane as well, with an hour and 10 minutes left to go in this second part of the Cape 6-hour race.
Yeah, there's 4 cars that's been led there by the Pit Amber family. That number 3 car coming through. Then we've also got part of that is that 42 car, that is Hirsch and Van Heerde, and then right there behind them we've got the O'Neill and May number 94 car that is in that fight as well, as they work their way along the Killarney Straight towards turn 5 Fostron.
Yeah, and again, you know, as much as we get a little bit of action, then it all calms down. As are we going back to a replay here? No, I think we're on live footage down into turn 1. That is the BMW, if I'm not mistaken. And again, oh, now there you go. That is
a lock-up and then going semi over the grass and then slowing right down, moving out the way and hopefully picking up pace again. No, it's not. It's not picking up pace. It's going slow.
Is there damage on the front left of that? I think it's buckled. Its front left wheel is done.
The front left wheel is toe in. It's very much toe in. That front left-hand side suspension is completely broken. As that 94 car is in trouble. That 94 car is in trouble as well. O'Neill and May. They are in serious trouble. There's just plumes of smoke that came out there. I wonder, is it engine problem or is it maybe body rubbing on tyre? I think, or it could be the actual wheel itself, that maybe a wheel bearing or something is packed up over there.
Whoa, that is the most insane thing. And unfortunately, I caught it with my eyes. We didn't see it on the camera. The number 72 just squeezed through 2 cars at full racing speed on the backstretch there. That is the most insane thing I've ever seen happen. That was wild, but we have to focus on that. That was the race leader as well. I've just realised that. That was McLaughlin that just went flying right in the middle. If we can get a replay of that.
I just heard you get all excited. I just
oh my
around,
God, my heart.
It happened so quickly. By the time I turned around, he was through and just tearing along that Killarney straight.
Honestly, if you see it, you'll understand why. But that is heartbreak. With just over an hour left to go here, to have a mechanical failure there, and quite probably another one right in front of it.
Yeah, he's going to have to pull off that front left-hand wheel. Assembly is broken off completely. It's standing totally toe in, and they will try, obviously, to assess the situation first. Can it be sorted out for him to at least be classified as a finisher, or will that be the end of that? Obviously, we won't know as we see it limping down pit road.
Yeah, that is absolute heartbreak for. I think that is the was that the 94 there of O'Neill, but it was definitely
O'Neill is the car, is the backdrop Cobra with South African flag colours.
Right, yeah, that's the one that we saw in the pit lane then. So that must be the 131 then that's gone into.
Yeah, I think you're quite right there, Dave.
Oh my goodness, mate! I mean, here's a replay here then. The car limping its way back, and by this point the damage is done. I think what's happened is it's locked up.
But the damage was done there, and then that 94 car came through as well.
I wonder if something's come off the car and possibly hit it.
Well, that was a replay of that situation.
Goodness.
It's like Bradley Sickles' BMW that's working its way out of Pertamina. Yes, it is. It is the Silver Dream Racer of Bradley Sickle, and he is currently in 16th position, and his last lap was a 152.36. So yes, problem the 350Z is done. That's Swanefelder and Tully. They are in trouble.
I don't know what they did in their past lives, but that car is so jinxed at this point that oh man, that's for me. It goes beyond now, wanting to see action and excitement and stuff. Now it's just I want to see everybody's put so much effort in, and delighted to say the 350Z gets going again. Could be what they call in the industry Control-Alt-Delete, reboot the car, get it going again, and hopefully sort out whatever it is. As long as they can make it back to pit lane, they've got a better chance of getting it sorted out.
Well, that will be their main aim. Get the car back, find out what's the problem, assess it, and see if you can get it sorted out and be classified as a finisher. So their first objective will be to get that Nissan 350Z back into pit road and into its box.
Yeah, it certainly is. But again, it's just crazy to think that we've only got just an hour left to go, and there's another car going slowly on the inside. I don't think that's the same one, is it? Is that the... Is that
Yes,
350?
yes,
It is, right.
350Z, yes.
Oh, so the problem's still there. At least they've got the car going. That's the key thing right now.
Yeah, that's the main thing, yeah. Just get the car back to the pits, as I said, and then take it from there.
Yeah, but you can see it here going down the back straight there, trying to make its way. The problem is that it's got very, very fast traffic approaching it at light speeds. I can see the pink car there. That's, of course, the number 3 car, the Backdraft Cobra of Kishore Pitambar and Mikhail Pitambar. Let's have a look at this then.
There was another car that had a lot of smoke coming out of it. That is that 94 car. That car, I don't know if the rubber is rubbing against the bodywork or what. I thought earlier possible wheel bearing. I think by now it would have seized at the speed that these guys are going. So you probably find that the body is touching the tyre somewhat. Remember that that car was involved in race number 1 in a situation where it took the back end of the 72 car off. They got that 94 car sorted out, and it's still going now for the second half of the 6 hour, and I wonder if whatever they might have had wrong in the first part has now come back to haunt them at the front end of that 94 car of O'Neill and May.
I think you're absolutely spot on. I think it's definitely tyre rub on it, because it's only in right-hand corners that you see it exacerbated. It goes on, then it goes off when the car sort of pitched towards the back as it's accelerating. You'll see it again here as it turns through the right-hander. The smoke should come on.
As you get that body roll, that slight body roll to the left, it touches that tyre and causes plumes of smoke. The question is, with an hour and 4 minutes left on the clock, he will have to come into the pits and get that thing sorted out, because if you carry on, you're not going to make an hour and 4 minutes on that tyre. That's going to let go on you somewhere, should that be the situation.
100%, but then on the flip side of that, he'll be thinking, as the driver himself, he'll be thinking, if I can just make it another 10 minutes, we can then fit it into the strategy and possibly get that going. But listen, you're absolutely spot on with that. He has to think about the longevity of that car. He's still going on with it, and this is what racers do. They take things into their own hands here. He maybe thinks that it's not as bad of an issue.
We just saw a replay of that car going through with smoke pummeling out, and then the Nissan 350Z that initially pulled off and then started to limp its way around the track.
As we get another view there of the car of Jensen O'Neill going, and again we're in our real footage, in real-time footage, we're still seeing him going through towards turn number 3 here. And the thing is that he's quite happy to do it. He's got another car that he's trying to make his way past. He does so side by side, so there's no issue with the top speed of the car. But it's, as you were saying, Frankie, it's going to not be a problem until it is.
Yeah, and it's going to happen quick. When it happens, it'll just let go, and that could cause chaos. So if I was his seconds up against the pit wall over here, I'd hang a board out to say pit, or if they've got radio comms with him, tell him to get into pit lane now. Hopefully, if they do that, they will then have a spare wheel that they can put on. However, we see he continues.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it, but again, it's as it comes down the start-finish straight here, and the car gets put under load, it is pushing itself in on the brakes as well, pulls down, and then decides to go down as well.
Well, who's coming? That's the 127 car that just went across the start-finish line. That's a second-place man of Gray and Owens. He's heading into turn number 1 into block corner, and as he does that, we still stick here with that 94 car. Now, whoever is in there behind him, surely must try and clear him. The thing is that he's doing tremendous speeds that the car behind him can't get past, and that guy that's in there behind him will be saying, I don't hope that tyre lets go with me behind him, because then it could cause a problem. However, we're just speculating up here. It may be the case, it may not be the case.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's the 16 car that is behind him at the moment, and the 16 car is Giacomo Scignoli and Fabian Lantz that's behind there. So they are down in 11th position. So they're like 5 or 6 laps back on that fight anyway. But again, this smoke is coming from somewhere. It's coming from the bodywork rubbing on the tyre, and there's only going to be so much of that tyre that can get rubbed off before it becomes critical and before it goes pop. Again, we say that not because we're wanting to cause drama or we're wanting to hype things up. It's because from our experience, we've seen this so many times.
We're stating facts. I mean, we've been around the block here more than once or twice to know exactly what can happen and does happen. You're talking about that 94 car, it is in 7th position, and that 16 car that is in there behind it is in 11th position. Now that 94 car, the last lap was a 126.2, and its best time was a 123.403. So he is approximately 3 seconds off his best time with a car that is not in good shape.
Yeah, he's nursing it, I think, is the best way of using that just now. In fact, I'm just taking a look at the front end of that car, actually, and maybe it's just my aged brain starting to fail me here. It looks incredibly square compared to the rest of them. I wonder if he's had a little bit of contact on the front end of that car. But again, more coming into pit lane. We've got that number 91 retiring finally from the race down there with that broken front axle here. But again, that car continuing to go on as it crosses another lap. But the one thing that absolutely stuns me, Frankie, we're into the final hour of the race. 59 minutes left to go in the second part of today's Cape 6 hour.
Well, that is the third place man that is leading this 2 cars. That is the 269 of Betancourt and Guijou. That is in that third position. He's got company there with him as he rolls into turn number 1 into Blockcoin corner. So he has got company just in there behind him as they exit. And they're on the dirt. That could be the 20 car of Evan Taplin in them that is there with that man that's in third place. The Betancourt and Guijou outfit as they exit Castrol corner. Francois, welcome back.
Yeah, I've been watching a little bit out on circuit there, and a little bit of tyre rub and smoke, and the marshals all getting excited just to know that it's tyre rub. But nonetheless, so McLaughlin 2 laps ahead there, and Betancourt getting through there.
I'll be staying with this 94 car that's got that smoke that's pouring out that left-hand side, and still has that 16 car that's in P11 in there just behind him.
Yeah, so that took off working there, and it's a pity about the tyre up, because obviously that tyre is going to be degrading, and I think the biggest thing that you don't want to have is for that tyre to go pop. That's the main thing while you're out there.
And ahead of these cars, you just saw that 45 Golf of Bench, Ibbotson and Berger making their way through. They are in 13th position, and they are in 4th in Class E.
Lots of scuffles there, and having a look through all of this, lots to be done out there. Plenty of people doing the best that they can. And I think the best that's been done here today is the Clearvale-Denog combination. They have been just plugging away. I just hope they get over the line. That's the main thing.
Well, I don't want to do the commentator's curse thing, but if I had to choose a driver or a team
combination of the day, yeah,
it would be that Golf.
Oh yeah, no, for
It's the smallest car. It's probably got the least power, and Claire and Dean is just doing the job properly.
No, fantastically well. Going back to the lead, Mike McLaughlin, they had a couple of issues today, but I think they've put their best foot forward. And I know they've done very well in the SAS Endurance Series, so they've come down here to stamp the authority. Once again, let's hope they get through to the finish line.
Now we're watching, going through just behind this lot. We actually saw this lot go through, and behind them is the 127 that's in second position. And there he comes over there. And then you've got that 16 car, and then you've got that 94 car of O'Neill and May that is in a serious trouble. So those two cars are going to be caught and overtaken by that third place car that is Betancourt and Guizhou.
I don't know who's driving it. Could be Bijou. Look at the smoke pour of that tyre. Now, how long can you rub a tyre like that is my question, that it doesn't go? And surely his pit crew must know about it. And, yeah, what kind of a decision are they going to make on that one? Because they've been out there very long with that tyre rub.
Well, like we said, we presume it's tyre rub. We're speculating up here. We don't know, but the chances are pretty good that it is.
Right, so having a look at some of the cars coming through here down into Block Coin Corner. Leaving it there, there's the yellow...
oh, that's Hirsch and Van Heerden.
They sit there in P5. But obviously the positioning here on the circuit's not the same as what they are in Index, because the cars are very, very spread out. Benches, Golf coming in there, going past Clearvale as we pop down back to the back straight, entering Pertamina Fastron. And there goes Betancourt through there.
Well, let's just recap, Francois. First, second, and third in Class D. Let's do it the easy way. It's a 72 from the 127 from the 269. Then the number 3 car, the Pit Amber outfit, is first in Class C. Class D, they sit in P7 and 8. That's a 94 on the 131 of O'Neill and May, going and Turnbull. Then Class E, the lead of Class E is Olamisa and Hill, and he sits sixth place over. And then the 41 and the 33 is a second and third in that class, and they are 9th and 10th overall. Class F, that is a Bradley Sickle, and he is in that 15th position. Then Brett Swanefelder and Antoine Tully, they are, well, they're not in the top 3 of Class E. They're just out of the top 3. And then, of course, Class H, all on their own, is the Vale Hog Golf 1.
Yeah, no, great stuff. Everyone that are leading out their classes will be pretty happy, and especially if they finish. That smoke's still pouring out of that car. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Yeah, and then coming up behind them is that 45 car, that Golf 2-litre turbo going through. And as we said before, that is Martin Benz, Jason Ibbotson, and Tian Berger combination.
And a very nice combination there. Very sort of different combination. Martin Bench has driven just about anything he can drive. Jason Ibbotson, we know, had a V8 Masters. And Tian Berger from Oval Circuit. So great combination there, great driver skills. But that Cobra pouring out that tyre smoke, I don't know. How long do you let it go? That's my question.
Well, time will tell what it is and what it is not, as they head this group of cars. That is the Pit Amber car, and just behind the Pit Amber car is 4th place man Hirsch and Van Heerden.
Yeah, Patambo regaining a place there, and he was dropped down. He's down into P5 now. You'd like to be up a little bit higher, but he leads out Class C, and well, he doesn't have any competitors to challenge him for his class, so he'll be pretty happy with where he is at the moment.
Smoke still pumping. Oh, that's a lockup. That is a lockup there. That Golf right on the case of that Cobra, and it locked up big time going into Block Coin Corner. And working its way through Block Coin. You just saw that car go through. That's on the track map. That's the 127 of second place man Gray and Owens.
Yeah, Gray and Owens quietly sitting in second place, doing a great job out there, head of Betancourt and just up behind Mike McLaughlin. Having a look at the gap there, 2 laps down of McLaughlin, but and then 19 seconds ahead of Betancourt. So they're in a favourable position with less than an hour to go, about 51 minutes. So they should be doing quite well. Another lock-up there by one of the Cobras. Well, it seems like all the lock-ups in turn one, Frankie, a strange one.
Yeah, it seems all to happen there in Blockcoin corner. That's where the lock-ups come. But I'm having a squiz at that track map. The 72, that's the leader. Second place man is 127 going down into turn number 5 into Pertamina Fostron. He is 2 laps behind that 72 car, and the way they're going with 50 minutes left, wouldn't be surprised if he puts another lap on the 127 car of Gray and Owens.
Yeah, no, Mike McLaughlin's giving it horns at the moment, so yeah, it's very possible. Have a look, see, they've just crossed our line, so anything can happen.
Yeah, that's the 127 car that just went through your picture there. That is the man that's in a second position. Remember, not everybody is on the same lap, so you'll find a car directly behind another car. You can be 1 lap, 2 laps, 6 laps for that matter behind, because everybody is basically mixed up. There's only one car that's on the lead lap, and that is the leader.
Yep.
Everybody else has been lapped.
Lapped, yeah. Well, if he doesn't, Frankie, if he doesn't be careful, he might lap himself.
Well, folks, just to give you a bit of background, we've just got a printout as we see us smoking left and front on the backdraft as it came down towards turn number 1. We've got a conglomeration of the results from the first 3 hours and the first 2 hours and 6 minutes of what Frankie and Francois have been given to you now. So the following results that you're going to get is where it is overall for the 6 hour, and then we will go back to what's happening live right out on the circuit right now. David.
So up until 5 hours then, this is how the teams and the drivers lay out then. The number 269 of Betancourt and Guig having done 202 laps with 5 hours and 6 minutes. Second place is Gray and Owens having done 201 laps after the 5 hours. And then you've got McLaughlin and Clark in third place with the 72 as well. They are all in Class D. Then rounded out the Class D for the top 4 is Jensen Going and Turnbull in the 131, having done 198 laps. Then in 5th position is the Class C leader of Katamber and the number 3 car, so they've done 197 laps. Then it is Class E leader Truter and De Silva in the number 33 car, having done 193 laps. Then it's Class F is Brandon Sickle and Isabella Sickle in the number 23 car, having done 178 laps. Then you've got Claire Vale and Dean Hogg in the number 19 Golf. They're in Class H and they've done 172 laps. And then that rounds pretty much everyone out, with the fact that we did have the only car in the Class A was the Porsche of Hoffman and Dolenchek that has retired from the race. Remember, those are provisional as of 5 hours into the race.
Right, so there, David gave you a couple of provisional results on the 5-hour mark, which basically just leaves an hour in it. So pretty much odds-on favourites to take this will be Betancourt, Frankie.
Yeah, that 269 car, he's out there in that 3rd position, so I don't quite know if he's going to be able to do that. Well, he is 24.9 seconds behind Gray. That is Gray and Owens, that's in that 2nd position, which means that they are basically on the same lap. So that fight isn't done yet for 2nd and 3rd between car 127 and car 269.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, it works down to time and laps in an endurance race. So, you know, he's going to have to pass him and do some more. But, yeah, it makes for pleasurable viewing. That's the main thing. That is unfortunately the thing about the endurance race. You think you're leading, and at the end of the day, you haven't done enough laps because you pitted too long.
Yeah, look, this will put them on the same lap, but I mean, it's basically 25 minutes, seconds you can say, listen to me, minutes. 25 seconds you can say, and 25 seconds in motorsport is like 25 hours, you know, that type of thing. So, yeah, it's still going to be a tough task.
Yeah, especially when you come towards the closing stages, there's not enough time for you to run down the times and the laps. So, yeah, that is the downside of it. You leave it, you got too much to do when it's too late. So, yeah, very difficult. But having a look at the track now as the sun starts moving towards the setting side of things now at approximately 6 o'clock. Yeah, in the sunny Cape Town, sun's still up high. I reckon the sun will only dip down at about 7:30. So, yeah, at least the blockout in the window is still working, because once it comes under the blockout, we start roasting.
Yeah, you're going to get pretty warm inside here, as we see 3 cars heading into turn number 1, and that into block coin, and the car in the middle there, that is 4th place man, that is Hirsch and Van Heerde, and the 20 car just going into Cashville corner, that is the Evan Taplin car, and they are in 12th position overall.
Well, that yellow one trying to get through there up on the inside manages to work his way through and possibly gain just a couple of inches and a couple of seconds on his nearest rivals and competitors. That's the one thing about endurance, Frankie. You got to plug away for the full 6 hours.
You just got to plug away, and I'm sure it goes a lot more quicker for them than what it does for the spectators around the track and the fans at home, because they are in those cars, they're having fun, they're having the time of their lives, and they're driving these beautiful machines around Killarney International Raceway, and especially if you're sitting in a backdraft Cobra with a V8 motor just ahead of you.
Oodles of power, good handling. I mean, yeah, what more? And under the skin, it's very modernized, Frankie. It's not the old AC Cobra setup. It's very modernized.
Oh, yeah,
it's the same configuration, but obviously better suspension, better bushes, you know, all the rest. And then some of them running on some lovely motors, the Lexuses and the Alices and the likes thereof. Oodles of power, good gearboxes, and the rest.
So as the clock ticks on, I'm looking for that leader. The leader's going down the back straight, the Killarney straight, and he still hasn't caught up to that 127 car. That is a 72 car, and there he goes into Pertamina Fostron right now, working his way around. That is the man on your screen there that sits in P1, and he's got a commanding lead. That is the number 72 car of McLaughlin and Steve Clark.
And we see the car there of Martin Bench and Co that are getting a lot of cheering on there from the pit wall. So they're doing pretty well. And obviously Martin Bench, they're running, I think, 5th in class. But 1, 2, 3, they're 4th in class down in P13, but still getting a lot of motivation from their crew down on pit wall, which is encouraging to see at this time of the day. So saying, listen, we've had our problems, but it looks like we're going to end the race.
Well, that's the most important thing. Get it to the checkered flag, as we are 42 minutes away from that checkered flag. And it's still quite some distance to go. We wait for the cars to come into view. Now, the second place man is heading into Pertamina Fostron. That's the 127 car. Working his way out of Fostron. That's a 94 car that's coming through. Here is your second place man. That's just worked his way through the turn 5A kink. And if we stick around there for a while, okay, we're not going to, but we will see that the 72 car, that's the leading car, will be working its way towards turn number 1, towards block coin. Not quite there yet. He turns in, now he turns into the block coin corner. Right, this is the second place car, the 127 of Gray and Owens heading into Dams.
So Graham Owens doing also a sterling job, also trying to roll up and gain some extra laps in the remaining time, which will push them higher up on the index. And I can tell you what, they are absolutely pummeling that Cobra at the moment, Graham Owens. They're giving it a good stonk there. Really doing well as they work their way down the so-called Killarney back straight down towards Purdom in a fast-run corner.
Right, so I'm looking for that third place car. It's making its way into a turn number 3 into Damstip, heading out of Dams. He's on the, what probably now is the Golden Highway. Not quite. The sun is still too high. If it was winter time by now, well, the sun would have been gone by now, but we would have seen that Golden Highway a long time ago. We'll just refer to it as its original name, its proper name, the Tygerberg Straight.
Yeah, doing fantastic. I'm still seeing that Golf of Bench and Ibbotson out there in Tiamberger. They're doing a sterling job at the moment. And there's your second place car now running into out of Purdom in a fast run up the Porsche straightaway. He's up behind the Ibbotson Golf. So work their way. And our little Golf, our pick of the day, the Clearvale car, still doing fantastically well out there and still plugging away merrily until the close of play.
Yeah, they're in the 14th position overall and obviously leading Class H. And then just ahead of them, we've got that 45 Golf. That's the one on the inside line. That is the one that we're going through with there. That, of course, is Bench, Ibbotson, and Tian Berger. And remember, they did not finish in the first half of the 6 hour, the first 3 hours. So they will want to salvage something and at least get that car to the flag in the second half of the 6 hour.
Definitely, at least they get themselves on the points on the score sheet, and that's important. You don't want a DNF because then you get 0 points. And that's not what you want. So, having a look-see now, 39 minutes to go. They're going to be working their way through here. Still leading out McLaughlin and Gray second, Bettercourt third, Hirsch 4. So that's 1, 2, 3, and 4. Then Class D. Patamba in 5, he's leading out Class C. Holomisa in 6, leading out Class E. So quite a mix-up there, a mixed bag of in the first 6 cars at the moment. Big scrap there. Couple of looking cars having a great scrap there. Close stuff.
So, hang on, there's somebody that just locked up and gone off the track over there. So as this drama unfolds, I'm going to hand over to David Christie with 38 minutes left, and he and Francois will take you to the checkered flag. David, let's just hope that this time we don't have the same problem with fuel when we get to the last 4 to 5 minutes.
Well, with Frankie making an exit stage left there, I'm wanting to know what car he was immediately talking about before he went off there, in case that's the commentator's car.
No, that car that went off regained the track, so don't worry.
Okay.
There's the car on screen now at the moment, so we can't pick up numbers. But yeah, that's a big moment because that wall in turn 3 is very close to the roadside. So very fortunate for that car that it never clattered into the wall, because that could have been game over. But some good driver control coming out of it. And unfortunately not being able to see the number on the car there. And working their way through. Right. Having a look-see. Going down into Purdom in a fast run on one of the leading cars. I think that's the Bettencourt car. Yeah, there it comes. That's the Bettencourt Cobra that goes down past over the start-finish line. So that is third placed car, Andre Bettencourt, and working his way through. And great to see him working, plugging away, hoping that he's going to get higher up on the podium. But I think they're doing pretty well. Him and Remy Gige on the BDR Lexus backdraft. So they're doing very, very well. Here's your... Oh, and he gets a snap. Oh, and he holds on to it. Off to the side. But I tell you what, that wall was exceptionally close. Have a look at that. The snap, he holds it. And fortunately not clattering into the wall.
Yeah, that's what happens when the rear wheels meet the grass, lack of traction, and big lock-up going into to turn 2 there. Again, it looks a lot more dramatic than it is. It's just the car loading itself up and puffing onto the tyres here. I'll tell you what, these tyres have been absolutely troopers through the course of this race. They have been taking some punishment here.
But I think the main thing is, David, that when something like that happens, that you have the state of mind and the reflex to control the car, not to do something untoward that creates more of a sort of a unwanted expectation.
Yeah, panic is your worst enemy at a moment like that. Most of the time, it's usually put the foot down a little bit if needed. Sometimes just lifting your foot off the throttle, but never, ever touching the brake. You touch that, it's game over.
It's game over, yeah. Well, I've spun out in turn 2, and fortunately, the car cut out. I thought, oh, well, that's magic, you know. But then there's like 40 cars coming towards you, and you're just like, well, leave me alone.
Yeah,
you know?
please don't hit me in the face.
Yeah, when they passed, fortunately, the car started and I got going again. But that was pretty nice that you're not. But turn 2 can also catch you out.
Yeah, so 2 wheels on the grass.
Yes,
it's not just one, it's both of the left-hand wheels. And at that point, I mean, you're very lucky he's not done it before that, but you can tell from
the minute you hit the brake, it steps out, yeah. Because it glides on the grass. So that is unfortunately what we must call driver error.
Yeah, and at this point, you're 5 hours, 40 minutes or 30 minutes into a 6-hour race as we get. I think this is back to live footage now. But I mean, wow, yeah, I can't say anything because I've been in an endurance race and I've made those errors as well.
Yeah, there's Mike McLaughlin in screen there.
Oh, is that another car off or is that rejoining?
Yeah, it's the same car, just rejoining. But like I say, you saw how close the wall was and he managed to avoid it. That's your replay.
And like I said, I mean, at this point now, half an hour left to go, that is a scary, scary moment, especially for your teammates as well. You see that in the background, you're like, oh, good Lord.
Well, fortunately, he managed to pick it up and get going again. That's the main thing. No injuries.
Right, so, as we said, half an hour left to go here. And it feels like every time we cut to a cut, now that's a slow BMW coming out of the second to last corner there. They're indicating to go into pit lane, and the other cars are obviously...
And right up behind him is the leader, McLaughlin. There's McLaughlin coming out there in the white Cobra. There he comes. He's going to be catching a couple of slow markers, and he is really pedaling.
Now, I thought he was actually signalling to go into the pits there, but he's just decided to carry on. So I'm not sure how that's going to happen here. So just being told there, Francois, that the leader of McLaughlin in that 72 car, having done 100 laps in the race, so I think that team of Mike McLaughlin and Steve Clark, that's a decent day at the races.
Well, Gray and them have done 98 and Bettencourt 97. Having a look at your provisional results, you can do a bit of mathematics quickly and maybe sort that one out for us.
Well, that's where it becomes a little bit tricky, because from first to third, which was McLaughlin and Bettencourt, there was 4 laps of difference.
Oh.
And there's 3 laps of difference now, 2.5.
It's going to get tight.
It is getting very, very tight. Put it this way, it's getting to the point where I ain't even thinking about getting involved in provisional winners or anything like that.
No.
Did that once, didn't work out so well for me.
No, and we know it's never over till the fat lady sings, so not that I'm being sexist, that's just the saying. But yeah, McLaughlin, I think Mike McLaughlin and them have just got one thing in the back of their mind: just keep your ears pinned back and get it done. Keep it on the black stuff.
That's absolutely what they're doing. The one thing that I am noticing, and I did want to pick up on, it is a different class, but that's Class C car of Pitamber in the Backdraft Cobra. They are rocketing in the lap times just now. They've been consistently in the 122s.
And as I said, their first outing, the first part of the 6 hour, they did fantastically well. There was something that kept them back. They were down almost at the bottom of the field, worked their way back up to be in the top 10.
just hearing that it's another moment for the P2 car, spinning again in turn 1. So that's the second one they've done this stint here, and has regained the time. But I'm also seeing that BMW is the, is that the 94 that's going, it's not, I'm trying to figure out what that BMW is that's limping around the track, because they are barely moving right now.
Well, it's not the Sickle BMW. I think it's the Lloyd Brady, Matthew Kohler BMW that's ambling around the track. And having your second place car spin, you lose a little bit of time. It just, you know, it adds to the nerves.
No, it absolutely does, and it makes it so frustrating as well, as we've got tons of action left to go with just, what, 30 minutes left to go in this second race. As into the pits. I think that's actually, is that coming in the pits or leaving the pits? Because Claire Vale and Dean Hogg have been shown in the stop position for about 3.5 minutes now. So
oh, that's Dean. That's Dean in the car now, because I know Claire's overall, so Dean Hogg's in the car.
Back out then, so they've done their final pit stop.
Oh, they've decided now they're going to put Jet A1 in the Golf to get it going.
Activate the turbo.
Open the. Now we're going to show you we can drive.
So that BMW is so clinically slow on the rest of the circuit here, and again I'm just trying to figure out why it's. I mean, it's maybe just trying to make the final half hour.
Well, I don't know. It's been going the clappers today. I watched it a couple of times. That 328i really pedaling along merrily, and now suddenly very slow. So I'm not sure if they've got like maybe a brake issue or a fuel starvation, something that they know they can't really remedy.
Well, the indicator is constantly on, and I was about to make a very cruel joke, but I know the BMW Car Club are very good friends of the circuit, so I'm not going to make that joke. But either way, look, I think whatever the issue is, it's manageable, and they're just circulating the car.
What are you going to say? Did they actually BMW got indicators?
Well, I was kind of stunned, I'll be honest with you. I'm not used to it, but... yeah, look, joking aside, if that's what it is, I'm okay with that. They're sticking to the inside line. I would just like to see them finish the race. That's
yeah, I think maybe it's a brake issue or something, so they're just going to nurse it home. They know they don't have time to remedy it now, so just keep it going.
Yeah, and I mean, a brake repair would probably take about the best part of 25 minutes.
At least minimum.
Because by the time you get them off, you're not going to take them off immediately, because they're going to be absolutely piping hot.
Yeah.
Unless somebody was smart enough to remember the oven gloves when they came to the circuit this morning. But yeah, that thing.
Well, I know most of the new mechanic gloves are all heat resistant. They'll got that poly, whatever it is on it. So I've got it.
That's what's on the label, poly.
Yeah,
it is.
yeah. And then when you put your hands on it, smelt.
Yeah,
and ouch.
I'm interested to see some of the battles that go on here, because it's so misleading, because we look to a different camera, and then we get 3 cars all jostling away, and then it turns out there's 6 laps between them or something.
Brilliant stuff out there. We picked up the Bruce Van Taplin car, the bench Golf, and then I think it's a Brady and Kohler or not. I think it's the Brady and Kohler. Yeah, they seem to be dropping down there slightly. The Brady and Kohler. Martin Bench and Jason Ibbotson in that Golf together with Tian are doing a sterling job keeping it out there. And let's not talk about my pink hardtop Cobra of Patamba sitting in the top 5. Brilliant stuff coming out of them. They've been driving absolutely the wheels of that car today.
Oh yeah, as another big moment going down towards the final couple of corners there. Again, traffic has been such an issue through the course of the day. That's the number 42 car of Hirsch going side by side, getting a little bit of a jiggle on and showing exactly how it's done. This is my favourite part of the endurance racing, seeing the pit team on the wall, giving it the absolute beans. And I'll tell you what, that's an extra 10 horsepower just from their energy alone. Channel their energy.
Oh, so there is more cable on this pedal. Let's give it a push. Brilliant stuff there.
Sorry, David, and I wanted to butt in on you. I was just doing a bit of homework around that 94 car that had the tyre rubbing. I was spotting that car. It's not out on the circuit anymore. So whatever problem it was, be it oil or be it tyre on bodywork or be it whatever, that car is not out on track anymore. I was looking out the window for it. I mean, you can't miss it. It's got the SA flag on it.
Yeah.
So that car is not with us on
Well,
circuit.
there we go, pushing the limits, and then it became terminal. That's unfortunate.
Thank you very much there, Frank, for that update. And again, a big bit of traffic now coming into just now here. This is, you know, if you're in the middle of this is sort of take a deep breath in and just hope everybody makes it out alive.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate there for them. But like we said, that is the nature of the beast. And if you don't manage the car correctly, and whoever your race director is or your team manager or whatever it may be, then those little decisions come to bite you at the back of the leg at the end of the day, and you think to yourself, damn, why didn't we call the car in and try and have a look, see what we could repair?
Yeah, and from experience in the first race as well, I feel like me and you have to take a deep breath here, because 10 minutes from now is exactly when it all started going crazy in that first race. I've got no doubt that we're about to see very similar in this second race, but on screen we can see two of the cars going through the fast draw corner. But we cut to a replay. I caught this in the corner of my eye during the live broadcast. This happened on the previous lap there, a huge lock-up going into turn one. That was the number 3 of Pitamber on the inside of that corner there. The blue car on the outside, taking avoiding action, knew that couldn't get that done, but yeah, that's moments like those could turn one way or the other very, very quickly indeed.
I'm listening to your experiences out of Heat 1, another lock up there into turn 1 that we see visually out of the window, but managing to keep it together. Why in turn 1 the lockups? I'm not sure. There are brake markers. I think, are they pushing the envelope?
No, I think the thing is that the brake markers are there, but their braking point changes every single time, because while that was the braking marker for the last lap, their tyres might be a little bit different. Their brake likely has a little bit more heat in it. It has less powder on it, so it's a really, really interesting point.
Right, just to give you a rundown now, we've got the overall 6 hour now with about half an hour to go. And having a look at the laps. Oh, Betancourt and Juige are on 222. Gray and Owens are on 222 and McLaughlin's on 221. Oh, it's too close for comfort. Absolutely too close. Then we got Going and Turnbull on 218. Pitamber on 217. And Chinoli and Lance on 215, so they'll be up there. And then we got Holomisa and Hill, who have done fantastically well on 213. Trutter and De Silva on 213. Jono Wilson and John Henry Vaughan on 209 laps, so they've been plugging away merrily. Then we got Brady and Kohler on 203. Hirsch and Van Heerde, they're on 198. Sickle and the Sickle family on 195. Bruce Van Tappler, Andre Steenkamp down on 191. Claire Vale and Dean Hogg on 188. That is pretty spectacular. Looks like they're going to do 200 laps in their 6 hour. And then Swaneveld and Tully on 160. So they're 4 laps down on Vale. Behind them we have got Hoffman and Dolenchek, who only did 160 laps before the Porsche gave the ghost. Bleekemolen, Lammers and Lammers are on 138. They gave the ghost. These are all the cars that are no longer in there. So the McCarthys did 118, benched on, well, Bench and Berger out there on still on 112 after their big layoff out of heat number 1. And that's basically it. It's, yeah.
Let's quickly take you through the class winners just now. So having a look at the classes then, so it's Class D, which has been, let's face it, dominated by Backdraft Racing, is Betancourt and Gigue in the 269 in the lead of that class. Then in Class, let's go Class C, because that's next on the track, the Pitambers in that number 3, that beautiful Cobra in the number 3 is in the lead of the C class on 217 laps. Then in Class E, you've got Holomisa and Hill in the number 11. They have done 213 laps. Class F is going to be the Sickles, Bradley Sickle and Isabella Sickle in the number 23. They've done 195 laps. Class H is Claire Vale and Dean Hogg in the number 19 Golf. They have done 188 laps, as you said, well on to do 200 laps here. So that's the running cars that we've got at the moment. It does strongly look like that's who we're going to have in the top spots as things go by.
I'm worried about that top spot.
Oh yes, that's it.
That is going to go down to the wire because they're all on the same lap.
It is. The thing that gets me is the fact that the 127 had a fantastic opportunity, but the fact is that they keep overdriving the car.
And spinning out, yeah.
Locking up and going straight
If they're going to lose out on this one, they're going to be the masters of their own demise.
Yeah, and you've got to think, if it wasn't for those two spins, would they still be on a lap behind rather than 2 laps behind? Crucially, that 1 lap. It's crazy to think that it's all these micro differences.
Sorry guys, I've been doing some window scouting again, and that BMW is very slow. That's a 41 BMW of Lloyd Brady and Matthew Kohler. Those are the guys that have been pretty slow, and he's got his indicator on. He's still turning into pits, but I don't think he realizes that that flicker light is on.
We'll probably find out later that it's a brake issue. That's my best bunny is on that one, that it's a brake issue, knowing very well that he can't come in and change brakes because he won't be able to finish the race.
I'm actually thinking that he's got his hazards on, and the left indicator is just not working. It's only the right indicator that's on. That would, for me, that would make a little bit more sense. He's trying to warn everyone, and he just doesn't.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Either way, I mean, look, we're splitting hairs now with just 20 minutes left to go in the second part of the Cape 6 Hour, and what a fantastic Cape International endurance it's been. Really enjoyed every single minute of it. It's been an absolute pleasure to be up here in the commentary box with everyone. Feel like invading everyone's space right now, but yeah, this has been absolutely fantastic stuff.
Well, I'm having a look at the track back here, David. There's the 42 car, there's the 127 car.
What car did you say that was, sorry?
The 42, or 72, and the 127. So, the 42 car and the 127 are having this battle here. We'll try and pick up where's McLaughlin.
The thing with that, though, is that the gap is, I think it's the best part of a lap and a half. Because what you'll see is that gap will no, it won't actually. It is 2 laps, so it's now done and dusted. That's a full 2 laps that the 72 has got on the 127. You can see the 42 just behind them, though. 30 seconds is the gap between Hirsch and Gray, and if they keep throwing things away here, we could see that yellow 42 start to make on.
Okay, so it looks like Bettergord has dropped down to P4, still leads overall on index. We'll have to wait and see till we get the final results. So,
So I guess the reason that we're all scratching our heads here is we're trying to figure out the 269. He goes across the line just now and has lost out a position. So he's actually down to 5th now. So in Bettencourt is now down to 5th position here. So I think it's safe to say that whatever that has happened there has taken them out of the running.
Okay, so Bettencourt's still leading out there, and well, not on track, but overall, from what we understand, from what we're getting from the production team, so the focus is on him at the moment. But we know Mikael Patemba has passed him. Patemba obviously running a bit for Class Honours here in Class C and possibly Line Honours for this race. So, but whether they'll catch Hirsch and Van Everting, I don't know. They'll have to see.
I was just about to chip in and just try and help your confused brain on that one, because it confused me for quite a bit as well. But what we have to remember is that for the best part of the race, Bettencourt and Sheik were 4 laps ahead of the likes of Gray and McLaughlin. So now McLaughlin is 3 laps ahead of
I'm getting it. So I'm just wondering why they're slowing down. Or is the preservation game coming to the fore?
Okay, so if we look at the overall, if we take the first 3 hours and we take the second 3 hours and we add the 2 together, the vehicle that you see on screen now, the Bettencourt car, is in fact the overall leader by 54 seconds, and that from the Gray entry, that's presently second overall in this race. 54 seconds is what the Gray vehicle needs to make up on the Bettencourt vehicle to take overall victory over the total of 6 hours.
So there we go. I guess you can't argue with that.
No, I'm not arguing with that, but I'd like to know where they currently reside on the circuit and what is the time difference currently to see how it works out. Because Bettencourt is going a little bit slower. I think it's a bit of a preservation game, but is he far enough with 14 minutes to go to hold on to that? That's the bit that I'm trying to ascertain.
Yeah, so the time difference between 5th and 1st just now, I mean, 1st is, I guess second is what we need to be looking at here. It's about 0.6 of a second here. And there we go, we get the graphic on. But, I mean, all of that aside, how crazy is it that we're 15 minutes away from the end of a 6-hour race, and we are, it's literally within 1 minute, the overall lead of this on aggregate.
Sorry to jump in again, guys, but that third spot could change. I'm looking at the leaderboard here, that the last lap was 1:21 for Patemba and a 1:23 for Hirsch and Van Heerden, and we've got 13 minutes to go, and they are on the same lap. There's 7 seconds between them, so there's a possibility, gents, that third, 4th place car, number 3, could maybe leapfrog the 42 car into that third spot. The possibility is there.
And Frankie, just to add to that, I think as far as the Patembas are concerned, they're going to get a bit of a puffy chest after that because they've done blimming well today.
And again, it's trying to look where everyone is on the circuit. So there is the 42 right there, and there is Patemba gaining right on that number 42. So the gap looks to be around about 4.5 seconds, maybe 5 seconds between the two of them. Yeah, there you go, 4.8 seconds between Patemba and Hirsch. We are absolutely charging. What did we say about the final 15 minutes in the first race?
Well, this time it's exciting, not sort of, you know, this is exciting. And I can see Patemba's... yeah, so we got the Janetta out there going slow. Yeah. Just came out of pit lane. I think that car with that water, I don't know if it's done any, or if they've just done a running repair. So, all the stuff out there.
Yeah, the 555 of Jerome Bleekmolen. It makes sense. The car's maybe not in a fighting position or able to actually compete in the race, but if it's able to get out there, get it out, get it across the line, and finish the race.
Well, then at least it places itself somewhere and it's not a DNF.
Exactly, right. Our eyes have to be on this fight for P3 right now, and I've got a feeling that they're currently coming behind. In fact, there they are, just gone past the start-finish straight just now. The gap goes down by 1.5 seconds to 3.3. Let's go. I'm up for this.
And Patemba's making that rear end step out a bit as he's applying the gas out of the corner. Let's have a watch him going to Castrol Corner. That should be very exciting. Here we go. Watch Patamba's car. Look at him giving it absolute horns there. Going around. This time the back doesn't step out, but he's really getting in there. Now it's the sprint race. You see? Catch him if you can. At this late stage of the day.
And I've got no doubt that this very likely could be. It's going to be about getting a great exit from the Sorel sweep here as we see them coming through. That number 42 is running with everything that they've got. They are running for the hills right now. You might find them tonight on Table Mountain, given how fast they are pushing. But look at Patamba. Like, that car isn't even on the same track as them, straight by it. And we are going down towards the second to last corner here.
Let's have a watch, see what Mikael Patamba there. Oh, look how nice and smooth and fast he enters Pertamina Fastron. How's he going to have the exit coming out there now, working out? I think he's going to be a lot closer. The gap's going to go down to about 2.5 seconds now. Yeah, they come up towards us. And they cross the line. Oh, man, that is close.
1.4
seconds. Patamba's reeling him in like a big fish. Just pulls a bit, reels him in. Pulls him up, reels it in, and he's close. And look at him go up towards Castrol. They're on the way to Castrol corner.
They're going to catch up to the 555 as
the
well.
555 Janetta might be a rolling chicane. We'll have to wait and see. Patamba is grabbing this one with both hands. We're not talking now about where they fit on the chart with times, but here's a race.
Oh yeah, this is absolutely.
This is a sprint race. This is where it's happening.
And this is always the difficult part as a commentator as well, is the fact that we've got to try and speak about this while this is unfolding in front of our very eyes, when all we want to do is just sit back like all of you at home as well and enjoy this.
There on screen now is your current race leader for the second 3 hour, Mike McLaughlin, still leading out. And he leads by 2 laps, doing a great job. And he sits third overall.
Side by side though into the Pertamina Fastron corner. They are side by side for P3 and P4.
Patamba's got him. Patamba's got him. Oh, you got to be kidding me. Mikael Patamba. Brilliant stuff.
We're getting minute by minute updates from time, and a huge thank you to everyone downstairs for this. Now Bettencourt still ahead, just very gingerly. Oh my goodness me, this is so close right now. And Gray still in second place. This is up to 5 hours 49 minutes, and oh my god, this is just awesome stuff. I would not doubt that Patamba is just going to go off into the sunset here.
I tell you what, from a racing perspective, forget about all where they fit in the chart. But the Patamba boys have been riding the absolute wheels of that car today, and they've been doing a sterling job as far as I'm concerned.
Oh no, absolutely, and they deserve everything that they get.
So, to jump in, guys. So overall, for now, the Bettencourt Guigy car is overall first. If you add from the first 3 hours up until we are now, with 8 minutes left, Gray and Owens in car 127 is second, and the man that's leading now is third overall for up to date. So if the checkered flag came out now, that is how they would be. And then that 131 car of Going and Turnbull, they are in that fourth position. And the leader of Class C overall is the number 3 car of the 2 Patambas. The overall leader of Class D is Chignoli and Fabian Lance, and Holomisa and Hill Class E, Trutan de Silva second. Class F is Bradley and Isabella Sickle, and Class H is obviously Vale and Hogg.
Well, there, Frankie giving an update of what the current standings are, but we got 7 minutes to go. And possibly a little bit of sprint race here and there as Mike McLaughlin comes up into Castrol corner, rolls his way around, and he's just passed. Is that Bettencourt that he's passed? It looks like it. Yeah. Difficult with the sun.
I think you're right, but also I'm trying to figure out how Brady and Kohler in their struggling BMW have still made up the position, as have Claire Vale and Dean Hogg, because the car of Wilson in the 91 obviously retiring from the race, but they're still circulating.
Yeah, they're still going well. Brilliant stuff there. There's the Sickle BMW there in the distance doing great things. Here's Claire Vale and Michael Gray going through there. They're the guys in second place.
That was for position. That was Claire Vale overtaking Brady and Kohler for position on track.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Brilliant stuff. The blue claw there is your man that's third overall at the moment. Working their way through. Yeah, he's currently second. That's the Grey Owens car, that light blue Cobra. They second in the race and currently third overall, second overall, running third in the race.
So I think what we've learned for next year, for the next Killarney 6 hours, or the next 6 hours here, is an abacus and a slide drill might be. Now, why have we got yellow flags waving at the final corner, or is that white flag for the BMW?
No, there's a car off. There's a car off there on the outside.
Oh no, we need to find out who that is. Oh, that is, looks like one of the backdraft cars, and that's facing backwards, is it?
Yeah, I think it's spun up.
Oh, that is, and that car looks beached.
And we can unfortunately not see it from outside because it's blocked by the building down the bottom end of the circuit.
Let's have a look. Is that, we'll have a look, because we'll find out very quickly at what cars drop down the order here. But yeah, that's a dangerous place as well.
Is that not the Chinoli car that's dropping down the order? Ginoli, yeah. Car number 16, Ginoli, that's gone off. And that won't do them anyhow because they're going to DNF.
Yeah.
But with an endurance race, they might just pick up a position due to the time that's left. We've only got 4 minutes to go.
Yeah, well, just under that. So again, oh, we've got a really slow car there. That's one of the green. That is a cooling issue there. Looks like a radiator blown on that one. So that might be the number 20 of Avern Taplin. They had issues in race 1 as well now. Again, the final 15 minutes, what is going on?
Strange, racing. It's a strange sport. It's almost like a rugby match. You don't, or it's like a soccer match. You're down 2-0, but you win in stoppage time.
Don't you even, just know we're not even going on there. Oh, now we've got pit stop infringement for the number 269 of Bencourt. That blows things wide into the water. A 1 lap and 30-second penalty applied to the 269 for a pit stop infringement. That is car 20, so that is Avern Taplin that's going on there. Oh my life.
All right, folks, if you have a look at what's happening at the moment now, there is 38 seconds between the first and second place vehicle. The second place vehicle being the 269 of Bettencourt. Sorry, they are in first position, which means with that 30-second penalty, there is now only 8 seconds between first and second position out on track.
1 lap and 2.5 minutes.
Hold on a second, let's just correct that. We saw 30 seconds, it's 1 lap and 30 seconds pit stop infringement for the 269, which is the ex-leader, which means the 127 of Gray is now technically
the leader,
the overall leader, if you put the whole 6 hours together with 2 minutes 25 to go.
Well, they should take that little ribbon off the bottom of the screen with that pit stop infringement. That is hectic. There we go. 127, Gray and Owens are now your official leaders.
So we are imminent to get an A-checker
Which
flag
means
here.
McLaughlin will shift up into second place.
But it also means that they're going to be lucky to finish on the podium.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness me, this is wow. So we're being told that we're imminent to getting the checker flag coming out. We've got 2 minutes still showing on the clock here, but my goodness me, I don't think I've seen such a chaotic end to. And what's happened to Pitamber has dropped back down behind the 42 of Hirsch. They fought all so hard to get that position done.
Oh. What's going on?
Please stop this.
Where is Patemba? I'm trying to pick up Patemba for that matter. Right, so it's sounding a little bit quiet here.
So there's a replay then of that car spinning off into the Pertina fast-run corner. And again, it was completely unaided, all self-inflicted on that one. And again, who knows what on earth is going to happen here. We've got a minute to go left on the clock here. But again, we're now just moments away from finishing the Cape 6 hour 4:20:25 part 2 of the race, the second 3-hour race. So it looks like this, this is, yeah, there we go.
Patemba's going slower. There comes your leader, Mike McLaughlin, down the back straight towards turn 5. Right, here comes the leader now, Mike McLaughlin. It looks like he'll get one more lap here. So we're going to start our final lap. And David, your nerves on shot in heat number 2. But
I'm going to bring my tent and my sleeping bag and my pillows for next time. Goodness me. So again, the thing with that is that will obviously that'll be contested. They'll be looking into that, all that sort of stuff. But Patemba really struggling to keep that car on the go here. Likely going to lose a position. I don't know if this is for a position on track, but yeah, that car is looking.
I think that's McLaughlin passing him in any case. That's the leader, so he's not worried. He's still on. He's worried about him on where he's sitting, but he's not going to regain third. He was overtaken, but his car has slowed down, unfortunately. Picking up a mechanical issue in the dying 5 minutes. Come on, David.
Listen, after that first race, how many of them did we see that we weren't sure weren't even going to make the checkered flag here? So I'm just hoping that that car does actually make it right back straight. But our leader down in towards the Pertina fast run corner, and over to you, Francois.
Right, so your leader of the race, Mike McLaughlin, down into Pertina fast run. We have the councillor down the podium. He's going to be waving the checkered flag. Councillor Bester. Here comes McLaughlin, crosses the line. No checkered flag. Well, you know.
So the silence up here is a little bit confusion. We're marked that he's passed the checker flag, so he has finished the race. So it's done. He might just be happy going and doing his own thing. But I've been in this position before. Everything going on in the last 5 minutes. There's so much radio chatter going on. It's an easy thing to happen. But either way. Right, I need to get a PhD in mathematics.
Right, so Mike goes down to turn number 5 again. He's still at race pace.
He's still racing.
He's still racing. He hasn't seen a checkered flag. So hopefully this time, as he goes down into Pertamina fast run, they will know that the checkered flag is ready.
Well, the checkered flag is now because the timing's just changed to 1 lap to go. So this is still the race.
Here we go. Here comes Mike McLaughlin up towards the line. In the white 72 backdraft Cobra. Right, checkered flag time. Checkered flag is out for Mike McLaughlin. So it's McLaughlin, then it's Betancourt and Olamisa across the line. Wait for the rest of the field to come through. Making it over the line, the Patemba car. Quietly, quietly.
Saw that.
As long as it. And here comes the car that we want to cross the line. Oh, look at it. There. Yeah, the black golfers, and the lights are ablaze. I'd be happy, why not? Come on, do me a favour.
Fantastic.
Lovely stuff.
Finish there for Claire Vale and Dean Hogg. They really pushed it. And again, for me, great to see Jerome Blake-Molan and his co-driver in that 555 Ginetta nursing that thing home. This essentially is what endurance racing is about.
To bring it home.
For as much as we all get excited about the class winners, just finishing the race is a win in itself.
Well, I've seen karts pushed over the line. I've seen Formula Ones pushed over the line. I've seen Indy cars pushed over the line. So.
But again, proving the point as well. Round of applause for everyone on the pit wall, to all of the drivers,
yeah.
all of the cars coming past, getting a huge
Yeah.
ovation from them. That is what I love, love, love to see. And listen, it's also relief that the craziness is over.
First crosses the line in third place in the yellow car.
So now we've got to...
And it looks like everyone's over the line.
Now we've got to all collectively get a PhD in mathematics and quantum physics to try and figure out who on earth just won that 6 hour, because of course it's all provisional right now.
Well, the IMUSAT crew have in fact already got a runner on the way up to us. As soon as the last car goes across the line, they will do the final clockulation, that's my word for the day, clockulation, of adding the first 3 hour event and the second 3 hour event together. And folks, as soon as that comes up to us, we will then bring you those final results. But David, well, today was your first day officially as a commentator at Killarney International Raceway. Your thoughts on South African endurance motorsport?
Yeah, I'm done. This is my new home. Look, I'm a massive fan of endurance racing anyway. I'm a massive fan of club racing. Bring the two together and you're going to have one of the greatest afternoons you can possibly have in the year for a very reasonable price. And the great thing is as the likes of the Backdraft team have shown, there is a huge interest here from all over the world in coming and taking part in an event that for most of the other parts of the world is the middle of winter, is a very, very cold and dark time. And look at the amazing sunshine that we've had both in the sky and out there on track as well. It's been sensational, and for my first event, this is a really high bar to set. It all needs to be like this from now on.
That's that 16 car that spun out there and then got going again after that. That was that number 16 that spun itself out there. This is the Ginetta. The Jerome Blake-Molan and team, they will be classified as finishers. Got that car to that checkered flag some way or another. And then just this whole heap of Cobras. That was that Cobra that front left wheel brake earlier on. And then that 94 car that kept on going and eventually was not classified as a finisher in the second half of the 3 hour. So we'll be getting the overall results now from our timekeeper / IMUSAT crew.
Now, while we're doing that, we just have to gauge this on Gary's facial reactions here to try and figure out what on earth is actually going on. And the thing is that I've got a feeling that this might not be the end of it as well. So Gary, put us all out of our misery.
Right, folks, the next voice you can hear is the voice of West Province Motorsport, Frankie Ennis. The paperwork he has in his hand is the latest update at this point. There could still be queries, there could still be corrections, but the paperwork to hand from the voice of West Province Motorsport, Frankie Ennis, this is, at this point, the official results, subject to confirmation if there are any queries and or after race checks that go through as well. We saw in the last 6 minutes a change in the leadership, which was a 1 lap and 30-second penalty that was applied. So you're looking at almost a 2-minute penalty. Any other same or similar penalty could change this completely upside down. But right now, Frankie Ennis, 2025 results.
Well, David, let's do it. So as Gary said, this is officially unofficial because there's still legality checks that obviously has to get done on the cars, and protest, although I don't think there will be any protest, but I mean, you never know. So officially, unofficial, it is the 127 car of Gray and Owens. If you add both 3 hours together for the total 6 hour, with a time of 6 hours, 5 minutes and 46 seconds, it's the 127 car of Gray and Owens that wins overall. The 72 car of McLaughlin and Clark, unofficially second, and the 269 car of Betancourt and Guizhou that finishes in third overall, and they are all Class D runners.
Yeah, so let's go through the rest of the classes then. Well, actually, let's just go through the entire order, actually. In fourth position, still in Class D, is the 131 of Going and Turnbull. In fifth position for Class C, taking the Class C honours, is the number 3 car of Pitamber and Pitamber. In sixth position and taking Class E honours is the number 11 car of Holomisa and Hill. In second place in Class E is going to be the number 33 car of Truter and De Silva. Then back to Class D for positions 8, 9 and 10. In 8th position is the number 16 car that we saw going into the gravel towards the end of the race there. That was Giacomo Scignoli and Fabian Lanz in that one. They still get classed as in the classifications. 9th position for number 42 of Hirsch and Van Heerde, and then into 10th position is going to be Class D for Wilson and Vaughan in the 91 car. Then moving outside the top 10 then, 11th position, and this is in Class E, is going to be the BMW we saw struggling towards the end there of Brady and Kohler. Delighted to see that car cross the line in that 41 car. Then it's Bradley and Isabella Sickle in the number 23 car, taking the F-Class honours in 12th position overall. We've waxed lyrical about this next car, the number 19 car in Class H. That is, of course, Claire Vale and Dean Hogg taking 13th place overall. 14th position, it's been a pretty stricken day for Avern Taplin and Steenkamp in the Class D number 20 car, but again getting there in the end. It's the 94 car of O'Neill in May in Class D that takes 15th position, and then we get into the rest of the cars that are classified but did not finish the race due to retirements. We have the car of, in fact, actually I tell a lie here, because the one last car that we did have was the 555 towards the end there of Jerome Bleekmolen, Jan Lammers and Lam, finishing in Class C, but again that car stricken with trouble throughout the day. 18th position for Hoffman and Dolenchek. That was the Porsche that was dominant through race 1 and the early parts of race 2 before retiring with a mechanical. They finish in 18th position in the 27. 19th position is going to Bench, Ibbotson and Berger in Class E in the 45 car. McCarthy and Fury in the Class D number 44 car finish in 20th. 21st position goes to the number 50 car, 22nd for the 500 car, both of those in Class B, and then 23 is the 55 car in Class C. That rounds out your 23 finishers of the 2025 Cape Motorsport Festival Cape 6 hour race. And I guess we have to say a huge thank you as always to the marshals, to the track staff, to the pit crews, to the drivers, to the spectators, everybody that's been part of this today. From everyone here in the commentary box, a huge thank you to my wonderful team that we've had up here in the commentary box today, from Frankie Hunis, from our wonderful lead Gary, and from Francois as well, and from myself, David Christie. All that's left now, Francois, is for us to pick the bones out of what on earth. I mean, I think we're going to need about a couple of days of counselling.
Right, so it's to the viewers at home, it's been great. I just want to give a big shout out to Gary for sitting here for 6 hours and
listening to us.
No, playing with that control. He's probably going to have manic arthritis tomorrow. So yeah, it's brilliant stuff there. But no, it's been a great day. I've like you enjoy endurance racing. I have sometimes a tendency to get bored in endurance race, although it's great to watch. But There was no room for boredom today.
No, and listen, I've been in that position. I've done many commentary of many endurance races where there's 10 cars in it, and the gaps are all like 100 seconds between everyone, and you're just literally trying to watch paint dry. But this had everything, and there were times where we had 10 minutes where we got to take a breath, and then it all kicked off again. But again, I mean, we had an amazing turnout today from the spectators, but also a fantastic turnout on YouTube as well, on our live stream. Loads of comments coming in, loads of love, and we appreciate all of that. So a huge thank you to everyone that got involved and got engaged on the stream as well. And you know, more of that into 2026, I think.
I think 2026 could be a bumper year. I think this is the revival of motorsport in Cape Town. But I look forward to 2026. I just want to say to the viewers around the world, the Christian viewers, a very Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. And we sincerely hope they enjoy as the Americans would say, Happy Holidays. But yeah, and Gary, anything from you? You've been sitting quietly there, getting mesmerized by your controls. How's things been for you today?
If I'm brutally honest, then I won't be here next year because I'll be fired. It's been hectic. It's been so hectic, and purely because of the fact that there's been so many change-ups that's happened out there on circuit. I mean, with 6 minutes to go, you end up with your lead car getting 1 lap and 30-second penalty applied in the 269, and that just made so much difference. So having a look at the class winners, I think that's going to make for some pretty interesting reading.
Yeah, just seeing there, and Francois, I mean, obviously we see Class A taken by Wayne Hoffman and Troy
Dolanchik, yeah. Class B, Emmanuel Pirro, Chris Pirro, and Galfredo Pirro. Class C, Kishore Patamba and Mikhail Patamba, I think drove fantastically well today and really mesmerized us here up in the commentary box with their plugging away at the race the whole day.
And I promise it wasn't just because of the pink livery on that car. It did stand out. It was beautiful.
It was very nice, but a pity that the Hoffman Dolanchik Porsche packed up in heat number 2, because that would have also made for an interesting turnout at the end of the day. Emanuele Pirro, Chris Pirro, and Galfredo Pirro in that 555, bringing it up towards the end. They did that with that camaraderie, that spirit, the real true spirit of endurance racing. I mean, they could have probably got out and pushed the car over the line if they wanted to, but we saw that. And in heat number, in the first part of the 6 hour, in the first 3 hour, we saw Claire Vale and Dean Hogg at the end sort of surging the car over the line. I think that was pretty brilliant to see.
For me, this is the replay of the day, seeing the
battery pack. But look at the legs.
I know.
The legs are going.
The battery pack isn't even moving. That's how solid
Ola, he's holding it.
It's
I thought I was in the Kruger National Park and there was a giraffe hunting a lion.
Well, there we go. Class D results then coming up. So the top 3 then for Class D, Mark Gray and Mark Owens in the 127. Class E is going to be the number 11 car of Fikile Holomisa and Ross Hill. Class F then going to the number 22 of Bradley, Isabella Sickle and Jeremy Castex. I don't think we saw Jeremy today, but
yeah. Well, I don't know. He might have been in the car at some stage, but not that we noted, and that's our bad. Fikile Holomisa and Ross Hill, I thought great drive. They were also in a spot of bother at one stage, but they managed to claw their way back. And look at that. That if you put up that kind of fight, you can actually win your class, and that's important on the day.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think, obviously, now we've got another class to come, which is going to be Class H.
Yeah, which will probably be our favourite car of the day. The commentator's pick.
it'll just be like one line in extra bold as well.
Yeah, it has to be, I tell you what. That was just a phenomenal drive, and the excitement that came out of that team at the end of the day, I got to tell you, they were absolutely ecstatic when that car crossed the line. Driver flickering lights, really, it just goes to show, like you said at the beginning of the day, doesn't matter what you're driving, you finish. And then you go and finish, and you finish first in class. There it is. Claire Vale and Dean Hogg take Class H. You've got to give it up for them, folks. That was a phenomenal driver, that little black Golf. Fantastic stuff coming out of them. And really, they need to be congratulated for their efforts.
And let's not forget that it beat a Porsche 991.
Well, there we go, eh? It beat the Porsche. You know,
it's on the classifications.
But
I don't care. It's a technicality. I'm taking it.
if you didn't put in leave for Monday and you go to work, you know, my car beat the Porsche. Oh, yeah, right. No, I've got it. It's on YouTube. You can go have a look.
But either way, I mean, getting back to what we were talking about there, it is, even when you're in the smaller class cars, it can feel even more of a Herculean effort because all race, all 6 hours, you've just got these cars constantly flying by you every which way, and you just want it to stop.
And I imagine, sorry, David, I'm saying just you in your little car giving absolute bones out there, and you've got to stay outside the racing line. How difficult is that to work with? You got to be careful you don't collect the marbles. You got to be careful you don't connect something on the side of the track. At one stage, I saw them get forced onto the grass, and they managed to bring it back. So that was brilliant driving coming out of their quarters.
I think that's what made it different for me is the fact that I've not had an experience in multi-class racing. So for me, it was literally all the cars of the same power. So it was the same type. It was like Toyota Aygo and Peugeot 107.
Yeah.
So it's not quite the same, but either way, there we go. 6 hour winners, first, second, and third place. Francois, I'm going to let you take you through this.
Yeah, coming first in the 6 hour, we got M. Gray and M. Owens, and then Betancourt. So so there we got, and second place McLaughlin and Clark, and third place Betancourt and Juige. So brilliant driving from them in that overall 6 hour. McLaughlin, I think, a Herculean effort.
So with that done then, all that's left for me to say is a huge thank you for letting me be part of this. I've loved every moment of my first ever event here at Killarney. My name's been David Christie, and thank you very, very much, Francois.
Right, so just want to say it's been a long year, and I must admit, a tiresome one at that, but very exciting, and this has been a nice way to culminate your 2025. To all the drivers, the teams, everything, have a great Christmas and New Year. Frankie, last words for you.
Yeah, and from myself, Frankie Innes, I want to say happy festive season to everybody, and our marshals, our officials, our sponsors, and to the entire IMUSAT team. Steve, Ernest Page was the production manager today. Ernie, you did an absolutely amazing job, and a big thanks to you from me, and thanks to the spectators that came, and a big thanks to the people that watched this production at home. Look after yourselves, everybody. We'll see you in the new year. God bless. Bye-bye.
Wow. Cape Motorsport Festival of 2025. What a banger way to end 2025.
It has been incredible. You know what? Walking around, chatting to spectators, drivers, all these activities that they've got for the families and the kids, and more especially, look, it's motorsport. The drivers have been saying what an incredible day they've had.
Absolutely. It has been jam-packed, filled with exciting endurance racing throughout the day, and some spicy sprint racing in between. Guys, thank you so much for joining us. It has been an absolute blast of a day, and we will see you in 2026, right?
Catch you all next year.